Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So this is part 2 of Raw Reaction video by Nick Sayers. King James translators opposed King James Onlyism by Tom Berger. So this is a video that came up in my feed, and I was about to watch through it and look at all the slides and things that he puts up. But I thought I'd do a raw reaction video to it, so I hadn't watched it. The first part basically showed that, as with many opponents of those who hold to the King James translation being an accurate translation, representing the Textus Receptus, representing the Masoretic text faithfully, this guy, Tom Berger, has his own sort of set of rules. Most people just make up their own definition of what they think King James Onlyism is. I guess it's like being called a racist or a bigot or a Nazi, or, if someone calls you a Nazi, what do you do with that? Does that mean you subscribe to everything that Hitler proposed, or National Socialism, or are you a neo-Nazi, a new type of Nazi? Or people just make up their own definitions. I mean, people will just call you a Nazi because they don't like what you've said. And so what we see is King James only has become one of those sort of smear terms. It's a scarecrow term to basically get you away from looking at this thoughtfully, looking at this intellectually, and any type of sophisticated argument against modern versions, against a critical text, is usually just it's thrown into a type of pigeonhole where it's, well, that's King James only argumentation. I guess it's a bit like when you're looking at government conspiracy and things like that. Usually people will throw you into a flat earth type of narrative, and there might be people out there who pick a government corruption. You might be saying, hey, the government's doing this wrong, and there might be 10 other people saying the same thing, but they're flat earthers. So you just get thrown into their flat earthism. This is what happens. This is the pigeonholing. And people, they usually do this because they don't really want to think about the issues. And so I've sort of made it my mission to go through the internet and look at what people are saying about this issue, and just to clear it up and to see if what they're saying is true. If what they're saying is true, I'm live. We should be able to see whether I'm just fudging figures, or I'm lying, or I'm just trying to make up stories, or I'm just avoiding the truth, or I'm committing logical fallacies. Anyone should be able to see that. But usually what happens is we see that most of these arguments are not sophisticated. Most of these arguments are very, I would say, lowbrow sort of arguments, that they're designed for an apologetic to win an argument, but not really to reveal the truth. Because there is King James only cultism, but there is King James only truth. Now, when I say King James only, I usually get labeled King James only. For 20 years, I avoided that label. It sort of came to the point where so many people were just calling me King James only. I don't know any King James onlyist who's actually done a Bible translation. It just, because this is the absurdity of most people who label others as King James only. Some people, when you say, they'll say, oh, you're a King James onlyist. And then you'll talk about Bibles into other languages, and they're like, oh, see, you're contradicting your King James onlyism. And it's like, what on earth are you talking about? But people have their own understanding of onlyism. Some people, they just relate you to Ruckman, they relate you to Ripplinger, and they pigeonhole you that way. But this is just their way of basically not dealing with the facts and the figures. They just want to demonize you. It's attacking the person, most of these arguments are just ad hominem attacks. And so in our first video, we went through quite a lot of different issues. I recommend you go back and watch that because this is part 2. But the video is called King James Translators Oppose King James Onlyism. Now we're 50 minutes into it, and we've just started to look at what the translators say. And that's fine. I do videos that are sometimes 4 hours long. The title will say something, and I waffle on for an hour and a half before I get to it. It's just the way these videos end up. There's a few projects that I've been doing. Looking at Papyri 1, we've started to go through that. I want to keep going through that and make that a bit of a series. Maybe every week or every 2 weeks, I'll try and bring out a video on that. There's also the article that Christopher Yetzer brought out concerning the claims of FHA Scrivener to do with the Latin readings in the King James. And so you'll see that what happens is basically, if you just understand that Scrivener really doesn't know his Greek or his Latin as well as people think, then you can understand where he's coming from. A lot of people just think that he's a guru, he knows his stuff very well. But when you look at his argumentation, a lot of it's quite sloppy, and he can be quite vague. And so some of these instances, all you have to do is just look at the previous English Bibles where they followed the Greek, and there's translations that are very similar or absolutely identical to the King James. And of course, they haven't gone to the Latin, they've gone to the Greek. And so oftentimes this type of argument is brought up. People just say, well, there's lots of Latin readings in the King James. There's lots of Latin readings in the Textus Receptus and all this sort of stuff. If I ever say that there's Latin readings, usually what I'm saying is something might be weak in the it might be weak in the Greek, but there's always attestation for it. Now, we mightn't have all the attestation today, because what Erasmus had, what Beza had, what Stephanus had, I mean, most people have no idea what they had. And people, Dan Wallace will say, well, Erasmus had 5 manuscripts. James White will say he had 6, but then he'll turn around and say he had 12. Then he'll turn around and say, well, he had 20. So no one really knows. They're just making these numbers up. And oftentimes what happens too is, I've seen this in my lifetime with the works of Nostradamus. I remember as a kid, there were all these Nostradamus books, and even my grade 6 teacher used to say that he was committing a Nostraboidus, because his name was Boyd. And he would say, I'm going to commit a Nostraboidus. And so he would say, like a type of prediction, he would say, I predict that this is what's going to happen. So obviously he's not saying he's a prophet or anything, but he was just saying, I'm going to predict the future. This is probably what's going to happen. And so his name is very famous. Like, as students, as grade 6 students, probably like 10, 11 years old, we knew what he was saying. He was saying, like, he's going to do a Nostradamus type of prediction. And we were all like, well, he's going to predict the future. Because back in the 1980s, Nostradamus was so popular. But then as we go through the 90s, a lot of videos came out about him. And then especially with the rise of the internet, people have just dropped him like a hot potato. Because what we find is it's usually people's ignorance of the Latin. So Nostradamus wrote in Latin. And when that's translated into another language, many times there's just phonetic similarity. Many times people would think, oh, he's talking about Napoleon, or he's talking about Hitler, or he's talking about a certain place or a certain time period, when it's just a phonetic similarity between one language to another. And illiterate people who don't know Latin just go, wow, he's predicted something. And so when you go through that type of thing, you realize there's a whole industry based upon mistranslating older documents. The whole Da Vinci Code, it's based on Gnostic literature, and then they bring that out of its original setting, and then they don't tell you about the variants that are in those manuscripts, and so they just imply that it says certain things, and so there is an industry to be made out of mistranslating things. And so what we see with FHA Scrivener is he thinks that the King James Bible has all these Latin readings in it, but when you look closely, they're simply Greek readings, but it is also in the Latin, but it's also in the Syriac. So why isn't he saying, well, that's a Syriac interpolation? He just he's quite sloppy in. And when I first started studying the differences between Scrivener and Theodore Beza, I started to realize that people like Theodore Beza, people like the King James translators, Erasmus, Stephanus, these guys were of a higher caliber than the people like Westcott and Hort, people of his era. Even Dean John William Burgon, as smart as he was, he wouldn't hold a candle to these people. Brilliant guy, knew a lot of stuff, was able to point out all the problems with Westcott and Hort and all the rest of it. But I would much prefer to trust someone like Theodore Beza over Dean Burgon. I would trust, I would even trust Dean Burgon over Scrivener. Scrivener was just a plotter, and he spoke a lot about the King James, but he wanted to delete like 43 verses. He was probably the main push for a new translation. You got Westcott and Hort, you got all these other people doing this stuff, but he was known as like a guy who knew lots about the King James, knew about italics, knew about marginal notes. But then when you read the details, it's like, that's a bit of a novel idea about the marginal notes. That's a bit of a strange idea about the italics. That's a bit of a weird concept of just saying all these Latin readings. When you go through the details, you're like, and the thing is, like, I remember when, it must have been 20, 25 years ago now, when I was confronted with the works of people like Al Riplinger. Now, thankfully, during that time, there were lots of people like D.A. Waite and Kirk de Vitro and Phil Stringer. These people wrote books against this woman. Okay, so her stuff comes on the scene, and it's like, the Bible has this hidden dictionary. It's hidden. Only she can find it. But where are we? D.A. Waite came out with books, defending the King James, way before Riplinger. Riplinger just turned up on the scene, sort of mixed in a whole bunch of conspiracy nonsense, really. A lot of it's nonsense. It's sort of Texe Marrs-y stuff. Now, Texe Marrs, he talked about lots of different conspiracies. So, of course, you're going to, if you bring up everything, you're going to get something right. So it's not like everything that he said was wrong, but a lot of it's weird and kooky. And I remember I used to get probably about 10 different newsletters from different people, and he was one of them. I can't remember the name, The Power of Prophecy, that's right. And I'll get the newsletter, and it would just have pictures of George Bush going like this. George Bush is satanic because he does this symbol, where there's certain football teams like the Bulls, and they're doing symbols for their football teams, and but they're doing the Crenati. There's a certain symbol like a circle. Like a circle is probably the most popular symbol in nature. You know what I mean? But it's satanic apparently, and the square is satanic, and the triangle is satanic, and it becomes ridiculous. So she comes out of that school. And there's so many errors in her works that, I didn't need anyone to tell me that her book on the hidden dictionary was ridiculous. I remember reading through it and going, okay, well, that makes sense, and going, that's weird. And then I remember getting a pamphlet about the New King James, and I went through it and I thought, no, that's strange, that's weird. Why would she say this? Why would she say that? But then some things were true. And so that's the thing, is these people come along with certain truths, but they mix in their own opinions and their own concepts into that. But what Christians, specifically those who support the Textus Receptus, what they need to do, they need to start questioning Scrivener and also Burgon, and also Hoskia. I understand that we have to rely on what's being given to us in a certain sense, because there's not a huge amount of people doing academic work on the Textus Receptus and on the King James and versions based on it. And so many times, pastors just go, well, let's look at Scrivener. Let's look at Hoskia. I've found errors in Hoskia's work, and people would say, oh, there's no manuscript that says this and that. And then I actually go through the manuscripts that they have online now, and I look at Hoskia and go, well, he's wrong there. And this is the thing, like, I think there really needs to be a revival of Textus Receptus academic work. I was really grateful to hear that I think most of the sermons have been put up from the Reformation Bible Society about the book of Revelation. And I was stoked to hear Jeff Riddle talk about Erasmus, and perhaps this manuscript of Revelation that everyone's talking about is not the one that Erasmus used, because I've been saying that for quite a long time. And also saying that apparently he used plural manuscripts, and I've been saying that for quite a long time. And also it was good to hear Mark Mullins talk about Revelation 16:5. That was good. And so I would recommend, if anyone wants to go through those videos, jump onto Kept Pure in All Ages. If you type that into YouTube, you should get there and go through and watch those videos. Now, they're not filmed. I think the film footage got deleted or something, or got corrupted. So they've put them in audio format with just a picture, which is fine, because most of the time I just listen to them anyway. I don't watch them unless they've got slides and presentations and things like that. So I'd recommend people jump onto that. We just recently had Bryan Ross. He did a whole video on the accompted issue that when he was on this channel, I brought that up to him, where accompted has been changed to accounted in a lot of the King James Bible issues that have come out. And so I think it was in the issue still by the King's printer in 1629, I think it was, that he actually changed it to accounted. But accompted is in a lot of text, and also sometimes they just had counted. They didn't have accounted, which is quite interesting. So he just brings that issue up and talks about how they're basically just synonyms. But it's quite an interesting thing, because when you go through and you're counting all the numbers and you're counting the letters and, saying it all equals 7 and everything like that, well, which one, and so that's where, people have to be careful of falling into that type of thing. To me, that sort of stuff just doesn't interest me whatsoever. When you can do that with the morning newspaper. And that was one of the things when the Bible Code came out, in talking about the Hebrew. I mean, you could do that with the morning newspaper. You could find names like Winston Churchill. You could find, partition. You could find war. You could find dates, in the newspaper. And so I think this is one of the big things with Islam. Islam talk about certain numbers, talk about certain themes, and that's how they defend the Quran. But then all it takes is for someone to say, well, okay, so which edition are you talking about? And of course, this is a very interesting book. This shows you, it's all in Arabic, but this shows you the differences between Qurans. And this shows you the difference between the text that they have in Saudi Arabia and the text they have in Turkey. My friend used to go out street preaching with this, and he would show people variations, much like someone showing people variations to get them away from King James onlyism or whatever. He would bring this out and say, okay, do you want to read this? And there would be familiar passages. And then he would get them to read the difference between the Turkish manuscript and the Saudi Arabian manuscript. It was just quite an interesting thing to do. And so, which one is it? And there are others that have been found. And so when it comes to, the King James, which one is it? Now, I have looked into the argumentation by Matthew Verscher. I've interviewed him on this channel. Now, I don't go with just the pure Cambridge edition, what's labeled a pure Cambridge edition, just because I've just got a faith statement or whatever. I went through the argumentation and I thought, well, that actually makes sense. There are words there that are better than the other ones. There's like a list. I think there's some people say there's 8. Other people have like a list of several more words. But at the end of the day, we're fully splitting hairs when we do that sort of thing. But that can ruin your word count if you're going to an Oxford or whatever. And so this is one of the things. If you have the word forever as one word, but in the original King James it's for and then ever, that means that none of these numerical patterns apply to pretty much anything else except for the pure Cambridge edition. But then you've got people before the pure Cambridge edition applying this type of numerology to other editions of the King James, which shouldn't really match up. You know what I'm saying? But you have a guy who did this for Westcott and Hort's text as well. So he was proving that Westcott and Hort's text was from God because of numerology. So to me, I just look at all that and think, look, I'm not really interested in that. It just doesn't do it for me. It's like when someone talks about near-death experiences or something like that. I'm like, look, it's subjective. If people, people in all sorts of religions and walks of life have these type of experiences. Hindus come back and say, yes, I met Kali or whatever, and, Vishnu, and Sikhs have experiences, Mormons have burning in their bosom, and people have experiences all over the world, religious type of experiences. Catholics see Mary and all this. To me, I'm just like, let's just stick to what the meat and potatoes of this issue, rather than try and defend it from other means. But anyway, I sort of said all that to basically say Scrivener needs to be examined and thoroughly checked, just as much as we would read something like Ripplinger and go, that's ridiculous, that's wrong. Or, Ruckman, some of his claims are ridiculous and wrong. We should do that with Scrivener too. Sure, some of what they've said is true, but a lot of what they've said is just bringing more confusion. And so Scrivener, with his 190 changes to his text, I've always said, for the last 10, probably more years, that there's probably about 10% of those changes are warranted, because the King James translators did their own Greek text. And so that needs to be taken into consideration. So I think we as TR people, we need to just be careful of letting these people become our Siamese twin. You know what I mean? You know how you see these pictures of people and they've got like a Siamese twin and they're joined at the head, or there's this girl who's got like 2 heads. It's pretty wild. You can become like that. So you're there talking, people want to listen to you, but you've got Scrivener there, or you've got Dean Burgon there, or you've got Hoskier there, or you've got all these people. You've just got to be careful of who you affiliate yourself with. You're way better off just being independent. And if these people don't really match up to what you're saying, you've got to mention that. You can't just keep it all vague, and because people see through it. Right? Like, at times King James people can defend Dean John William Burgon wholeheartedly, where if he was here today, he would be much more like a James Snap Jr. type of guy, and you wouldn't agree with him. Now, James Snap Jr. says a lot of good things against the critical text. He says a lot of good things for the King James and for the Textus Receptus, but then he says a lot of things that I don't agree with, and I've debated him. And so this is one of the things we got to be careful of where we get our information from. And so that's an interesting topic. And I think what Chris Yetzer has done there is absolutely brilliant. I take my hat off to him for going through the Latin, the so-called Latin that backs up the King James version. And so, okay, so we've got 18 comments already. So I might quickly go through them, and then we're going to hit this video hard, and hopefully I can get through this today. So we've got like an hour and 10 minutes to go through. 8033. I used to have all those He-Man toys. I don't know if you've seen the photo of Greta Thunberg recently, but it's the worst photo to put up. She's just got this. She looks like Masters of the Universe, that He-Man or whatever it is. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Helg is saying, get ready for an action-packed episode featuring Nick Sayers. Thanks, Helg. Good to see you alive and well. AD33 says, well, his main reason was to get those elitist global bankers out of there. Born again, if you hear a squeaking, that's my mouse. It's not an actual mouse. This mouse is like a proper gaming mouse, but sometimes I lightly click the rotating wheel that squeaks, and it goes into this weird mode where it sort of starts moving the page. So I I was using this like $5 cheapy mouse with an Avengers one from like a $5 shop, and it was great for like a year, and then it's just died. And so I've got this plug-in one. It's a gaming one, but if I do get a bit frustrated or start clicking things wrong, and what's happened there. So Born Again Christian Network says, I'd rather be called a King James onlyist than a new version onlyist. And I think that's the thing. It's just the T-shirt that you get. It's like if you, if you do certain things, you will get thrown into a certain bag. If you criticize the Roman Catholic Church, you'll be anti-Catholic, where you might love Catholics, all your family Catholics, and you just want them to know the truth, but you're anti-Catholic, you're homophobic. If you don't like the secular state of Israel on a certain issue, and you say, hey, I don't like what they're doing in this or in that, you're anti-Semitic. If you don't like Islam doing this and that, you're Islamophobic. So there's all these type of smear terms that come along, and King James only is just, that's the hat you get. I've tried hard to not be associated with certain people, and I remember back, I think it was in about 2003, maybe 2002, I was on a forum, and I wasn't a King James guy at the time. I was a New King James guy, sort of like Dwayne Green sort of thing. But I was a TR person. And I said to Will Kinney, you're a Ruckmanite. And he just explained to me and said, no, actually, I don't follow Peter Ruckman. I don't believe what he believes. And so why would you call me that? And I had to think about it, and I thought, yeah, actually, I don't know why I've called him that. It just seemed like it was the popular thing to do. It's like, well, if you're King James and Ruckmanism, that just goes hand in hand. And so way back then, I sort of started to go, yeah, it's not really honest of me to call him that. And now I'm just a Ruckmanite, people are saying that about me, but that's just the T-shirt that you get. Okay, so Pastor Brett has done a super chat thing for $50. Wow, that's really cool. Thanks for that, Brett. Yeah, that comes in really handy because I might even show you guys this. This is my website. So if I go to here, now I run a whole complete server to run this because it's such a big site. If we go to the stats, special pages, statistics. So we've had 146,551,643 page views. That's a lot of page views. And so when we go through, you can see, which pages have been viewed the most. Some of these pages don't have much on them, but some of them have a lot on them. And so, but what happens every now and then, I'll go to a page. Now, it probably won't do it now because yesterday I spent hours and hours and hours cleaning up my page, getting rid of, there was a whole email section, and pretty much anything ending in Textus-Receptus.com, that gets just trapped in its email. And so I went there and I deleted all the emails, deleted all the old backups and things like that were just sort of hogging space. But I got recommended by the people who I run the server through to upgrade. But the difference between the upgrade I've got now is this costs me probably about $600 a month. So it's quite a lot of money. And that's where this becomes like a labor of love, where you're never going to make that money back. You're never going to, but I seriously couldn't see myself without having this page up. I've worked so hard on it. I've put, blood, sweat, and tears into it. I've, had people working on it, paid them to put in information, all the rest of it. And the thing is too, sometimes I'm there and I think, where's that information? And I go to my website and it's the only site with that particular bit of information, because we have a bit of a niche thing. I guess it's like, if you're into some sort of weird thing, you're into collecting Star Wars memorabilia or whatever, and you ran a website on it, it's going to be a little bit weird and a bit different. And sometimes there's going to be things only you have. But I think this is an important thing. And so anyways, a lot of the time people have contacted me and been frustrated because it says resource limit reached, which basically just means the server is at capacity, and there's nothing you can do about it except to basically update the server. But that's like nearly $700 to $800 a month, which it's all in Australian dollars. So you can probably half that in the US. I think we're about 60 cents to the American dollar at the moment. So it's almost half that, but it's still in real time here. We're not earning American money and then spending it here. So, but this is probably, I think that this page or this website could become a major hub for Bible translation work, for Textus Receptus defense. I don't know anything like it, and I've always sort of dreamed of having something like this. And in its wiki form, I mean, for me, it's so easy to edit. If I just go to, say, to Macerate text page. Now, it used to be way faster. I'd click it. Oh, there we go. It comes straight up. Like, I've got a ton of information there. But can you imagine, like, I don't know if you guys watched the interview that we had with Joseph Weissman just the other day. So he speaks Hebrew, modern Hebrew, and biblical Hebrew. Now, can you imagine him having access to this page and just being able to put up a little bit of information every now and then, and other people like Jeff Riddle having access to this? And that's the type of thing. Like with Wikipedia, obviously there's a ton of different people putting their information up there, but I can give that type of access to people. And so so I've oftentimes sort of dreamed about this website becoming like a major place where people can go to, and specifically too, like when what it does, it actually cuts down the King James only barriers in people's minds. because straight away we've got all these language Bibles. We can go to say the Dutch Bible. Okay. We'll just check that out. Okay, so you can go to the Statenvertaling Trinitarian Bible Society link, a Statenvertaling website, Wikipedia article on Statenvertaling, and so I said Statenvertaling link because I was pressing the link. How's that? And just information on these issues, and so yeah, anyway, I really do appreciate that, Brett. That's probably the biggest donation I think I've got on YouTube. So that's really cool. Hope you're well. Hope you and your new bride are going well. Pastor Brett says, greeting Nick and all. Thanks, bro. Born Again Christian Network says, Brett, greetings. Following Truth, LJ says, shalom all. Pastor Brett says, just passing by, keep preaching the word, Nick. Just wanted to drop off a gift. I really appreciate that. Thanks, bro. And one other thing I'm going to show you guys now. Is the buy me a coffee thing. Okay, so buy me a coffee. Okay, that's not working. If I go to my YouTube, anyway, I won't go there, but it's in the description on my YouTube. So it's basically called Buy Me a Coffee. So I've noticed that tons of people are doing it. I'm sort of basing what I'm doing off a person that I know in Melbourne, Victoria, who runs a political platform. And so they've just reached the place where they've got like 100,000 subscribers and they're able to do what they're doing full time. And I was like, man, I'm pretty sure I could do that. Usually, my life, I'm working 50 hours a week. So this is just a part-time thing. Everything that I do, it's part-time. And so I would, getting to, I guess in a way, when you're young, you're sort of like, hey, I'm going to start a church and we're never going to ask for donations. We're just going to trust God, and that's fine. But then it's like no one's donating. And you're like, the practicalities of it are like, ask, don't be too prideful to ask. And so that's one of the things with everything that I do. I'm doing fine. I earn enough money to, pay our bills and all the rest of it. And do these type of hobbies. If I was an avid golfer, I would probably spend this much on golfing or whatever your hobby is. This is my hobby, but I've been inspired to sort of think a little bit bigger and go, well, maybe with the size of this website, with the like I've got 6,500 people just on the Textus Receptus Academy now, which is a lot of people. And Textus Receptus Academy, it was at first just like people who just wanted to talk about the details of TR issues. But it's grown so much that it's become like a quite a hub of just sort of, it is still TR related, but people talk about all sorts of things related to the Textus Receptus there. I've had to actually create another page, Textus Receptus Academy debate group, because some people just want to come on and just debate things like the Trinity or deity of Christ, and that's fine. But if it's not really related to the TR, or they want to talk about the rapture all day, it's like, well, yeah, I believe in that too, but we don't want to clutter the page with all that information. But I'm thinking 6,500 people, it's a lot of people. Other groups that I run the Roman Catholic Church Exposed group, that's got 8,000 people on it. The other original Textus Receptus group has 7,000 people on it. I'm thinking there's lots of people out there who are interested in these type of things. And so, and this website's had 146 million views. That's a lot of views. So I guess in a way, the things like the coffee one, actually, I will get it up. So I'm talking about it. Buy me a coffee, that's it. Whoops. Yeah, it is in the description. So here we go. Buy me a coffee. I'll throw that one in there. Okay, so here's the video as we're looking at it. And the link here, buy me a coffee. So apparently it's like, you can donate $1 or $2, $3, and it just comes out every month or something like that. So that is cool, because the guy who I was following, the political guy, he said that, he'd been working on his stuff for 15 years, talking basically truth in politics in Australia. And he's gotten to the point where now he's able to do it full time and pay his bills and do all the stuff that he could do in a secular job. He's got 100,000 subscribers. And the way that I'm heading, I guess I've got 1.2, 1,200 subscribers. And I guess the thing is too, this is a niche type of thing. I'm not covering all bases and just doing a whole video on what the resurrection is. If I did that sort of stuff, you get a lot more subscribers. Sometimes I watch people who are just like, 100,000, 200,000, and some of the stuff they're saying is just wrong, or it's just so basic. But there are a lot of people out there that this stuff goes over their head. But I guess in a way, if I was doing stuff a little bit more full time, I would do all this stuff, but then do a whole bunch of other stuff as well. So, so I thought I'd mention that, because I think when I first started doing stuff on Facebook and on YouTube, I was like, no, just trusting God, in the sense of, there's a guy called, is it Mueller, who had run an orphanage in England, and apparently he never asked for money, he just prayed, and I've heard lots of people use his testimony, and I've seen them start ministries and they're saying, we're not going to ask for any money, and then 10 years later they don't exist, no one knows who they are, they're just gone. And it's like, maybe if they asked, what I mean, and let people know, because a lot of people don't know. And so, saying that this server cost me, I think it's $550 to run the server, and then $50 a month to run the cPanel. So that's $600 a month. I've been paying that since 2008. Now, obviously, it's gone up in price, but they're saying to have this type of website that you got this huge juggernaut thing, you can't. People are like, oh, I run my website for $10, and it's it's got 10 pages. This has got 23,000 pages. It's huge. If I go Alt X, it goes to a random page. So here's 1 Peter 2:12. It's got the King James. It's got the 2023 edition. It's got the text of Beza. And then we go down. It's got, I haven't filled in all the Greek here yet, but I've filled in the English. It's got a lot of information here. And that's just one verse. That's just one random verse. We've got French, we've got Chinese, we've got German, Italian, Latin, etc. So that's just sort of like a bog standard base thing for a verse, just one verse, let alone articles, let alone, looking at some of these words and what they mean. Theon, it comes from theos. You can see scriptures containing this. So it just takes a lot of space, I guess. And then I've coded these to the Strongs, so you can go and do a search for God here, where it appears in the scriptures. And it's a work in progress. So, oftentimes I'm going through just putting in numbers, putting in things. And so there's lots and lots of work to do. There's lots and lots of overheads to pay for this. Now, if no one pays for it, I'll just pay for it. That's fine. But I have been, I guess, a bit convicted that I need to, I guess you can become a bit jaded when you do. When I first started this, I assumed that the whole Textus Receptus community would jump on board and work on this website, because it's like a Wikipedia. And There were a few people who did that, but what I found was they wanted to do things their way and to design it the way they wanted, and I was like, no, we've got to keep it like Wikipedia in its format. But anyway, I sort of got to the point where I was like, I'm actually better off just doing it myself, and but I think what I'm starting to realize as I get older, and as I'm 50 this year, and as you get older, you sort of realize that, man, I've got like maybe 20, 30 years left. And it's like, okay, well, what would I really want a legacy to be left behind? Now, as soon as I die, they will switch this website off. That's the problem. You do all this work, and it's like, as soon as the money runs out, it's gone. And that's why, say, with Stephen Avery, like he's got his Bible forums there, and he's mostly just dealing with issues that are coming up, so he's not dealing with all scripture, all places, all differences in King James's and all that. He's just dealing with, this one issue of Revelation 14:1. He's got a whole bunch of stuff on it. But when I interviewed him, I was saying, because I understand where he's coming from, that's his life work. He's poured everything into that. What about after he passes away, And he's in his 70s now. And there was like Ken Matto, who runs Sky of Zion, and that's still up, but he's been passed away for a few years now. Because sometimes what happens is these guys they're pouring everything into something, and then all it takes is for them to get sick and they can't pay for it or whatever. But anyway, so I've been thinking about, your life's work and everything like that. And I thought, well, this would be great to have something that just continues on. But I guess on the internet, everything's sort of saved anyway. But I am absolutely waffling on. Let's get on with this video. But where are we? Paul and Truth says, as Kent Hovind said on a different topic, you have to chew the meat and spit out the bones. Gail says good things. She also says crazy things. Yes, true. And so does Kent. I think we have all said things that are inaccurate, but we just have to keep learning and keep getting closer to truth, and don't be scared to make sure what we say has evidence. Yeah. And I think also just saying where we've been wrong in the past, like, okay, sorry, I said this, I've looked into it, it doesn't make any sense. I should have worded it this way. I should begin saying it this other way. That's a really good thing. A. Hannah says, faith cometh by addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and those math functions by the word of God. Roman numeral XVII. A. Hannah says, it all comes down to extant. That will usually be the dividing line. That's true. And so, Beezer can say, I've got this manuscript, it has this reading, and people are like, well, we don't care. We don't have it today, so it never existed. A. Hannah, I think FHA just had to play the text critic, so he just had to find things wrong. Yeah, when I go through his work, the plain introduction, he did 4 editions of that. The issues of him subtracting from the Textus Receptus, or subtracting from the King James, at first it's like the Commuhanium and it's a few others, and it blows right out to a whole bunch of verses, and I'm like, man, what's the difference between him and just Metzger? Boulder's line, everyone wants to put us in a box and label us. That's true. If you put Google ads on your website, you would make a few $100,000 a month, or a few hundred or $1,000 a month. Yes, I have thought of that. One of the issues is my wiki that I run is a 2008 wiki. And so I really need to get that updated, but that comes down to knowing how to do those things without destroying the website, because you can update something and your whole website's just out of whack. And then because it's such a big website, if you do that, how many issues have I created? So I guess it comes down to making another wiki and dropping those things in there. So if I do something wrong, I can go back and re-upload the original sort of thing. And also when I was working in IT, we used to have our own server, which was great because we would put things on a server under a different name and we could see how it ran, and then we could upload it onto the main server. So yeah, that's a whole nother issue, but yeah, definitely Google AdWords is something that I've thought about. I actually do have, I did put an app for Google AdWords up there, but because the wiki is old, it's not compatible. So yeah, I guess as you go along, there's other issues that come in. If you have that many visits, it would get a decent ad revenue. Yes. How much money do they keep with that Buy Me a Coffee app? I'm not sure. I know, say this guy who I've been following, the political guy, he said that when you put things through YouTube, they keep a certain percent. When you do it through PayPal, there's only a certain fee that they take. So it's probably the best one. I'm pretty sure that the Buy Me a Coffee one, they just take like a percentage. Maybe it's like 1%. I'm only just guessing. But I was told that was one of the best ones to put on. And the guy who I've been trying to sort of base, I guess, the new sort of financial concepts on, who seems to have succeeded really well, he said that once he started doing the Buy Me a Coffee thing, people were just like, $5, $10, $20. And he said that's what got him to where he is. He said it wasn't even so much just having the amount of subscribers, but he's hit 100,000 now. And it wasn't just YouTube. It was just all these different platforms. And so he highly recommended that one. But he said things like Spotify or Facebook it wasn't even worth. He said if he made $5,000 on YouTube, he would make $60 on Facebook for the same material and the same amount of hits. And I was like, wow, that's huge. That's a big difference. So YouTube's the one where you can make money on. But yeah, interesting. And I guess the thing is too, like, obviously I've watched a lot of James White's material, and I remember him one time saying, we will never put ads on our platform and all this. And I'm thinking, like, I've been like that. But at the time I just thought, man, he's got heaps of subscribers. He's got at least, 10 to 20,000 viewers per video. That would run his whole ministry, and it's like, I don't know. It's not like he's taking money from people. He's taking money from YouTube. You know what I mean? And so anyway, it's almost seemed like it was a waste. Like everyone else is doing it. He's like, no, we're not going to do it. And it's like, well, why not? Just like run an ad. People just click it out, or I sort of have to subscribe to YouTube, which you get the premium one and you don't have any ads. So I guess maybe I'm not in touch with how bad some of these ads are. And I guess too, that's where I've got to check my own material to see, how frequent these ads are, how annoying they are, and all the rest of it. But Fallen Truth says works out about 93%. Maximum goes to Nick. Depends on the amount. Okay. Calvin says, greeting all. My favorite Mueller testimony is the one where the kids had nothing to eat and he prayed that God would provide, and a man showed up with enough food for all. Yes. And so that's the story. I mean, I've heard that story probably, 500 times, but I've seen people saying that they're using that story and they run out of money. You know what I mean? So I think for him, that was his faith, because the Bible says, ask and you will receive. And so that's a thing. Like, if people don't know, only God knows, but it's like God saying, well, ask, So I guess that's where he was at. And usually that story, which is a great story, and I don't deny that that's a miracle of God, but that's where he's at. Perhaps God's saying, hey, look, I say in the Bible, ask and you will receive, seek and you'll find, knock and it will be open unto you. Well, we could just go, no, I'm going to pray and all these things will happen. Okay, well, God says in his word something a little bit different. And so, yeah. Fallen Truth says, all these, PayPal, buy me coffee, all takes their fees. It's just the way it is. Yes. Fallen Truth says, make a backup of the website first before adding ads, just to get someone who knows, but just get someone who knows how to do it to add it for you. Yeah, James White sells loads of books, is paid to do debates, has honors, and is a lecturer. He doesn't have to do ads. Yeah, I guess it's like, for me, it's like, yeah, even if you did ads and just gave that money to a ministry or something, you know, like I don't know. It just seemed like a bit of a waste, you know. Yeah, some on YouTube are now pharmacia ads. Yeah, and that's the thing, like what ads are going up there, you know. You have no, you do have power over, you can click things off that you don't want and things like that. But anyway, I've just waffled on for an hour. Let's jump into this video. Now I'll just make sure it's unmuted. Sound is normal. And let's go. Bible
called The Translators to the Reader. They go over their philosophy in translating and their use of margin notes. Modern printings of the King James Bible typically do not include the margin notes that was in the original 1611 and early editions of the King James Bible. And they also don't include the preface that the translators wrote, part of which was defending their use of margin notes. So in a King James Bible today, you look inside, you don't get the preface and you don't get the margin notes. And it's too bad because both are valuable.
Okay, it's too bad and all this. Well, I mean, if you grab an NIV, and what's amazing is in the last video that I did, you know, he was sort of saying, you know, King James onlyists, they come against the NIV because I guess it's like the main contender for popularity. But then he went through and showed you some of the really bizarre things in the NIV that he has a problem with. And it's like, well, what name should we label him as? What slanderous? Is he just a divisive man? Or is he just a stick in the mud? Or is he just causing division among the brethren or whatever? No, you're just pointing out a truth. And that's all King James people are doing. They're just saying, hey, well, our Bible's saying this, your Bible's saying that. And your Bible is really weird here. We've just got higher standards where we just don't go, well, here's a verse that will cause people to just think God's insane, or, you know, like causes a rapist. A woman has to marry a rapist, like the NIV says. We're not like, that's sort of like lowest of the low of how far we go. We all the verses that take away the deity of Christ and the Trinity, they weaken doctrinal verses, like that's all important to us. But even right down to where it's just general living and things like that, or just common things that Jesus said in his parables, we don't want that messed up either. We think every word is important. And so, I mean, God does too. Just read the end of the book of Revelation. You don't take away a word. It's not just saying, you know, a concept or whatever. We've just got higher standards, I guess, you know. Boulder's Line says their philosophy, strange word to use. Yeah, that is an interesting word to use. I think the ESV has overtaken the NIV as far as popularity goes among modern versions. And that wouldn't surprise me. I guess the LSB is being popularized as well. But the whole thing about not having the translators to the reader, I mean, it's not really relevant to us today. Like if I was just a normal average Christian going through life and I've got my King James Bible and I'm reading it, it's interesting going through the translators to the reader, but it's like, how many people would really just thoroughly understand it and know what it's saying? And especially these type of concepts that the anti-King James people, or they call themselves the anti-King James only crowd, they're basically saying, well, this proves that we need all these modern versions based on the critical text, where it doesn't even say that. So half the time they're saying the translators to the reader says all this other stuff. It doesn't even say. And they're saying, well, it doesn't even say that it's the primary Bible, when it does. It clearly says it. And so, but there is just a narrative where if you follow the Textus Receptus and then you think the King James is accurate, you don't know that there was a preface. You know, you're that dumb, you're just like scratching your head and you're like, oh, I didn't know there was a preface. And some of these testimonies, like I listened to Jonathan Burris, and he was talking about Revelation 1:8, and he said, I was a Ruckmanite. Oh, he didn't say he was a Ruckmanite. He said, I believed in double inspiration. And it's like, wow, that's full on. I mean, you know, I know there are people out there who believe that, but that is full on, that God inspired the King James, you know, not that's just faithfully translated. It's like, wow, that's a full on radical position. And then he said, I was taught and I believe that the majority text, the Byzantine text, and the Textus Receptus were all the same. And I'm like, yeah, and that's a really dumb thing to believe. Like, who believes that? Not like, I know people can, you know, say things, they mistakenly think that, oh, majority text means Textus Receptus, or you know, sometimes they're actually talking historically. That's the Textus Receptus was called the majority text. But to say the Byzantine text is the same, because then all you have to do is just get the Byzantine text and the TR and go, there's a difference. And that's pretty much what he was doing. He was like, I'll show you somewhere where it's not the majority. And it's like, well, this is really low brow, you know. So some of these people have come. I actually put up a post. I might actually read it. It's on the TR Academy. Because I'm seeing this quite a lot, where people jump out of the fry pan into the fire. That they jump from having, you know, Ripplinger, you know, obviously Joseph Armstrong's doing this at the moment. They jump from having Ripplinger to, you know, going to Jonathan Burris. And it's like, stop following people, just follow truth. These people, like, they're putting up, like Joseph Armstrong's putting up videos of Jonathan Burris, and like half of what he says is just wrong and weird, and what he's actually debunking isn't even a reality. How can you debunk, like, he's saying, you know, the Textus Receptus is not the majority text. It's like, okay, so who's believing that? Like, there might be some people out there who believe that, but it's like, you know, a few pastors here and there, but they're not right, you know. And when it comes to people who are actually making an apologetic for the King James, I don't really know anyone who's saying that. Some people might say, look, the King James is based on the majority, or just have a general sort of thing like, well, the majority back up the Textus Receptus, which it does, but it's not in every place. And so anyway, I just put this up. Many critics, here we go. Many critics of the Textus Receptus and the King James Version have been involved in Ruckmanism and Ripplingerism, and the most extreme outcomes of those ideologies. They then make it their life's ambition to attack those who actually reject these views, constantly misrepresenting, slandering, pigeonholing, and constructing straw men against them. They project onto us the weird and strange things they were into. They also usually gravitate towards other low-hanging fruit types on the other side, never really dealing with the truth about these issues, but rather heaping up new teachers who are just as weird on the other side. And that's what I'm seeing. People are, they're like, oh, I was so into Ruckman, I collected Ruckman badges like a scout or whatever. And it's like, oh, okay, that's weird. You know, I had a Ripplinger cowboy hat on or whatever. You know, it's like whatever you were into, you're following these people and believing everything. And then all of a sudden it's like, hang on, they've said something wrong. And then all of a sudden they turn around and everyone is all of a sudden a Ruckmanite. Everyone's a Ripplinger. People who have never even been into their stuff, you're deceived. You're into these people. It's ridiculous. It's bizarre. And not just going, okay, well, let's look at the data and let's work out some things. Let's look at where they're wrong and where they're right, and let's work it out. It's like, let's just jump straight over the fence. And I guess it's a bit like, you know, we see this in politics. People just get right in. Like, I know some people, they were so woke. They were just, you know, they were basically a bullhorn for wokeism. Now they're right over on the right. And it's almost like clan stuff that they've never gotten a balance. And I was listening to a testimony of a guy who was involved with the Fred Phelps thing, the holding up signs that God hates fags and all this sort of stuff. Now, on the Textus Receptus Academy, he's one of the main guys who comes against the King James issue and calls us all King James onlyists. But he was into this weird, you know, holding up signs, God hates fags. See, he thinks that we're all like that, I guess. You know, people who come out of, you know, Andersonism, they're like, you know, everyone's like this sort of thing. All King James people are IFB, new IFB, whatever. And it's like, no, like they're projecting onto us. I guess it's like, you know, someone who's been in an abusive relationship. Oftentimes they just say all men are abusers, you know, this type of thing. And this is what we're seeing. People, they come out of a strange and weird type of relationship with a leader or a pastor or someone teaching something, and they throw everything out, including truth, that, you know, because not everyone is just wrong all the time. Even absolutely wacky people have truth. They throw out everything, and then they attack those who are just saying, you know, 1 + 1 = 2. So if you got abused by your math teacher, it doesn't change the fact that 1 + 1 = 2. Now, you might have worshipped this math teacher. You might have given him an apple on his desk every day, and you might have, you know, had a relationship with this guy or whatever. But it's like, it doesn't change the fact that 1 + 1 = 2. So then, you know, 20 years after that, you're mad at, you know, this math teacher, and then someone comes along and says, hey, 1 + 1 = 2, and you're mad on them and saying, I know what you math teachers are like. You know, it's a common thing that happens where people project onto others things that they're not guilty of, but they've just like that. This is what I find with the pre-trib stuff as well. It's quite a hot thing. You say pre-trib and people are like, Darby, and you know, they're going on and on and on about, you know, the Left Behind series and all this. I'm like, you know, can you judge me according to what I'm saying rather than throw me into a group? Or usually those people got convinced by the Left Behind series. So they're accusing me of being convinced by Left Behind series. I'm like, no, I'm convinced by what Scripture says. Now, regardless of what you think of that issue, I'm like, I base my eschatology on the Scriptures. But people, they want to project onto me their own experiences and say, well, you must have come to that conclusion not through Scripture, but through some illogical, you know, movie or some sort of, you know, book by Hal Lindsey, or some sort of pressure tactic, or, you know, just fear itself. You know, it's like, no, I read the Scriptures and that's why I believe it. But it's a very common thing that happens in many walks of life. And yeah, and so that's what I wrote.
Both, I think, would go a long way toward tempering King James only zeal. Here's an excerpt from.
Okay, so if you read the translators to the reader, you're going to temper your King James only zeal.
The preface, the translators to the reader. They say, "We do not deny, nay, we affirm and avow that the very meanest, that is the shabbiest or lowest quality translation of the Bible in English contains the word of God, nay, is the word of God, as the king's speech, which he utters in Parliament, being translated into French, Dutch, Italian, and Latin, is still the king's speech, though it be not interpreted by every translator with the like grace, nor perhaps so fitly for phrase, nor so expressly for sense everywhere." Right? So they're saying that if the king gives a speech and someone translates it into another language and they don't get everything quite right, but they still get a sense of it, it's still the king's speech. He says, "A man may be counted a virtuous man, though he may have made many slips in his life, else there were none virtuous, for in many things we offend all." That's a quote of James 3:2. Little side note here. This is the sort of thing that can throw people off about the King James Bible. The phrase.
So he's in the middle of talking about the translators to the reader, and he's like, "Oh, even they're wrong," you know. But I'll just finish my thought here before he goes on to this, because like I said, I haven't watched this. This is a raw reaction video, so I don't know where he's going to go. But it's pretty predictable that people will say the meanest translation of the Bible in English is the Word of God. But they're talking about, notice it's ... Okay. So he doesn't put the full quote in there. Let's just have a bit of a look, because they're like, these King James guys don't know the preface to the reader, the translators to the reader. So let's have a look. Translators to the reader.
We all stumble.
Whoops. I was typing somewhere. Here we go. Translators to the reader, 1611. Here we go. I'll even go to Bible Research, which is not a KJV friendly site, but they do have a lot of very interesting material on there. So let's look up meanest. Okay. Now to the latter we answer that we do not deny, nay, we affirm and avow that the very meanest translation of the Bible in English, listen to this, set forth by men of our profession. For we have seen none of theirs of the whole Bible as yet. So it's talking about done by Protestant Christians, you know what I mean? Not done by Catholics, not done by liberals, men of their profession. So they're talking about people who did the Geneva Bible, people who did the Bishop's Bible, Tyndale, talking about Coverdale, those people who we see as like, sort of like heroes of the faith when it comes to Bible translation work. And I noticed Trinitarian Bible Society have just released a few hours ago the Tyndale movie. Now, I was even thinking of doing a watch video of that, like just sort of watching it and going through it and pausing it and all the rest of it. And so, chatting about that. So might get onto that. I've just got so many different projects going. I don't want to start 10 projects and get none of them finished. Because then when something pressing comes along, you're like, oh, I have to do a video on that. But yeah, so what he's saying here, I understand he's put ... there because, it just sort of hurries it up. But set forth by men of our profession. So, were Westcott and Hort just men of their profession? Was a Unitarian like George Van Smith just men of their profession? No, Westcott and Hort were liberals. They hung around Unitarian. Can you imagine these people hanging around Unitarians? Oops, got a watch here that's beeping. I couldn't. So, and notice it's not a prophecy. Do you think that the King James translators were prophetic here? No, they were talking about Bible translations that had already been done. They weren't just saying that every Bible that comes out is God's word. Oh, the good news for modern man. Oh, the NIV. He just pointed out where the NIV is wrong, like in the previous video we looked at that, about the rape issue. You have to marry a rapist if you read the NIV. But it's not a prophecy saying every Bible is going to be fine. No, it's saying that all the ones that came up before the 1611, let me, with that in mind, read this. Now, to the latter, we answer. And so it's talking about scrupulous brethren, okay? So there are two people who are addressed in the preface to the reader. We're talking about the people who are never happy with what gets done. Like, say the King James gets done. I think it was Hugh Broughton. He wanted to be part of the translation committee. He was rejected. He was like a separatist. And when you read his translation work, it's wooden, it's weird. It's like Young's literal translation. And so, but he was saying that the King James was disgusting. It's the worst, translation ever done. This type of thing. And so anyway, he's saying, now to the latter we answer that we do not deny. So this is an accusation that's come out. We do not deny, nay, we affirm and avow that the meanest translation of the Bible in English, set forth by men of our profession, containeth the word of God, nay, is the word of God. So they're talking about these older Bibles. They're not talking about, it's not a prophecy of, ESV, NIV, whatever. So I'll keep that page open and we'll just continue.
Stumble in many things. The New King James says, for we all stumble in many things. And the word offend and stumble are actually interchangeable, but it's not the offending of others. It's committing an offense ourselves. So yeah, you could easily misread that in the King James Bible as meaning that we offend all other people.
And understanding that offense, in Psalm 119, it says, great peace have they that love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. That doesn't mean that you'll never get offense. This offend isn't talking about your feelings. Offend, it has the word like fence in it. It's a barrier. Someone's put a barrier in front of you and you trip over that barrier. So the whole concept of stumbling, that's fine. It's just synonymous. So we all stumble in many things. We all offend in many things. Some people take that and go, well, I should never be offended and all this sort of stuff. Now, there are other words like that where when you read about condemnation, and so sometimes people, whenever they see the word condemnation, they think it's to do with their feelings. I'm feeling condemned by your hard preaching. I'm feeling condemned that you brought up hell. I'm feeling condemned that you said this was sin. It's nothing about your feelings. Condemnation is a judgment, like a judge has sat there and condemned you to 15 years in prison. There's a sentence there. It's nothing to do with your feelings. Like whether you can be condemned and feeling fantastic, sort of thing. It's nothing to do with your feelings. Feeling condemned has nothing to do with being condemned. And so sometimes we can read into these type of things, that concept. But modern Bibles would still use condemned. So offend, when people understand that it's not, I'm offended, I feel offended, it's nothing to do with your feelings. It's to put a stumbling block in someone's way. But then I can understand New King James just going, okay, if we stumble. So what he's saying there is true. And I've got no problem with that. Let's look at what I've got in the KJV 2023. In James, where are we? Hebrews. And voila, James 3:2. because we all offend in many things. And so if anyone does not offend in word, he is a perfect man and able also to bridle the body. So the New King James has stumble there. And that I would say that that's a fine translation to have. But understanding that offend is not about your feelings, but it is to put a fence up. Now, if we look at the meaning of offend in the Oxford English Dictionary, offend. Actually, I'll go to offend etymology. Usually they've already done this homework. Okay. So offend etymology. To commit an illegal act. So it means two things. To cause to feel upset, so it's a feeling, to be displeased, or to commit an illegal act. Okay, so let's go to the etymological dictionary, this one. Great site. This is a fantastic site. Early 14th century, offended, to disobey or sin against a person, human or divine, a sense now obsolete from Old French offender, hit, attack, injure, sin against, antagonize, excite to anger, and directly from Latin offendere, to hit, thrust, or strike against, figuratively to stumble, commit a fault, displease, trespass against, to provoke. Okay, so it's like we still use offend, like if someone commits an offense or a crime, or that's an offense, this type of thing. So if you were to bash someone up, or that's an offense. And the thing is too, an English word doesn't have to just mean one thing. It can mean 15 things. The word grace has 14 different English definitions. We say grace when we're praying at the table. We think that we need God's grace for salvation. We want people to have grace on us. What's that? Is that the same as how God views grace? Grace, the grace of God gives us power. What's that? There's different words for grace. There's 14 different words for grace, and that's fine. That's just the way that language works. So offend can mean to actually strike someone. It seems to have gone out of fashion, but figuratively to stumble, to commit a fault, to displease, to trespass against, to provoke, from a simulated form of ob, in front of or against, and fendere, to strike. Okay, so I was actually saying that it sort of means like a off fence, like it's creating a fence, and that's why it would be like a stumbling block, but it actually comes from to strike. Okay, so a very important etymological correction there, meaning to violate a law, to make a moral step, to commit a crime. So late 14th century, meaning to wound the feelings of, displease, give displeasure, to excite personal annoyance or resentment in, is from the late 14th century. A literal sense of to attack, assail is obsolete, but is somewhat preserved in offense, offensive, related, offended, offending, and offendedness. Okay, so that's the verb. Okay, so let's have a look at offense here. The noun. To hurt, to harm, injury, pain, also breach of the law, wrongdoing, transgression against God, sin, also causing the displeasure, act or fact of wounding the feelings or displeasing another, also displeasure, annoyance, umbrage, from the Old French offense, insult, wrong, 13th century, and directly from Latin offensa, an offense, injury, affront, crime, literally a striking against, Noun used of feminine past participle of offende, see offend, meaning action of attacking is from the 14th century or 1400s, sporting sense of the team on the attack, at bat with the ball. Yeah, that's an interesting one because we say there offensive is used in sport quite a lot. The offending team, yeah, which is interesting. So anyway, I thought I'd just do a little bit of a study into that. And so New King James has stumble there. I wouldn't say that that's a problem.
When actually it's saying that we all stumble in many ways. They go on. Also, a comely man and lovely, though he have some warts on his hand, yea, not only freckles upon his face, but also scars. No cause, therefore, no reason, therefore, why the word translated should be denied to be the word, or forbidden to be current, that means forbidden to be circulated, notwithstanding that some imperfections and blemishes may be noted in the setting forth of it. So according to the King James translators, having some imperfections shouldn't mean throw out your Bible.
And see, the thing is, if you look at what they've said, they're basically saying if someone translates the King's speech into French or Dutch or Italian or Latin, now these men were doing that. Some of these people were the right-hand men of the king. And if he wanted something, if he wanted to say something in Italian to an Italian ambassador, he would speak it and they would write it down and they would translate it and they would send it off. So these people knew the work of translation. And what they're saying is sometimes people don't translate things with exact fluency. But it doesn't mean that they're going to be like the Good News for Modern Man, or, it's just all over the place. They knew what it was like to do 100% accurate translation, okay? But they also knew people who didn't translate it as well. Now, we know, say something like the Geneva Bible, some verses you can get and you can compare them to the King James, and every word's there, but it's just not translated with the same type of eloquence or the same type of knowledge or the same type of exactness. But it's all the words are still there. And so that's what they're saying. It's not just, hey, anyone can just do a sloppy job. If you are an ambassador and you're bringing the king, notice that they're not just saying, just the average Joe on the street, the butcher, oh, what's he saying? Oh, he's saying this. That's the king. So there's already going to be a certain amount of education there. There's already going to be a certain amount of fear because you're representing a king. So you're going to do your best job. And so the thing is, a lot of these Bibles that are coming out are just sloppy. They're weird. They're strange. They have holes in it. They have major problems with translation, and it's not like they've had to work for the king. See, these guys were working for the king. They, the king can turn around and say, hey, chop off your head for no reason. But obviously, he wasn't that type of king, but kings could do that. They were doing works into French, into Dutch, and they're not just saying this as an abstract sort of, hypothetical type of thing out there. They were doing this stuff. So they're like, well, the king, when he speaks, he utters in Parliament, and you translate that into French. Do you think they're just going to do a sloppy job of that? So he's trying to make out that the modern Bibles are equivalent to this type of mess, where what they're doing, they're likening the work that Tyndale did, that the Coverdale, the Geneva Bible guys like John Knox and others, the guys who worked on the bishops, he's likening them to doing a good job. And when we go back in history, we go, yes, they did a very, very good job. So they've done way better. If the modern, the thing is, the modern Bibles, they are corrupt because they were based on a corrupt text. So it doesn't matter if you have exactly the same words as the King James, if it's got all these changes and additions and subtractions, it's a different text, But even if you get like the New King James, it's based on the same text, but it has all these weird changes in it. And many times it's departing from what would just be a normal translation. And they're twisting and turning, they're redefining words. And so that would be like the only modern example. That one, the MEV, the one that I've done, they would be the only examples where you could use this type of thing. Because if the king has spoken, he's uttered in Parliament something, you can't just leave out a certain thing that he said. You can't just change it to mean whatever you want, or the king will cut your head off. That's treasonous. You have to have every word there. You can't, and so they're comparing things of the same type of nature, not comparing a Unitarian-based text made by weirdos like Westcott and Hort. He's not comparing that to the King James. And that would be it's anachronistic. You can't relate this to Bible translations that came out 300-400 years later. They're obviously talking about Bibles that have been beforehand,
which is an argument King James only advocates often make. They'll point out a flaw in some other version and say, if your Bible has this wrong, throw it out. The King James translators did not have that mindset.
So you can just translate the King's speech and just say whatever you want, and just as long as you get a roundabout sort of thing and translate that into Dutch and send it off, and the king will be fine with that. No, there's fear there, there's trepidation there, there's people who are already like probably the most skilled people in the land, and not just sloppy, weird, like Unitarians with Westcott and Hort. It's like, they were just saying, that's fine, or any mistake is fine. That doesn't equal any mistake is fine. But that's exactly how he's reading it. See, this is the problem. He's like, if they only had the translators to the reader in the King James. No, he's got it in front of him and he can't even read this properly. And this is one of the main things. These guys are just reading into this whatever they want. They're not extrapolating from what's being written by these educated men and applying it to their world and their context. I mean, isn't that one of the main things that you should do when you're reading the Bible? If you're reading what King David said, you don't just apply it to John, 1,000 years later. You've got to put everything in its correct context, and then you work out principles from that. These guys are just going, it's okay to make mistakes, have really bad translations. I guess that, like, if you took what he's saying here, what's wrong with the Passion Translation then? The King's speech, when he utters in Parliament, it's translated into French and Latin, and it's still the King's speech. The NLT is still the Bible. The Passion Translation is still the Bible. It's not interpreted by every translator with a light grace, but it's still the Bible. We do not deny, we affirm and avow that even the Passion Translation of the Bible in English contains the Word of God and is the Word. What's wrong with me reading that into it then? But then they're like, oh no, the Passion Translation is really bad because Mike Winger did a show on it, so he said it's bad, so it must be. We've just got higher standards, and we're saying no. Passion's bad, NIV is bad, NASB is bad. Anything based on the critical text is basically flushed down the toilet straight away. But we're usually examining TR-based Bibles, and we have issues with the New King James. Yes, sometimes they're just updating words, like he said, stumble. That's fine. But other times they're updating words to match these other new Bibles that have come out, which have poor definitions. So anyway, I think you get my point there.
They're saying not to have that attitude, and they're saying that their own work is going to have such flaws. In fact,
their own work's just going to be sloppy, you know.
Look at what they say next.
Okay, so before he gets onto this, let's get some of these chat. Sorry, it won't be a sec. Okay, here we go. Hey, Hannah. For one, there were specific issues at the time that the preface was written that they were addressing at that time and place, and the current conflicts. Yes, and so he's just grabbing that and putting it today and saying, see, NIV's fine. And it's like, that's not what they were saying. And this is a common thing among critical text people to say this type of thing. Even to have memorized, you know, the meanest translation of the Bible in English is still the Word of God. Okay, well, how bad can that go, the message? Well, no. Well, what, the Passion? Well, no. NIV? Well, yeah, of course. You know, it's like, okay, so how did you draw that line? No, they're talking about things in their time, which we all, even as fussy as we are with Textus Receptus and all the rest of it, we understand it was a work in progress. So they built certain stages until it became the huge building that it is today with the King James. A. Hannah says, or if CY is there, that's Miles Smith wrote. Okay. So I'm not sure what CY is there. Boulder's Line says, yeah, but critical texts don't take that into consideration, A. Hannah. Calvin says he probably used the philosophy for the simple-minded reason that the KJV warns against man spoiling us through philosophy and vain deceit in Colossians 2:8. Pastor Brett says the KJV stands alone. Absolutely. Bold's Lion says amen. Pastor Brett says it needs no defense. I have used KJV on many occasions ministering to Muslims. I had a debate with a Muslim for 8 hours, just me and him. And most of his arguments were stuff that James White would say. You know, this verse is wrong. This is translated wrong. The Trinity was inserted into the Bible. He was, 1 John 5:7. And so I was just, all I had was the Bible, and I was able to go through. He was interested for 8 hours. He was a Jordanian Muslim, very interesting guy. He memorized so many scriptures. It was quite incredible. Hannah, all men are abusers. My wife has told me that. Pastor Brett, they always try to debate the version issue. No problem there. KJV all the way. Yeah, and that's one of the things where James White, he has to say, well, our Bible's changed. Where I actually enjoy reading from an old translation that's 400 years old and saying, hey, people knew this verse 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, and before that it was in manuscript form. And it's like, it gives you an air of credibility when, if you're just saying, hey, I've got the latest, ShamWow thing, I've got the latest new kid on the block. Let's bring him to the stage. Now, when you've got a 400-year-old standard, it speaks volumes. And sometimes too, when you're teaching certain things in the Word of God that people think are novel and new, and you're saying, hey, this is what it says in the Bible. It's not like you're bringing forth, some new fandangled thing from the NIV that, a person has to marry their rapist or something like that. And how many other weird and strange teachings are coming out of these new Bibles that we just don't know of because we don't read them. And the thing is too, a lot of people who are serious Bible students are not going to spend a whole bunch of time in New Living Translation in the Old Testament. Most people who are studying that are either reading the King James, all they're reading, like you might get people like ESV and all the rest of it. But it's like, what about these other ones? Good News for Modern Man. I remember when it says the New English Bible, the NEB, instead of they pierced my hands and my feet, it has they hacked off my hands and my feet. Well, there goes the prophecy about Jesus then. Hilly Billy says, if you have problems with the King James Version, I would suggest it's your theology, not your book. Yes, that it usually comes down to someone's being taught against it. A. Hannah says, the first word in the translator to the reader, zeal. Or isn't the first word in the translator to the reader zeal? Yeah, very interesting. Calvin, howdy, Brother Hilly. I've missed you, brother. A. Hannah says, the meanest translation from the base text, that is also the word of God. Yeah. And so the meanest translation is based on the Textus Receptus. And so everyone's just saying hello in the chat. Bit of small talk there. Okay. Okay. Hilly says, the dingo ate my baby. The dingo ate my baby. Solomon says, cut the dingo in half. Calvin says, 2 Peter 3:16, as also in all his epistles, speaking in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood, which they that are unlearned and unstable wrest, as they do also the other scriptures, to their own destruction. Okay, let's continue.
They write, for whatever was perfect under the sun, where apostles or apostolic men, that is, men endued with an extraordinary measure of God's Spirit and privilege with the privilege of infallibility, had not their hand. So they're saying nobody since the apostles, nobody since the New Testament writers have had this level of perfection, and that would include themselves, right? So this idea that these translators were inspired in the same way that the apostles were who wrote the New Testament, they're not making that claim. In fact, they're telling their readers not to expect that level of perfection from themselves or from other translators who have come before.
Yeah, and so, and obviously he says in this video at the beginning that he's sort of coming against people who do believe like in a secondary type of inspiration of the Word of God. And, us as TR people, we don't believe that either. But then he says, and they obsess about the Textus Receptus. And I'm like, no, usually if you think it's a secondary inspiration, you don't need the Textus Receptus. You don't need any of that. These guys are just like automatic writing, that God's doing it. And so, obviously he conflates those two people together. So he might have met some people who are confused on that, but there are people who just go, I read the King James Bible, and usually I can't help but do a Southern accent for some reason with that. I read the King James Bible, and it overrides the Textus Receptus, and it corrects the Greek and all this. Now, oftentimes those things are a twist anyway. It's like it corrects the Greek of Westcott and Hort, sort of thing. But it's like, it corrects the Greek, the underlying Greek, and it's like, because it's secondarily inspired, where obviously we don't believe that. But he sort of conflated those two as a King James onlyist, I guess, just grab bits from everyone and just make this sort of straw man. But what they're saying here, for whatever is perfect under the sun, were apostles or apostolic men, that is, men endued with an extraordinary measure of God's Spirit, and privileged with the privilege of infallibility, had not their hand. So when it's talking about the perfection that's here, the translators to the reader, they speak of two types of perfection. They talk about the word of God coming from heaven through the golden pipes. It comes directly from heaven. Okay. And it talks about the Greek and the Hebrew coming from heaven. And then it talks about a different type of perfection, which is obviously a lesser type of perfection. It's not, thus saith the Lord sort of thing. It's someone working hard to translate the Greek and Hebrew into the common vernacular of English or French or German or whatever. And so they did a perfect translation, as perfect as men can get it. They clearly say in the preface to the reader that that's exactly what they did. Now, I'll show you why I believe that. So it's not just the translators to the reader that we need to read. We need to read the dedication to King James. So this document here. Now, this also used to appear in the 1611. Now, if we read this section, it says, "For when your highness," is talking about King James, "had once out of deep judgment apprehended how convenient it was that one out of the original sacred tongues, Greek and Hebrew, together with comparing of the labors, both in our own, in English," so that's number 2, "and other foreign languages," number 3. So they went to the original languages, they compared the English and all foreign language editions as well, "of many worthy men who went before us." So they're saying, Tyndale, Coverdale, but they're also talking about, the Spanish Bible, the Italian Bible, other language Bibles. And then it says that there should be one more exact translation of the Holy Scriptures into the English tongue. Now, that word exact, Bryan Ross does a whole program on it, talking about the meaning of this word exact, which is a synonym for perfect. He says that this word exact has actually fallen out of the type of usage, and it would mean just perfect. So a more perfect translation. So, and obviously in this document, the translators to the reader, now I'll just type in perfect. Now I know there was 5 videos, perfect, that Bryan Ross did. And so you're talking about the scriptures being perfect. Okay, so it is certain that a translation was not so sound, so perfect, that it needed in many places correction. So talking about that perfection, type of perfection. Yet for all that, as nothing is begun and perfected at the same time. So they're using this word perfected as like finished, because begun and perfected. So they believed that they had a perfect Bible, which was complete. It was completed. It was finished, and so he was saying, some imperfections. So it's not perfect. And then it's saying, okay, well, that type of perfection only comes when you have, God is involved. And obviously, they don't believe that God was involved to the sense of, they're doing automatic writing type of thing. But God was involved with keeping his words, keeping his text, preserving his words. These guys were translating it. And so listen, translation it is that openeth the window to let in the light, that breaketh the shell, that we may eat the kernel, that putteth aside the curtain, that we may look into the most holy place, that recovereth, that removeth the cover of the well, that we may come to the water, even as Jacob rolled away the stone from the mouth of the well, by which means the flocks of Laban were watered. Indeed, without translation into the vulgar tongue, the unlearned are but like children at Jacob's well, which was deep, John 4:11, without a bucket or something to draw with, or as that person mentioned by Isaiah, to whom when a sealed book was delivered, with this motion, read this, I pray thee. He was fain to make this answer, I cannot, for it is sealed. Okay, so okay, let's continue the video. So yeah, the translators to the reader has two types of perfection. One is the perfection of the Hebrew and the Greek, which God inspired. So every word of God is given by inspiration. And so that is a different type of perfection than translation being made. Okay. Translation being made is hard work. It takes, I think it was Calvin or Ahana was saying zeal. Yeah, that took energy. It took sweat. And the thing is, so many good Christians went before the King James to do hard work, Tinder. So, and you know, I'm going to watch that video that the Trinitarian Bible Society brought out today. Maybe I can do a watch party sort of thing. That would be pretty cool. Because I guess what I do is I open up so many avenues, and sometimes I don't finish them, but sometimes too, you have to abandon a project as well because you're just getting so deep into it. But I don't want to be that type of guy who just starts something and then just walks away from it. And if you ever look at my wiki, I do that because some things are inexhaustible. You start studying it and you're like, at the beginning, like, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And like 5 days into it, you're like, this is my life now, you know, and it's like a work of art. You just rarely does someone go, hey, it's finished. Here you go. It's just abandoned. You just have to walk away from it, you know. So sometimes I don't want to walk away from, I don't want to start so many videos that have a part 2 and a part 3 and there's no part 4, you know. I think the only one that I've really done that with, well, actually I have done it to quite a few, going through the James White's book, going through his material. Like I was planning on doing a whole video series on that and then going back and rewatching them and writing it all down and basically putting it into book format. I think I got to like page 90 and I'm like, because then he starts going into all these examples and you sort of got to do just as much work on those little examples as you do with everything else, and it's a lot of work. But the information's there. I mean, James White's book's been critiqued over and over and over, so the information's all there on the internet. You know, how to say it in a palatable way. The Sinaiticus debate between James White and Chris Pinto, I sort of abandoned that. I think I got to the second one and I was like, okay. But anyway, we'll see.
Or after. Here's the cover page of the 1611 King James Bible.
Okay, so I'll catch up on these comments. Nick sounds just like Ernest T. Bass when he does his southern accent. I'm not sure who that is, but I don't sit around practicing it. It just comes out. I always appreciated the dingo ate my baby line. Yeah, it's interesting because that happened here in Australia where a 7-day Adventist couple, actually, they went camping in Alice Springs and they had their baby asleep in the tent. And they were just around the fire and cooking and things like that. And she went back to the tent and this dingo came out and she looked for a baby and it was gone. And so and they searched everywhere. And so she got charged with the murder of this baby and did jail time. But she was actually, the police were so keen to nab her, they falsified evidence. Even there's a police officer still serving, or was probably 15 years ago I heard this story, so maybe not today, but still serving in the police force in Northern Territory, who was busted falsifying evidence in this case. But anyway, she did jail time. Then she was proven innocent. But the whole, Dingo's got my baby thing was a huge issue, even to the point where people came out and said that they found the clothing of the baby, and it was obviously ripped up by a dog, where they were saying that, it was cut up by scissors or whatever. But these two guys were claiming that the police had found it, but they wanted to nab it on her. So they actually buried that underneath a high-rise building in Melbourne. And so they were actually considering knocking this building down to find that evidence. It's quite interesting. But so the whole dingo got my baby thing, because up until then, no one had heard of that, like a dingo taking a child, But they're just dogs, and they're wild dogs, and they've got huge teeth. They're sort of like a huge fox. They've almost got like a wolfish type of jaw, So since then, toddlers have been taken, babies. There's all sorts of people have been attacked by dingoes. And so most of the dingoes are crossbred in Australia, but there are certain places where they're full purebreds, especially on islands. And I remember the story of this toddler getting taken. And fortunately, they were, people saw it and they came and shooed the dog away, but it was taking the kid to eat it. So this type of thing can happen, So anyway, that's from an Australian perspective. I follow that. But they were 7-day Adventists, and the media made out that this was a ritualistic type of killing. They went out into the desert to sacrifice their baby to their god. And he used to carry a coffin in the church, so people could throw cigarettes, tobacco, alcohol, bring it to church and throw it in this little coffin, and then they would bury it, and so they made out all that was like a sacrificial type of thing. The media just fried this poor couple, and they ended up divorcing. They ended up like totally losing their faith. Who knows? 7-day Adventists. Some of these guys are just they're not really saved, But I have met some 7-day Adventists, and I'm like, man, there's people who are, I guess, just trapped in. That's all they know. They've grown up in it, but they have a faith in God, and it's like, what do you do? It's like when you meet someone who's a Catholic, but they don't know the whole story behind it. I've met plenty of people like that in Papua New Guinea. I'm praying for them, and you get a sense that it's like, man, they're receiving everything I'm saying, but I guess the only church they can go to is the Catholic Church there. There's not a whole bunch of churches around. And it says, come out of her, my people. So, I guess there are people involved with big associations that aren't right. Okay. Ernest T was played by Howard Morris. Okay. A. Hannah says, flawless, ideal, complete, full, finished, lacking in no way. Yes, and you can do translation work to that perfection. And these guys knew what they were doing. They weren't just ring-ins. It wasn't like they just got a bunch of people who were scratching their head and like, oh, let's figure this out. Like, they weren't like James White or Dan Waller. These guys already were doing major works in translation. They read Latin, they read Greek, they read Hebrew. Most of the translators knew at least 10 languages. Most of the translators. I'd like to join a watch party. Never been in one. I would like some instruction though. Basically, it's like doing what I'm doing here. We just watch it and enjoy it and stop it and just chat every now and then. But I guess having StreamYard, I can invite 10 people on and we can all chit chat. Sometimes what I feel though, we chat over each other, and I guess, but I'm into that. I don't mind. It would be fun. Howard also did over 100 voices in the Flintstones. Wow. Helg says all the renderings in the King James Version, which could be misunderstood by the modern English readers, are very easily solved by footnotes and marginal notes. Yes. Helg says, which could be included in modern printings of the King James Version. Yeah, I think that would be a good thing to do, is if people are bringing out modern KJV editions, like I think the defined King James Version is a great concept. I'm not saying that that was 100% accurate either. But having scholars go through and put those type of notes in, but then it comes down to people knowing, because the problem is people who know what those words mean usually have done all the homework. They've usually grown up with the King James, and they have no problem with understanding those words. So they can't really fathom why someone would struggle with a word like that. Where someone just coming, like someone educated who's coming into reading a King James, like I've seen it. I've seen people, they struggle. They haven't really gone into Reformation literature. I guess it's getting those two types of parties together, and someone going through and saying, well, I struggle with this word, I struggle with that word, and just pointing out where there are genuine struggles and putting a definition in the margin. And so Hilly Billy, yeah, that was a big deal back when it happened. It made the news here in the States. Yeah, it was huge. Here in Australia, it was absolutely huge. Exactly at Helg Evanson, I have 2 KJBs that have footnotes for any word that might be hard to understand. So that was probably the Trinitarian Bible Society and the Dean Burgon Society. Hannah, I think it was a pre-adrenochrome Meryl Streep that played the mum. Yes, Meryl Streep was in it, so that's why it popularized it. And also, what's his name? He's world famous now. I'm just trying to think of what else he's in. Now I'm going to have to get it up. It's called Evil Angels. It would make for, here we go, Evil Angels. Yeah, Sam Neill, Aussie actor. They've called it A Cry in the Dark, but here it was called Evil Angels. And so 1988, very interesting. I recommend anyone watch it if you want to know the other side of what really happened to that and how it just ruined their lives. I mean, they're already dealing with the death of a child, then just to be imprisoned and to be like to have all the critique of not just Australians but the world, and everyone's like, you're a baby killer, and people harassing their relatives and running up to them in the street and saying, did your mother really kill the baby, and all this sort of stuff. And that was happening, and it was just a media frenzy over that. So it was pretty wild. And Meryl Streep did an amazing job with that. Despite oftentimes some people I know they're sort of gone so in anti-woke that anyone who I mention, like a musician, it's like, well, yeah, but they're woke, it's like Meryl Streep, well, she's woke, it's like, yeah, but sometimes you just got to overlook all that. And I guess, as a Christian, I'm like, most of these people are just simply not Christians, so they're going to be deceived in some sort of weird thing. Coyotes have done the same here in Western US, mainly California, Arizona, etc. Okay, that's very interesting. Hilly Billy, I've been in Adventist churches all over the world, missed out on the child sacrifice. Yeah. I know a lot of Seventh-day Adventists, and a lot of them have a zeal for God, but just the whole Mark of the Beast thing and Ellen G. White, it does. There's quite a lot of baggage there. The dingo derailed the stream. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, let's continue.
And if we zoom in on it here, we see it says, newly translated out of the original tongues, and with the former translations diligently compared and revised by His Majesty's special commandment. Former translations compared and revised. What was the process that the translators used in creating the King James Bible? What they actually did was they started with the 1602 Bishop's Bible, and they made notes in it. They revised it. They crossed things out. They wrote in where words or phrases should be changed. They had multiple copies of the 1602 Bishop's Bible. Different teams were working on different sections. And they had manuscripts in Greek and Hebrew to compare against. They had other English translations. They had other languages to compare against as well. And that was the process. So they didn't start from scratch. They didn't strictly use the manuscripts, but they built on.
Notice because they put so much information there and they checked everything. Now they start pitting against them and saying, well, because they compared former translations and other things, they revised the bishops. So they didn't just go to the originals. And it's like, no, that's where they got the words from. They got the words from the originals. And so usually because they had, it's like James White saying, oh, well, when you've got 6 different companies in 3 different locations, that's a problem. Instead of it being no, that's a good thing. All the universities that had any weight were involved with this. So you didn't miss out on the brilliance of having these other 10 scholars involved, sort of thing. He sees it as a problem. Oh, well, they're all doing their own thing. There's too many of them. It's uncontrollable and all this.
On the work of earlier translators, especially that of the 1602 Bishop's Bible, which itself was revised from earlier English translations. One of these Bibles still exists in the Bodleian Library in Oxford, which is really cool. Here's a picture of Will Duffy. He and Bob Enyart were in a debate on theologyonline.com against the King James only.
Okay, I am just going to be back in a few minutes. Okay, we are back.
Named Will Kinney about whether or not the King James Bible is the one true valid Bible. And in preparation for that, Bob and Will went to England to inspect this 1602 Bishop's Bible that had notes from the King James translators in the margins, and they photographed it and used that in their debate. That was about 10 years ago. This was in 2015. Now, just a few years ago, that whole 1602 Bible that they inspected has been digitized and uploaded. And so now I can get to it and you can get to it without having to fly to England. And I make some use of that in these presentations, along with also
I doubt that they would have looked at every page of it and taken photos of every page. Like the whole thing of going and seeing one of these manuscripts is usually just doing like what James White did when he went and looked at Codex Montfortianus. You're there, you take the photo of you looking at it, and then it's like, I visited the holy relic of this. When it's online, usually people who have written about BOD 1602, that's where you're going to get your information from. I mean, you might be able to look at a few marginal notes and go, okay, well, that's not available to the public yet. But the thing is, this edition has actually been questioned as to whether or not this was actually part of the 1611, part of their original thought process building up to this. So if you followed Bryan Ross's Kept Pure in All Ages class, many times he'll say, MS 98 or BOD 1602 says this and says that. Now, whenever I've done studies into the BOD 1602, sometimes it's just showing like a Geneva Bible reading. Sometimes it's showing something that's just not even, it's not put in the King James. And so you're like, well, they're just making, it's just either it's part of a decision-making thing, or it's actually something else. The whole document is post 1611. So I know Chris Yetzer, he knows a fair bit more about it than I do. Obviously, Bryan Ross does as well. But the more that I started to go, okay, let's look at this document, it didn't really answer things. It just was like, okay, well, that's a thought process, or they've looked at this other version and they've rejected it. And it's like, okay, well, most of the information about how the King James was done was burnt in a fire at Guildford Hall in 1666. So 437 acres of London burnt for weeks and weeks. And they had a lot of the information about the King James Version in this museum, and it went up in smoke. And so we find documents like this, and sometimes they're not telling us exactly what these documents are. They just have marginal notes. This could be, a translator could have used this, but at times these editions are just, they're not really as helpful as people are making out. So I've had people try this on me, where it's almost like the gotchas type of thing. Well, we've got the 1602 and it has this note here and this note there, but then you look at it and it's not the King James reading, and it's like a Geneva Bible reading, and it's like, okay, well, what's the point? what are you trying to say here? What are you trying to show to me that means? And so I had Tim Berg sort of push the whole, the King James is just a revision of the Bishop's Bible. And it's like, no, it's not. They used the Bishop's Bible as a draft because it was the best one that they could get before 1611. That was used as a draft, but they were to amend the text according to the originals. So obviously you have to go to the originals to figure out if the text is accurate. And so So you are going to the originals. You're just not reinventing a wheel. You've already got a wheel. It's in use. It's going well. Let's base it off that technology. It's like if you were going to make a phone today, you wouldn't just go, okay, well, let's start from the beginning. You would at least, get an old dial-up phone or something, but you wouldn't even do that. You just get the latest, Samsung or iPhone, and you'd go, okay, well, let's make something better than this, So they were getting the best that they had and going, okay, well, let's use all the stuff that they've already done. Let's work on that. But then they went back to the Geneva, they went back to the Coverdale, they went back to the Matthews, they went back to the Great Bible, went back to the Tyndale Bible. They used everything. And they clearly state that they did that. So putting one thing above another, putting even the Bishop's Bible above anything, let me just put it this way. If you're translating something and the Bishop's Bible says it one way, and you're to correct that according to the original, what has precedence? The original. So you could be reading through a verse that has, let's say, 40 words in it, and 3 words need correcting. You've corrected them according to the original. Then you're looking for other words from Geneva, from Tyndale, from these other versions. You're comparing all that. And you're like, actually, this word here in the Tyndale fits better there. And so you're doing work like that. But plus two, sometimes they're updating the words that and no other English Bible has ever made that reading. And they're updating it to that. So they're just using it as a base. But they try and make this a bit of a gotcha thing. And he said because of some debate that Will Kinney did with this Will Duffy guy, he went all the way to England to look at marginal notes, which, I study the King James quite a lot. I'm looking for definitions. I'm looking for original source material. And I've found the 1602, Bodleian 1602, sort of like very disappointing. It's like people rave on about it. And I'm looking at these notes going, what's that? It doesn't really help that much. Anyway.
1611 edition of the King James Bible. So we have the 1602 Bible with all the translators' notes, and then the end product
with all the translators' notes. Like, look at this. One note here, there. Like, it's not like full of note. And the thing is, too, it's not for the whole Bible either. So he's making out that this is something which is it's just not.
The 1611 Bible, they're both beautiful Bibles, and they have so much cool supplemental material in them, genealogies and charts and things like that. They're actually really fun to look through. They're much richer than the Bibles that we have today. The text is a little hard to read, with the S's look funny in some of the letters, but so the supplemental material, the maps and stuff that are in them are really impressive. Here's a page out of the 1602. You can see there's little handwritten notes. This is really small. We're going to zoom in on it here in a minute. Another excerpt from the King James preface. They say, "Truly, good Christian reader, we never thought from the beginning that we should make a new translation, nor yet to make of a bad one a good one, but to make a good one," referring to the 1602 Bishop's Bible that they used as their foundation text, "better." So they wanted to make a good translation better. Not perfect, better. Or out of many good ones, one principal good one, right? So they were comparing not just the 1602 Bishop's Bible, but they were looking at other Bibles in other languages, cross-checking. They were consulting lots of other work and trying to make the best Bible to date. But they're not claiming that theirs is going to be the final Bible. They're saying to make it better.
Okay. They're not claiming it's going to be the final Bible. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at this. Translators to the reader. But it is high time to leave them and to show in brief what we propose to ourselves and what course we held in this our perusal and survey of the Bible. Truly, good Christian reader, we never thought from the beginning that we should need to make a new translation, nor yet to make of a bad one a good one, for then the imputation of Sixtus had been true in some sort, that our people have been fed with gall of dragons instead of wine, with whey instead of milk. But to make a good one better, or out of many good ones, one principal good one, listen to this, not to be justly accepted against. That means you're unjust if you come against the King James. And so that's what they've done. And then it says, that hath been our endeavor, that our mark. To that purpose, there were many chosen that were greater in other men's eyes than in their own, and that sought the truth rather than their own praise. Again, they came or were thought to come to the work, not exercendi causa, as one saith, but ex citae, love my Latin, that is learned, not to learn. For the chief overseer and under his majesty, to whom not only we, but also the whole church was much bound, knew by his wisdom, which thing also Nazianzen taught so long ago, that is, it is a preposterous order to teach first and learn later, that to learn and practice together is neither commendable for the workman nor safe for the work. Therefore, such were thought upon, as could say modestly with St. Jerome, and it's got this huge thing in Latin there. Both we have learned the Hebrew tongue in part, and in the Latin we have been exercised almost from the very cradle. St. Jerome maketh no mention of the Greek tongue, wherein yet he did excel, because he translated not the Old Testament out of the Greek, but out of the Hebrew. Okay, so it goes on. So basically, he's clearly saying that they wanted to make a good Bible. So it wasn't like a bad Bible turning it into a good one. It was a good one to a better one. And then it says, to make a good one better, or out of many good ones, one principal good one. And so that's fine. Like, just say you had any type of work, just say you had someone translate Lord of the Rings into French, and they did an okay job, and then someone else did their edition of it, and it was a little bit better in some places but worse in others, and then someone else did it, and you are doing one principal one, and you're also looking at all the hard work that they've done already. And so they're obviously saying that they're making all of these into one, and they're saying that you are unjust if you come against this, not justly to be accepted against.
To make it perfect. Neither do we think much to consult the translators or commentators.
Notice he's adding, not to make it perfect, but clearly in the dedication of the king, they said they wanted to make one more exact one, and that word exact means perfect, a perfect one.
Chaldee, Hebrew, Syrian, Greek, or Latin? No, nor the Spanish, French, Italian, or Dutch. Neither did we disdain to revise that which we had done, and to bring back to the anvil that which we had hammered. And they're saying they would even revise their own work. They didn't work through divine inspiration in the sense that they just got everything perfect the first time. They even checked their own work and found errors and made updates to it. And we'll see some of that when we zoom in here on Luke chapter 2.
Okay, so, and this is where it's like, okay, we're going to read these marginal notes and show where they had this type of reading, and it shouldn't have been that. It should have been what they had in the margin. But who's to say how you read this document? Or is this just someone writing like notes to themselves that they would remember later, or writing, because I know sometimes going through Bryan Ross's class where he's talking about this stuff, sometimes it's just really like a non-event. It's like, oh, okay, well that's just the Geneva reading, but then they don't follow it. You know what I mean? They didn't follow it, and it's like, is it just thoughts, or is this document before the finalization of the 1611, or is just someone going through and marking it up? And like, these are questions that I'm asking.
Let's start in verse 12 here. You see the bishop's Bible says, and take this for a sign. Take this for a sign is crossed out. And in the margin, it says, and this shall be a sign unto you. And that's a little truer to the Greek. It's a little more of a formal equivalence. And then it goes on, ye shall find the child swaddled, laid in a manger. And they changed that to, ye shall find the babe. So they replaced child with babe, which is good, wrapped in swaddling clothes. And then here's where they return to the anvil. They changed laid to laying because this is not past tense. And then they crossed out the A to change it to lying. Now the word, like in English, lay, lie, those are very similar words. Lay tends to mean to set. Lie means like if you lie down. And so it's a baby. You can set a baby in a manger, and the baby can be lying in a manger since it's present tense. First they updated the tense from laid to laying, and then they said, well, it really should be lying because it's a baby, so it's lying in the manger. But you can see they made two revisions. First, they changed it to laying, and then they changed it to lying. Verse 13, I want to make sure you can see.
So what's he actually trying to do here? Well, he's trying to come against this sort of argument that people believe in a secondary inspiration, that they just wrote it down and got it right the first time, I guess, which doesn't relate to 99.9% of people who read the King James or believe it's accurate or whatever. This just doesn't relate. So because he's conflated those two, he can attack, the King James onlyists guys believe this. And it's like, well, who? And it's like, okay, well, maybe there's a person here and there who does. But then he's sort of attacking everyone. Where if you take my position, they use the Textus Receptus, they use the old Bibles, there's no problem with going, okay, well, that reads this or that reads that. And as I pointed out, finding out exactly the date of all these and exactly who was doing this. Is this the printers doing this? Is this the translators doing this? Who exactly is doing all that? Now, I could probably easily find that information, somewhere, but perhaps it's unknown. And like I said, Chris Yetzer, Bryan Ross, they're right into all this stuff. As I was listening to that part of Bryan Ross's class, I kept thinking to myself, okay, how is this relevant? Now, I'm into it. I'm into going, okay, well, what's said here? But if we can't really figure out if this is part of the translation process, or if someone's just gone through their bishops and just written this down here, or if this is to do with someone trying to figure out, differences or, so that perhaps, Bryan Ross, Chris Yetzer would answer me like that. I don't know. I don't really know the answer off the top of my head, but I can tell you one thing: this guy doesn't know either. He has no idea about it.
Exactly what's happening here. So I've typed it up just to make it more readable. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of heavenly soldiers praising God and saying, heavenly soldiers is changed to the heavenly army, and then army is crossed out and replaced with host. So it said soldiers, it was changed to army, and then they replaced that with host. And that's ultimately what ended up in the 1611 Bible. That's what's showing here at the bottom. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host praising God and saying. So what's going on here? Why host and not army, not soldiers? When I see host, I don't think army or soldiers. I just think multitude. That's typically how it's used today. But if we look this up on etymology online, look up the etymology of the word host.
And that's good. He's doing good study here. That's exactly where I went for my correct definition.
It says it means a multitude, especially an army organized for war from the mid-13th century. So they say that the word host has been largely superseded by army. So they were similar meaning words, but we tend to use the word army in a way that host used to be used, whereas now host generally just means multitude. The generalized meaning of a large number is first attested in the 1610s. What happened in the culture in the 1610s that might have influenced the way people thought of the meaning of the word host? Well, the 1611 King James Bible was published. So this passage that says a multitude of the heavenly host, people read that and they see that the proximity of host and multitude, there's a connotation there, there's a connection there, and people start to think of host as meaning multitude because of that sentence. That King James Bible, it seems, actually changed people's perception of what the word host means. People used to understand that it meant army, and now people don't really think of that at all when they hear host. They just think it means a great multitude. So even if the King James Bible, when it was translated, they picked a perfectly appropriate word, even their use of that word ended up shaping people's understanding of that word, and it ends up changing the meaning of the word. Now, if they had left the word army in there, it's possible that we would think of the word army as meaning a great multitude and not think of it in a military context. Who knows? Maybe. But yeah, host was a perfectly appropriate word to translate, but its meaning has changed. It would seem largely because of this very passage, because of the context here. If you don't already know that that means army, it's not really clear from the context and you just associate it with multitude. So it made me wonder, what is the Greek word being translated here? And it's stratia. That means an army or a band of soldiers. You can see it's translated host of heaven. So a troop of angels, heavenly bodies. It can also apply to stars. They're often called heavenly hosts also because they're a great number. And it's a derivative of stratos, which is an army as encamped or like a spread out. We see this in English for things like stratosphere, a layer of the upper atmosphere. We have words like strata in geology. The different layers of sediment are called strata. You know, they're thin and spread out. But also you have words like strategy. The art of a general, the science of war, also comes from this word. From the Greek strategia, office or command of a general. From strategos, general, commander of an army. From stratos, a multitude, troop, a division of the people, army, navy, expedition, encamped army. And it has to do with spreading. The root word has to do with spreading. You know, so like you have the old board game Stratego, right? Which was like a military strategy game. I used to play this in school. And this word stratos, in the last video, I talked a little bit about the masters of the universe. And one of the early figures, one of the original 8, was this guy Stratos. And it's been 40 plus years. Yeah, so these came out when I was a little kid, like in kindergarten or something. And I didn't even know what the stratosphere was, but within a few years, I understood this is a guy with feathers and he flies. And so he's up in the stratosphere, so he's Stratos. And it wasn't until looking into this passage in Luke that I realized that there's a double meaning there, that he's a warrior. And so his name has a double meaning, which is pretty clever and was completely lost on probably every single little boy who was into He-Man, but clever nonetheless. So the King James.
Okay, so I sort of got a bit lost in the etymology there. But I'll just answer some of these questions or read some of these comments, sorry. Sometimes it's not just single words in the King James Version that could be misunderstood, but also sentences like the one in James, we offend all. Though these are often exaggerated by critics of the King James Version, almost always context explains any apparent difficulty. Yeah, most of the time the context helps us. Calvin says, I believe there is an evil spirit behind the demeaning and hatred of the King James Bible, and I'm not sure if some of these people even realize it. I feel sorry for them as I was once in their shoes. Yeah, I think anyone who has promoted any other modern version usually adopts a type of hatred and disdain for the King James. Born Again Christian Network says there are infiltrators among the King James Bible crowd causing strife and division and false representation of the real Bible believing Christians. Yeah, and I think like I wouldn't even sort of say that like they're sort of like paid infiltrators or whatever, or just people who, you know, pop up and act really dumb or say really silly things. But it's sort of like in every type of movement there are idiots. Like if you went downtown and said, look, we need to get back to the Constitution, and you had a whole bunch of flags and you had, you know, let's get back to what the wording of the Constitution means. We want limited government. We want this and that, freedom of speech, and a bunch of, you know, all it takes is for one person to turn up with a Nazi T-shirt on, and it's like, oh, it's a racist rally and all this sort of stuff. And so we know the media do this, but what I see is critical text people, specifically apologists, they do this. It's like, well, there's a Ruckmanite right there in your group. And it's like, look, I've also got critical text people in my group, you know. And so they just look at these things and then they use that as an excuse to just demonize you. And I'm always like, look, that's not Christian behavior. Christian behavior is to look at someone individually, look at exactly what they're saying, and judge them accordingly. You can get someone who is a pacifist and turn up to one of those rallies and say, hey, Constitution. You can get someone who is like a George Bush type who wants to cluster bomb Iraq back to the Stone Age, and they can be there too. And it's like you have to think of each individual and what they're saying, and judge them accordingly. You can't just say, look, they're all warmongers, or hey, they're all pacifists. You have to evaluate everything. And so yeah, really good. I think it's Born Again Christian Network that whenever they write a comment, I end up talking a lot about it. It's pretty insightful. Well, most of these comments are pretty insightful. And I understand you guys chit-chat between each other, and that's fine. Although I was unaware of any differences between Bibles or texts and just thought all Bibles were basically the same, so I didn't walk in their shoes with any kind of hatred towards Scripture. Okay. And so let's continue.
James margin notes that unfortunately are not retained in most printings nowadays. It's too bad because they're valuable and they're also telling.
Notice it's too bad. Okay, so it's too bad for what? For the straw man, King James only person who, you know, apparently believes in secondary inspiration and believes in the Textus Receptus and Masoretic text at the same time, which is an oxymoron. But now we've got to have these marginal notes, which were used for people to transition from Tyndale, Coverdale, Great Bible, Matthew's Bible, Tavernier's Bible, Geneva Bible, Bishop's Bible, to transition from those and from earlier Textus Receptus editions to the King James. That's why they have the marginal notes, for the people of that generation. Now, if those marginal notes, like say the one in Matthew chapter 1, I'm pretty sure it's verse 11, where it says, or Jacob. Okay, so Jacob was his extra person in the genealogy. That was in Geneva, it was in the bishops, but it wasn't in anything else of the Reformation period. Now, it's in a marginal note in the 1550 Greek of Stephanus. And so it ended up in English Bibles, but the King James takes that out and puts a marginal note saying, or Jacob, and basically they're saying it's not a true verse. It's not a true part of Scripture. We shouldn't have it in there. And so do we need that today? No English Bible has that today. And so do we need those type of footnotes there? No, they're not confused. We're not confused about that. Someone who had a Geneva and had a bishops and read that would go, oh, the King James has this reading. Maybe it's a typo. No, they put a marginal note to let you know, to reassure you, we've looked into this, and people knew this translation was like nothing England had ever seen before, because you had Tyndale on the run, got killed for it. Then you had the Geneva, they were all on the run from England. And many people were martyred by Bloody Mary. I think it was up to 300 people were killed by her. And so many people were killed. Then you had the Bishop's Bible, which is the one they're using as a draft. I think there were 6 main guys working on that. So it's not like those projects, like the King James project, was so much more advanced that everyone who got that Bible knew that this was coming from a good source. They knew that this was coming from people who were learned, people who knew their stuff. It wasn't just something on the run. It wasn't just something that was haphazardly put together or in haste. It was quickly done. No, and they even said in the preface, we went over it and over it and over it and over it to the point where we're fussing about, how it sounds when you say it, and all this type of stuff. And they already had all this other work that had gone on before them. So they were able to utilize all that material. And so the marginal notes were there. Now, notice his first thing he says is it's an alternative translation. No, marginal notes. Would you say that it's an alternative translation when it says or Jacob? No, they're saying it's in the Geneva, it's in the bishops. It's not. It shouldn't be there. Go with the main reading. That's what it has. It's not a translational choice. He's saying, it's just a word choice, like a smorgasbord. And so this is how they get King James people to even stress out about these things. It's like, all these other alternative choices. No, these were places where they spotted error in these earlier editions and went, that's silly, but we sort of have to mention it. Here's a reading of the Bishop's Bible, which we're not going to go with because it's just, sorry, these guys are just wrong here. We have to fix it up. It's still a good Bible. It's still, it's not like you're going to be completely misled by all this sort of stuff, but we are showing you that we have the superior reading. These are inferior readings. So when they call them alternate readings, that more so matches like the type of smorgasbord stuff that you'll see like in the New King James, where you have the NU, the National Alien United Bible Society text says this, or the M majority text says this. So the New King James Version Study Bible says that you can choose which reading you want to go with. It's a smorgasbord. Choose your own adventure Bible. If you don't like the last 12 verses of Mark, well, you can just skip over that, sort of thing. it's not alternative readings in the King James, is it? It's the text is there, but these are marginal notes to help you to transition. The marginal notes are a bridge from these older works to the newest work, okay, to help people. They are actually faith producing marginal notes, not doubt producing marginal notes. When it says, okay, this verse doesn't appear there in most of the copies, blah, 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 they're actually just saying this verse is not even in the Geneva, it's not in the Bishops, but we've got it here in our one. Or sometimes it's just not in Geneva. And they're like, well, we understand that most of the copies don't have it, but in our estimation, our studies, our superior work that we're doing here, we know that that's what the Word of God says. But these people who were earlier didn't have all the information that we have today. They made their choice. It was wrong, but that's fine. We'll put a marginal note showing you that when you've been reading your Geneva or your Bishops and you're transitioning to our one, that will be like a few steps, a few rungs on the ladder to get you there. Okay, so that's all these marginal notes are, to get you to believe in the text that they've got. Okay, textual variants. Yeah, there were variations in TR editions from Complutensian and Erasmus's 5 editions, Stephanus's 4 editions, Theodore Beza's 5 editions, and there was a whole bunch of other little editions that happened in between that. And sometimes they had to mention these because, like I said, the Geneva, you're looking at 50 years before. The Bible being printed in English was only a new thing. And so by the time 1611 came around, they had all the available material to decipher and to make the correct evaluation of how a word should be translated, but also which words were to be the ones used. So it's got meaning and proper names, etc., and that's fine. A more literal translation is that, like, oftentimes it will just say, the Hebrew says this, but sometimes it's because someone studying Hebrew would go, okay, the lexical definition is this. That's what the Hebrew word means. And so, like a Young's literal translation going through, it can be very wooden doing that, because obviously there's a contextual definition. That word in context can mean something different. It wouldn't mean something completely different, but it can be that the shade of that word can be varied due to the context. Just like the whole context of having Passover. If it's before the resurrection, it's always translated as Passover, Pascha. The one place that it's translated Easter, which is the celebration of the resurrection, is in Acts chapter 12, verse 4. It's the only historical place where it's after the resurrection, because the Christians were celebrating Easter. They weren't celebrating the old shadow and type Passover under the law. And so, they had that type of distinction. And so sometimes, like for that generation, they understood that. For our generation, we've got Alexander Hislop's, weird stuff that Easter's a pagan festival and all this, and we're all confused about Easter. And so I would probably put a footnote just saying Pascha. Some even do say or Passover to let people know it's the same Greek word, but a Greek word in context can change, so. Cross-references often wrong, especially in Psalms. Okay, so, they sometimes the cross-references weren't that great, but a lot of the time they are good. So, but I just thought I'd go through that because he's going to try and explain this.
Because the King James only people that think that...
Okay, before that, we'll just catch up with some of these. Pastor Brett says, Nick is a machine. When I've got the caffeine, I am a machine. Calvin says, I usually don't recommend secular docs about the King James Version, but the book that changed the world, narrated by John Rhys David, is one that I do. It came out in 2011. Okay. Yeah, there's quite a lot of books that came out in that time. have Alistair McGrath's In the Beginning, Story of the King James Bible. This is an interesting one, The Cradle King by Alan Stewart. Now, obviously, they have the spicy, raunchy, King James is just a pedophile. So, but if you just read over that, or I read into it and go, is what they're saying true? And there's usually no quotes, no footnote. No, it's just, he was a favorite, or he expressed kindness. If you're living in a society where, people, when you go to Papua New Guinea, I mean, the men there are men, you know what I mean? There's not many, people who have same sex, attraction, or who live in that type of lifestyle. I remember talking to one guy. I said, you don't seem to get that many people around like that. And he said, they get bashed. He says, it's not accepted here. I was like, okay. But you'll see men walking down the road holding hands. You'll see men walking around holding like arm around each other. They're just friends. But they're not saturated with a porn culture, or a culture that's like, if you do that, you're this type of person. And so, remember when you were kids, you're just walking along like, hey, we're all friends. It doesn't mean you're doing something. And so, the implications are that when you read about King James, England was a different place. I remember Erasmus, he was talking about how often the English people kissed you. When you arrive, they kiss you. When you meet someone else, they kiss you. When you leave, they kiss you. It's all just kisses. Like, we think Italian culture's like that, mamma mia, and they're kissing each other on the cheeks and, this type of thing. But that was English culture. And so that's completely changed now, where it's, you go to hug someone and they're stiff as a board, it's weird. But, to try and read into that culture, what we have today, that means that you're attracted to that type of person in that type of way is just completely anachronistic. Calvin says, I don't know why I can't see your comments, Brother Stephen. I tried typing in the Born Again Christian Network and my computer won't allow me to even do that. Perhaps you've left the chat? No, he's here. And the comments are coming up straight afterwards. I don't think there's any restrictions, unless I press the wrong button or something. Okay. No. Should be showing. But okay, so let's continue.
The text of the King James Bible is perfect, and any deviation from that text is a change for the worse. Like, they have this idea of perfection that's kind of like the Platonic idea of perfection, that there's one way to be perfect, and any deviation from that can only be a change for the worse. But the King James translators didn't look at it that way. They had notes that included alternate translations, or
not alternate translations, in a sense, like modern versions, choose your own adventure Bibles. They were segueing you from older English Bibles to what they had.
Word choices. So sometimes when they would see a passage that could be read or interpreted a couple different ways, they would have one in the main text and then put the alternate in the margin notes. They would also list where there were textual variants that they were aware of. We're aware of more of those now with the many more manuscripts we have cataloged nowadays than 400 years ago, but they did have notes about the known textual variants back then. So they had alternate translations, alternate word choices, alternate readings if the text was ambiguous. And then sometimes they would also have notes that would indicate more literal translations, because sometimes there are expressions that don't translate very well from one language to another if you do it literally. So they might just put that in a note. And there were also, sometimes where the Hebrew names might be given, like what the meaning is, because that often had significance. And then there were cross references, which actually we'll see a lot of those when they're referring to the Psalms were wrong, but there were cross-references from the New Testament to the Old Testament and from one gospel to another and things like that. Very useful. So we're going to look at some examples of these. Here's James 2:26 that says, "For as the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without works is dead also." And the margin note says that what's translated as spirit could be translated as breath.
And whoops, I heard a beep. My computer. Which usually means something has popped out, but that's cool. The whole concept of spirit, pneuma, meaning spirit, and breath, I mean, that's fine, so so as the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without works is dead also. And so or breath, I mean, it's just showing you another synonym, but I can almost guarantee that there was something back in the day. And so let's look at, maybe I can go to Textus Receptus Bibles, the one by Keith Mason. Actually, that's taking a long time to load up. I might go to my one, Textus Receptus. We'll go to James chapter 2. Let's just check that out. James 2. And verse 26. Okay, so we see spirit, 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 spirit. Okay, so I proved myself wrong. They all say spirit. 1729 says soul. This one has breath. Spirit, breath. And I guess one thing that the King James translators are saying, okay, all breath. Now, the body without the spirit is dead. So pneuma can mean many things. God has not given us a spirit of fear. So you can see the word spirit being even, some people say, oh, that's a demon. It's a spirit, you got a spirit of fear. We need to cast it out and all this stuff. No, it's actually an attitude or a disposition or your type of, what's the word I'm looking for? When you like melancholy and your temperament. God hasn't given us a temperament that is fearful. So that is how it can be translated there. God hasn't given us a spirit of fear, but a power and a love and a sound mind. It's not a demon spirit of fear. It's not God's spirit. It's actually your own type of attitude, which you wouldn't put breath. God hasn't given us a breath of, and having breath there just shows us the body without the spirit is dead. So people could say, okay, body without the spirit, is that talking about the Holy Spirit? Is it talking about your own spirit? Or is it just talking about the body without having the spirit in the sense of the other meaning of the word breath? So faith without works is dead also. And so it's very simple and it's helpful. And if you were to have something with notes in it, I mean, that's a perfectly fine note to have,
Also, and this is pneuma, That Greek word means breath or spirit. It's ambiguous in this context. Is it talking about the body without the spirit or the body without breath? If you're not breathing, you're dead, right? So it could be taken either way. And the King James translators want to make us aware of that. The same Greek word is used in both senses, and it's not clear which one the context is pointing to here. So what often serves as a tiebreaker in a situation like this is, what did the text of the 1602 Bishop's Bible that they were using as their...
No. The tiebreaker is what they used. Okay. So they're not saying that it needs to be something other than spirit there. They're just saying this word spirit is defined not as your own spirit, not as the Holy Spirit, not as an evil spirit, but as breath, just simply breath, because pneuma has several different definitions.
Base text say, and they would have deference to that and put their alternate readings or alternate word choices in the margin notes. You can see here in the 1602 Bishop's Bible, the word spirit appeared in that text. And so they're putting this alternate word choice in the margin note and staying true to the Bishop's Bible as a default. And this was explicit.
No, not just as a default, but because that is the best word to use for the audience they were translating for people in 1611 understood that, saw that, and we still see that today.
Instructed in their rules for translation, and we still have extant copies of this. Rule number 1 was the ordinary Bible read in the church, commonly called the Bishop's Bible, is to be followed and as little altered as the truth of the original will permit, right? So they took a very conservative approach to their updates, and they didn't want to change things just for the sake of changing it. But if the text will allow it to remain the same, they would leave it the same. But if there were alternate readings, they would put those in the margin notes. And very often the marginal reading would be superior, not necessarily in this case, but in general, a lot of those margin notes were superior to what was in the base text. And say, like in the New King James, they went...
Okay, so I'll just rewind what he said there.
And very often, the allow it to remain the same, they would leave it the same. But if there were alternate readings, they would put those in the margin notes. And very often, the marginal reading would be superior, not necessarily in this case, but in general, a lot of those margin notes were superior to what was in the base text. And say, like in the New King James, they went ahead and used the marginal reading, then King James onlyists will say, oh, look, they changed this.
So this is what I've noticed with the New King James. They do this. They have readings from the margin, which many times they're not readings that, well, basically the base text is what they said was the best text. It's not like they went, oh, well, we're stuck with this bishop's reading, we have to use it. We'll put the really good reading in the margin. That's not how they did it. And so he's just making this up, or he's been deceived into believing this. It's just rubbish. The main text is what they went with. The things in the margin, and he's correct in saying that sometimes the New King James guys are following these marginal notes because they're looking for, they're looking at modern Bibles oftentimes, because a lot of these guys who worked on the New King James did work on the NIV and other Bible translations. And so they've got their idea of how it should sound and what word they should use. But if they can look at an alternative reading and go, let's look at something that is in the margin, and let's say, oh, that's just an alternative reading. It's even better than what's in the original text. So where's that coming from? Obviously, New King James people who were trying to promote their Bible would probably sell that type of thing to people and say that and say, oh, see, we went with the marginal note there because it's even better, And it's like, no, that marginal note can be explaining something, but it can also be just an old reading from the bishops or from the Geneva or Tyndale, and it's rejected. But they're trying to get people to segue over to their reading in their main text. And so this is where the whole concept of marginal notes and italics and all these other paratextual features sometimes are where the devil just has a field day, because someone can just go, it's an alternative reading, it's a choice, and then they read something and it's like, well, that just throws them right off, and they have no idea why these notes are there. And so and as we've seen, they're not reading the translators or the reader correctly. So they go through and they talk about, oh, well, you know, it's good to have a margin, you know, for this reading, for that reading. When there's something like a Hapex legomenon, when there's something like a rare bird, they're talking about this type of thing, not just, you know, in the middle of a text. Let's just have an alternative reading there so people can just fuss over it. When Westcott and Hort did their revised text, which was not a revision of the King James, it was a brand new, different Bible. When they did their text, they had things like 616 in the margin, which no one was going, oh, I wonder if it's 616. It's just it's a doubt-producing footnote. So the King James translators had faith-producing footnotes that got you from one place and brought you to the text, to the correct text, where these modern Bibles, they're trying to get you into confusion.
Isn't that terrible when the King James translators themselves had acknowledged, hey, this would also be a valid reading. Maybe it's supposed to be this. But since those margin notes don't appear in printings of the King James Bible anymore, the King James onlyists aren't aware of them. They don't know that in over
King James onlyists are unaware of, we don't know what,
for 2,000 places. They don't know that in thousands of verses that an alternate reading is given by the King James translators.
Yeah, an alternate written. No, it's many times something that's just a basic description, or it's talking about these older versions, the bishops, the Tyndale, Matthews, Coverdales, etc.
That work of the translators has been lost. So in a sense, you could say that the King James Bible is missing text, right?
We're missing out. No, we're not. We have the text. We have the accurate text. And so only if you have this mindset that they created a smorgasbord, which is what modern Bibles have. New King James. You can read the M text, majority text. You can chop out the last 12 verses of Mark if you want. That's fine. If you're following the NU text, that's fine. And that's the type of attitude that no one who worked on the New King James was a TR person. Dan Wallace clearly said that. They didn't think the TR was accurate. They didn't think the King James was accurate. They're not interested in truth. They're not interested in trying to get you to believe. They're interested in just whatever they're interested in. And we see oftentimes they're going to these modern versions and redefining things in the New King James, changing the meaning of entire verses. Hebrews 3:16. Joshua and Caleb didn't go into the promised land, apparently.
Because they had these readings and they don't appear anymore. So they get very upset about a phrase or a verse that's missing in the New Testament. But if the King James translator's work is inspired and perfect, what are the odds that the absolute perfect translation, when the translators thought this could be read this way or that one.
So he's got the straw man again, the secondary inspiration thing. and it's like, see, if they have marginal notes that are just as important or even more important than the actual text, where's this whole secondary inspiration thing? And it's like, yeah, okay, well, 0.00001% of people believe in a secondary inspiration thing. Most other people understand that it was translated and it was hard work. And it's like, what was that thing about the pyramids? When people look at the pyramids in Egypt, they're like, wow, maybe aliens made it and all this sort of stuff. Where when you look at the pyramids in Mexico, people know that the Mexicans built this. It's hard. They're hardworking people. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not aliens when they're in Mexico, sort of thing. The translators will be appalled to think that people go, oh, it just floated down from heaven, or they just automatic writing. No, they had to study these languages. They had to study the Bishop's Bible. They studied the Geneva. They read all these from childhood. They're reading Latin and Greek and Hebrew. They're studying these things. And so then to just people who are reading their stuff years later to just sort of demonize them all as King James onlyists, who don't recognize that these guys just worked hard. I mean, to me, it's a bit straw manish, but he might know people who believe that. I've known the odd person here and there who believes a secondary inspiration, but he conflated the two at the beginning, and so obviously, to me, that's a straw man.
100% of the time, the better translation made its way into the body of the text, and the inferior was in the margin notes. That seems very unlikely. And if the translators thought that what they were translating did have that level of perfection, they wouldn't have had the margin notes to begin with. They said that
that's only if you have that idea that the marginal notes are just alternative readings, not there to help you understand the main text that they are saying is the word. That's where the words of God are. The marginal note is there to show you in certain things in a certain light with the word, spirit. Okay, that's not saying Holy Spirit. That's not saying demon spirit. It's just saying the breath, which we use the spirit. This expire. We expire. We're breathing out, sort of thing.
They used the margin notes to be transparent about things that they were doubtful about, or things that
no, they're not saying they're doubtful about these things. He's inserted that in there because this is the type of alternative reading. They're doubtful about these type of things, and that's where I guess when I'm listening to people talk about marginal notes, oftentimes they're like, oh, well, one company wanted this and one company wanted that, or John Boyce was there writing it down and someone doubted. So they were like, oh, we can't figure this out. Like Lancelot Andrews is there like, oh, I don't know what it says. John Boyce is like, look, I don't know either. How about, look, we'll go with your reading and I'll just put a marginal note there because we can't figure. That's not what they're doing. It's at all. What they're doing is they're putting faith-producing footnotes, so people segueing from older editions, older TR editions, older language editions, older English Bible editions to their text. That's all they're doing. So it's actually help. It's a help. It's a ladder to get them to climb up to a better reading.
That weren't completely clear. Then beyond the Bishop's Bible being used as sort of the default text, then they would also show deference to previous translations, such as the Tyndale, Coverdale, Geneva. As you can see here in Rule 14, that was their second choice. So their first choice was to stick with the text that was in the Bishop.
Notice what he's saying. He's inserting this into it. The first choice was to go with the Bishop's reading. The second choice was any of these other ones. And it's like, well, they were to use the Bishop's Bible as their draft, and they could have used the Geneva as their draft. But then he'd be making that argument, the Geneva was preferred over all these. No, they're clearly saying you got the Bishop's Bible, you amend that according to the originals, okay? So the originals override the Bishop's, okay? Then they're saying, when it's talking about the choices of English words, it says you got the bishops. Okay, so he's rewritten this. These translations are used where they agree better in the text than the bishop's Bible. Okay, so let's look at the actual rules of the translators. Because I just want to read the exact source here. Okay, so here we have the King James Bible. So this is Keith Mason's site. Okay, number 14. These translations to be used when they agree better with the text than the bishop's Bible. Okay, Tyndale, Coverdale, Matthews, Rogers, Whitchurch, Cramer's, and Geneva. Okay, so they're basically saying you can go to these. So what overrides the bishop's Bible? These readings can. The originals can. So is it just the bishop's one sort of overrides everything? No, these other ones override the bishops where it needs to. So he's sort of putting a false concept there. So let's just rewind that.
The bishop's Bible, the things that weren't completely clear. Then beyond the bishop's Bible being used as sort of the default text, then they would also show deference to previous translations, such as the Tyndale, Coverdale, Geneva. As you can see here in Rule 14, that was their second choice. So their first choice was...
No, that was their second choice.
To stick with the text that was in the bishop's Bible. Their second choice was to use language that had some precedent in these earlier English translations. And what I've seen, like in Will Kinney's articles on his webpage, and in that debate, he has kind of a formula that he uses to make these arguments. So when he finds other versions of the Bible, whether it's these older versions or even modern versions that agree with the King James, he'll use them as evidence that the King James Bible is correct. But then anytime a Bible has language that differs, that's evidence that those versions are bad, that they're corrupt. So it's a double standard.
No, usually what Will Kinney does is he goes, okay, well, what agrees with the King James? And he has a list. And what doesn't agree and what agrees with the weird reading or in the critical text or whatever. And then he has a list. So you can read into that however you want, but it's just showing the stats and facts and figures. It's not, that's neutral. It wouldn't matter if that was done by Peter Gurry. If he said, okay, well, this reading in the King James is also in all the Reformation Bibles, and it's also in Young's Literal Translation, it's also in this, and just went through a list of like 40 Bibles. They're just facts, So he does that with every single article that he does. So he shows you where it appears and where it doesn't appear. Okay.
Other versions that agree prove that the King James is correct. Other versions that disagree prove that those versions are.
He's not using that to show what's proving is correct or what's proving incorrect. He's just saying, because usually people say, well, the King James translators were a bunch of dummies who didn't even know the Granville-Sharp rule, and they didn't know Greek properly, and they preferred the Latin. And so they followed the Latin, and they don't know what they're doing. And then so Will Kinney's going, okay, well, so I guess Tyndale, I guess Geneva, I guess Bishops, I guess all these other Bibles guys are idiots too then. And sometimes I'll just say that. Like Jonathan Burrows, I was watching his Revelation 1:8 video that came up in my feed yesterday. And he's just like, everyone gets it wrong. Erasmus got it wrong. Then Tyndale got it wrong. And then Geneva got it wrong. Beza got it wrong. He just mentions pretty much the whole entire Reformation got it wrong. And it's like, no, maybe you're wrong, dude. But then you're going through other translations, because sometimes it's the NASB go with the King James as well. aren't they a bunch of, scholars who know all this material and know, textual criticism, and they're weighing ideas? And because the thing is, the original NIV might omit a King James reading, then they put it back in later. So what's happened there? That's why he's doing that, not to defend the King James. He's actually defending the integrity of the translators and saying, look, you're praising these modern translators, but they've done exactly the same thing. So are you going to attack them and say they're dummies and they don't really know the language? But you wouldn't do that because you only really attack the King James guys. Well, this guy, kudos to him for pointing out the issues with the NIV and rape. But what about less serious ones? There's thousands of issues in these Bibles. But anyway, I think you get the drift.
Wrong. James 3:1. My brethren, be not many masters, knowing that we shall receive the greater condemnation.
So that's interesting. That was the word that I brought up before. It has nothing to do with your feelings, but it has to do with judgment. So greater condemnation or greater judgment. Okay. Pretty basic, pretty straightforward. I'll just quickly catch up with these comments. Calvin says the Platonic definition of a demon could have a good or bad connotation. Many during the time of Plato unknowingly sought out so-called good demons and think that that is one reason why the word demon is not used in the King James Bible. Okay, I guess that would come to the Greek daimonion. I suppose that it comes down to usage, like spirit. They thought it was a spirit when they're on the water. There's a storm. They saw Jesus, but they thought it was a spirit. So obviously they thought it was a demon, or in King James would be a devil. So I guess spirit, can mean good or bad or whatever as well. But demon, to me, demon, I don't know anyone who would say there's a good demon. Usually demons are bad in today's definitions. And so, but yeah, in 1611, that would be an interesting study to do, because you have, was it Daemonology, which is the book that King James wrote. So that would be an interesting, I have read that. I actually listened to it. It's sort of weird. I mean, he interviews witches. It's like he was obsessed with the occult in a way of just like, what are you guys actually doing? And then he sort of came up with his own concepts that these people have this type of spiritual power and all the rest of it, which I guess, you look in the Old Testament and these people they had power, but it wasn't, compared to God's power, it was just nothing. But yeah, interesting concept there. A. Hannah says, what happens in the margin stays in the margin. Yes, exactly. Very good. Born Again Christian Network, those pesky KJV onlyists. Yes. Does his countenance look like one of confusion, or is it just me? Does look a little bit confused. I guess when you're going through this, I'm sure that he goes, that doesn't make much sense, but he's obviously reading a script written by someone. He's been into this debate since 2015 with Will Kinney and this other guy. I can't remember if I watched it. I probably have. But even like Will Kinney says stuff I disagree with, and we chat about that. I'm not into the numerology thing that Will's into, and some other people are into, and hey, that's fine. But yeah, sometimes Will says things, and I'm like, it's like, oh, the Bible was, that was what they read on the moon and all this, and it's like, that doesn't. If they had an NASB on the moon, would that make it good or bad? I mean, here in Australia, there's this anecdote about when this Spanish explorer came into the oceans of Australia and saw Australia, he said, we claim this land for Jesus Christ because this is the great southland of the Holy Spirit. Okay, but what they usually omit there, because Protestants say this, oh, this is the great southland of the Holy Spirit. We're having revival. We're having, and they always, usually Pentecostal, sort of, charismatic, we're going to have revival because it's the great southland of the Holy Spirit. The guy who said it was a Roman Catholic, and he was claiming the land for the Catholic Church. So it's like a wrong version, but they don't like to mention that. You know what I mean? And so that's where I'm like, look, if you just go somewhere and you've got a different Bible, I mean, I'm sure there have been places where missionaries have gone, especially in the last 100 years, where they had the Westcott and Hort text, and they've gone into a jungle, and that's the first Bible that people had, and it's translated into their language now. And it's like, are they just all evil, or does that? Yeah, to me, those things are just all subjective, But anyway, that's what he says,
Or judgment. And the New King James went with judgment. The 1602 said damnation here, the greater damnation. Now, the Greek word here is krima. This word krima, this is where we get words like crime, criminal, discriminate. It is about judging, or the judgment that a judge makes, which is condemnation, right? If you're found guilty. The King James.
It's interesting because, I haven't watched this, and that's why I'm calling it like a raw reaction video. But he's saying the same things that I was saying before about condemnation. It's not a feeling, it's a judge saying you're condemned, which is quite interesting.
Translators said either word could work here, and the New King James went with what was in the margin note. Now, are they bad for doing that? Are they corrupting God's word for using a word that the King James translators said was a valid translation?
So notice it's, he was saying before, this reading is even better because they can't really go away from the from the bishop's reading. So let's just have a quick look at what the bishops would say there. James 3:1. Okay, James 3:1. Emmett Rivers says, hello, brothers. I think I'm a little late to the party, but let's see what new arguments have come up against the TR King James Bible. More slander, dishonesty, painting those Bible believers as ignorant and vile. Pretty much. Yep. You got it. Okay, I'm just trying to load this. And so this is what happens sometimes in my site. It has resource limit reached, and so I have to refresh the page like 3 or 4 times, and then it comes up. Okay, so as damnation. Okay, here it has doom in Wycliffe, Tyndale damnation, Coverdale damnation, Great Bible damnation, Matthew's damnation, greater damnation, bishops. Geneva has condemnation. Okay, what was the bishops? Yeah, bishops was damnation. Geneva was condemnation. And King James is condemnation. Okay, so it has the exact same reading as the Geneva. Now, it has damnation here. I guess what can happen too is between Tyndale and 1611, obviously with some of the words that Tyndale used, they can become obsolete by the time 1611 comes around, because we're talking about an era where there was an explosion of knowledge. There's an explosion of words, and some words just fall out of usage. And so I'm just sort of looking for a word here, like say remembering how you remembering how that we shall receive a greater damnation. So that seems to be in the earlier ones, but then it's have knowing, okay? And so, and later on, other Bibles have considering, knowing. But yeah, the whole concept of knowing, thinking that the word remembering can be knowing or having something stored in your mind, it's knowledge. That could have just dropped out of usage, and so people just sort of stopped using it. Now that's goes back to the Matthew's Bible, is 1549 one. But yeah, having knowing there, like we wouldn't even think of really saying remembering. Usually remembering is like it does have a little bit more weight toward something that has been said before, where it says, "My brethren, be not many masters, knowing that we shall receive the greater condemnation." And so, yeah, interesting, but really for what he's saying here, it's just a synonymous word that helps you understand condemnation. And the 1611 translators knew at the time that people would be like, okay, what is the condemnation? And the thing is, like, even today, I would say condemnation has become that whole feelings thing. Oh, you're preaching against me. I feel condemned. I'm condemned by what you're saying. It's not about that at all. It's God either condemning you to heaven or hell. It's not about feeling condemned. The law condemns us, this type of thing. And so when you read the Bible, you get the true understanding of what condemnation is. A. Hannah says, if the New King James went with judgment, they did so because it sounded softer than condemnation or damnation, more than likely. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. And I guess too, they're just looking for a way to, because I wonder, let's just go to Romans. Is it Romans 8 that talks about condemnation? I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, let's just grab this. Romans 8. There is therefore no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus, who walk not after the flesh but after the Spirit. Okay, so let's just type in condemnation. Okay, condemned is sin in the flesh, and it appears later on down here. Who is he that condemneth? Okay, so condemnation is used here. Now let's have a look at Romans 8:1, because it's got the New King James here. There is now therefore no condemnation. So it uses the word condemnation. It doesn't say there is therefore now no judgment to those who are in Christ Jesus, does it? It uses condemnation. Most of the modern Bibles use condemnation here. So now the King James has the marginal note here, James 3:1, or judgment. Is there a difference between this condemnation and the other condemnation? Possibly. There might be a different flavor. So I guess the Oxford English Dictionary would be the place that I would go to check out if there is a difference between this condemnation and the other condemnation. Does this one mean more of a judgment by God, and the other one meaning there is no condemnation, talking about the condemnation that comes from the law, so like a sentencing sort of thing, or maybe there's something I haven't thought of there, but anyway, interesting. Let's continue.
Now, the King James only people might not know that because their copy doesn't include the margin notes, but the translators thought that judgment was a valid reading here. Also note from the last video, there was the criticism that the New King James is bad because it has a lot of places where it calls.
And so he's pointing out, Gail Ripplinger says, masters should never be teachers. I've never had a problem with that. I remember Gail Ripplinger's New King James mistakes track that she brought out, and that was one of the first things. I'm like, well, here in Australia, we use masters like a lot, but we also use teachers. And so because we get our English from England, but we're influenced by United States quite a lot. And so we say headmaster for the main teacher of a school. The main teacher is a headmaster. We might call someone a master, whatever their trade is, a master electrician or a master builder, a master builder. And it just means they're like a head builder. But yeah, like a main, like the main person you go to, the guru, the teacher, sort of thing. So
Jesus, teacher.
So I've got no problem with the previous video that he did. To me, it's just exposing Gail Ripplinger's concepts.
Instead of master. Well, this is that same word that they misunderstood. That does mean teacher, didaskalos. Didaskaloi is the plural form. It's the same word here. And of course, this means teacher, right? Masters in the sense of a teacher. The Greek word means teacher. Some more alternate readings. We're going to look here at Isaiah chapter.
More alternate readings are, maybe a synonym, but definitely alternate translation, alternate reading, that carries baggage. That's usually what the New King James has, or modern Bibles say, I can read this, or it might read this, or, So.
Chapter 37. To give a little context here, this is Isaiah delivering a prophecy in response to King Hezekiah's prayer, and this is spoken against the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria had been blaspheming God and boasting about his own power to conquer other nations, and the Lord ended up delivering Judah from the Assyrians at this time in response to Hezekiah's prayer. So this is Isaiah giving God's message directed at the king of the Assyrians. Now there's a parallel passage we'll look at a little bit also in 2 Kings 19. They are virtually identical in the Hebrew, and in the King James Bible, they're virtually identical too. So starting in Isaiah 37, verse 24, I'll go ahead and pull up the New King James as well so you can follow along on either side. I'll read it from the King James. By thy servants hast thou reproached the Lord, and hast said, by the multitude of my chariots am I come up to the height of the mountains, to the sides of Lebanon, and I will cut down the tall cedars thereof, and the choice fir trees thereof, and I will enter into the height of his border, and the forest of his Carmel. Okay, so there's a note that says that last part could be translated, the forest of his fruitful field. And that's because the word Carmel means fruitful forest or fruitful field, or like an orchard. That's why Mount Carmel is Mount Carmel, because it was fruitful. So the translators here are not sure if Carmel is meant to be a proper noun or
because they got a footnote here explaining what this means. Well, they weren't sure. If you ever achieve, a tenth of what the King James Bible translators achieved with their scholarship and knowledge, you would know if this word was a proper noun or not, but apparently they didn't know, this guy knows, but they didn't, they had no idea, so they were just like, oh, can you imagine, Jonathan Boyce just there like, oh man, I can read the whole Bible in Hebrew and teach it, and when I'm a young child, I've gone into, I think it was Cambridge or Oxford, I can't remember, at university at the age of 13, and I'm studying Greek, and I know these things. I've made commentaries on the Apocrypha, and I know all this stuff, but I don't know whether this is a proper noun or not. I've got no idea. So I'm just going to put it in the margin just to let people know that I doubt that. No, that's not what they're doing. They're trying to help the reader. Someone who doesn't know what Carmel means, they just have or forest and his fruitful field. So they're just showing that is what that means. Okay.
Or if what the word Carmel means is meant to be communicated here. So in English, we have the convention of capitalizing proper nouns, but that wasn't the case in Hebrew. They didn't have a distinction between a proper noun and a common word. So that creates a challenge for translators to make that distinction. You have to make a decision. Is this meant to be a proper name? Is this meant to communicate what the word means? So their use of margin notes allows them to let you know that they're not sure about, is this supposed to be a proper?
We're not sure about it. And so I'll read these footnotes because that gets dealt with. John 3:19, and this is the condemnation that light is coming to the world and men love darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. Very interesting. In the US, the headmaster is called the principal. Yes, we'd say principal. Like we would say, get to the principal's office, or the headmaster's name was Bob, or what, we use those things interchangeably. And so, Hannah, so every time we read a footnote in a paper, that means the author was in doubt or unsure. Yeah, and like where else but the King James Bible is that what it says? Sometimes I'll be writing an article and I'll have a little footnote saying, this is what I mean. Does that mean I'm just unsure, or am I trying to get people to understand who aren't at the level that I'm at on that particular topic? And so, the whole thing of Mount Carmel, there's probably a whole theme of Carmel, and Mount Carmel and all that themes flowing through the Bible. And in a society saturated with the Bible, the whole concept of Carmel, I'll just type in mentions of Carmel in the 1600s. Okay, so let's just read this. In the 1600s, there were significant mentions of Carmel, particularly the Carmelite order, which saw its dream of returning to the motherland of Mount Carmel realized in 1631, when the Father Prosper of the Holy Spirit built a covenant there. There was a period when the order's devotion to the scapula of Carmel, also called the brown scapula, spread widely. So the Catholics have definitely got this whole Carmel thing, the Carmelite order, return to Mount Carmel. The scapula of Carmel. So this is all after 1611. But the whole concept of Carmel is it most probably was something that was part of culture, just as much as, some of the more popular things, like we might say, Zion or the Garden of Eden or something like that. And we say, it's like Eden, People saying it's like Carmel, just because we are in a less literate society today, that doesn't mean, having the Carmel concept there, the King James translators, they want people to understand this concept is flowing through the Bible. And when they do a study on this, they're relating this Carmel to the other Carmels that are written in Scripture.
Proper name and give the reading either way. Now, the New King James, you can see at the end here, it says to its fruitful forest. So they went with a marginal reading. And again, does that mean that the New King James translators are corrupting God's word? The King James translators acknowledge, maybe this is supposed to be just a translation and not a proper name. In this case, the Bishop's Bible translated it not as a proper name, but as, fruitful field or whatever. So the New King James is sort of reverting back to that. But if you don't have the margin note, you don't even know what caramel means. So a modern King James Bible with omitted margin notes, Forest of his Carmel, doesn't even make sense. You just have this Hebrew word in there.
So you just wouldn't not know. You won't know because you have to have them. What about all the other places in the King James where it talks about certain things and doesn't have a marginal note? It talks about certain places, that mean things. Lebanon. What does that mean? What does any place name usually has a certain meaning and concept and etymology. So you have to have that. Is that all in the King James? No. There are many times you just left like you should really know what that is if you know the Bible, or just look it up.
And the meaning is obscured. Next verse says, I have digged and drunk water, and with the soles of my feet have I dried up all the rivers of the besieged places. And then the margin note says that the word translated as besieged could also mean fenced or enclosed. Now, the difference between those two words in English, they're kind of opposites. Something that's besieged means it's surrounded by an army that's getting ready to attack it. If you're under siege, that means you're surrounded by enemies who are looking to invade. Whereas fenced or closed means that you're surrounded by something protective to keep the enemies out.
No. Besieged means you're surrounded by an army. A fence means you're surrounded by a fence. So besieged, it hasn't got armies here. Okay. And so it just means surrounded by. Okay. And so dried up all the rivers of the surrounded or the besieged places. Just because you can use besieged in a sense of a military activity, it is not in opposition to fenced or closed. And so he's reading into this like okay, let's go to, or maybe he actually goes to etymology. Let's see how far he goes with this.
So in Hebrew, this word, some sort of barrier is being communicated, but it doesn't tell you if it's offensive or defensive. The New King James went.
It's just a barrier. It's a fence. A fence is neutral.
With the marginal reading here, and I think that is the better reading, they say the brooks of defense. There's also a margin note that says, or perhaps Egypt. Now, there's nothing in the King James indicating that this could have anything to do with Egypt. But remember in the previous verse, there was the reference to Lebanon. So it would make sense that maybe this is referring to another geographical location. Lebanon is north of Israel. Egypt is southwest of Israel. These are places that were at times part of the Assyrian Empire. There are a lot of various translations that will actually use a reference to Egypt in the body of the text here. It's good that the New King James at least lists that as a possibility. Unfortunately, in the parallel passage in 2 Kings 19, they don't have that note in that parallel passage, but at least it's here in Isaiah, which is good. So the word translated as besieged or defense here is matzor. It can mean siege or entrenchment, right? Those two ideas we talked about, but it can also be a name for Egypt. The actual word that's commonly translated as Egypt throughout the Old Testament is Mitzrayim, which is a dual of matzor. It's like a plural that only refers to two, kind of like a bicycle would refer to, having two wheels in English, right? So this is like a doubling, talking about two entrenchments or sieges. Why would that be? Well, a couple of things. If you look at this map here, you can see that the Nile Delta has all of these waterways, but the land is divided up or protected by multiple, you could say, brooks of defense, right? This would be very protective for the people in that land from foreign invaders because they would have to cross these waterways to attack, right? So they would act as like a natural moat for their cities. So why was Egypt called Mitzrayim, which is two Matzors, right? One possibility is that, you had Upper Egypt upstream in the Nile and then Lower Egypt, which was, more of like the Delta area. So this may have actually been specifically referring to Lower Egypt, or it could be just sort of a poetic use of the word. The name for Egypt is the same as the name of one of Ham's sons. So he was probably the patriarch of the Egyptians. Again, this is something that's lost in translation, right? We got this name that everywhere else in the Old Testament it's translated as Egypt. When it's referring to the nation, the region, the people who live in the region, it's Egypt. But here it's Mitzrayim, referring to the person, because that's his name. And you don't see, unfortunately, there's no note here either, that his name, essentially his name is Egypt, right? This is the Hebrew word for Egypt. And so it was probably his descendants that settled in Egypt. And it could be that he was named for that region, or that the word came to have that meaning based on his name. That's unclear, but his name is Egypt. So if this is a reference to Egypt, one thing that's peculiar is that at this time, the king of Assyria, it sounds like he's boasting about having conquered Egypt, but that hadn't happened with this king. It would be his son who would conquer Egypt some years later. Earlier in Isaiah, there is a prophecy where God says that Egypt would be conquered, but at this point, this hasn't happened yet. According to history, I don't even think that's really specified when that happened in the biblical text, but according to history, it was this king's son who conquered Egypt a few years after this king had died. And in this passage in Isaiah 37, after this prophecy where God is telling the king of Assyria, you've been boasting, you've been blaspheming. The only reason you've had these successes is because of me, not your own strength. And now you're in big trouble. I'm going to wipe you out. And then after this prophecy, we read that the Lord killed many thousands of the Assyrian soldiers, and then the king's sons end up killing him. So he never did conquer Egypt, but yet this appears as past tense, that he has dried up the brooks of defense. In other words, that he's overcome these protective borders and conquered Egypt. But in Hebrew, there is not a clear distinction between past tense and future tense. These verbs are in the perfect tense, which is typically translated as past tense, as something that's a completed action, not an ongoing action, not something that was happening in the past and is still going on, but something that is kind of a finite, finished action. In our language, this is clearly distinguished between things that have happened in a complete way in the past and something that will happen in the future. But in Hebrew, there's no such distinction. It's up to the translator to interpret these verbs based on the context to see, is this talking about the past or the future, or possibly even the present? So most versions of the Bible translate this as past tense, even ones that recognize or make the connection to Egypt in this verse. But there are some that interpret this as being future tense, which makes sense when you compare it to the historical record that Assyria would later conquer Egypt. Here you have in the American Standard Version, which is one of the older modern translations, and then a more recent version, which is the World English Bible. They're almost word for word the same, except for this verb, digged or dug. It says, I have dug and drunk water, and with the sole of my feet, I will dry up all the rivers of Egypt. Right? So this is putting it in the future tense. Now, actually, the World English Bible is a revision of the American Standard Version in the similar way that the King James Bible was a revision of the Bishop's Bible, and that the New King James is a revision of the King James Bible. So it's no surprise that these two have very similar wording. But the idea is, even in this update, they're reaffirming what the American Standard Version translators had interpreted as far as this verb being future tense. And you can see that they're making the connection here that's talking about Egypt, recognizing that at this point in history, this hadn't happened yet. So he wouldn't be saying this in the past tense. He would have this confidence that he's going to do it in the future, except that he didn't, because his sons killed him and his successor ended up being the one that would conquer Egypt. So next verse, again, this is God addressing.
So all of that, like fanciful, dancing around, the rivers of the besieged places. And he's saying, like, Ahana says, oh my gosh, who is this guy? Besieged, opposite. He is letting the modern New King James gaslight his thinking. And like he went through all of that just to make out that this means some sort of besiegement. This is it's simply not in the text. He's reading all of that into this one word. And then he's saying, fences, that's the opposite. So basically, because the marginal note, which he before was saying was so brilliant, and we need these marginal notes, we have to have these marginal notes in the King James now, or else we're missing out on what they've done. And then he's like, but look at this marginal note. How stupid is that? You know what I mean? They're either good or they're not. How come you want them, but then you're just mocking them? So I don't think he really knows what he's talking about.
the king of Assyria. He says, "Hast thou not heard long ago how I have done it, and of ancient times that I formed it? Now have I brought it to pass that thou shouldst be to lay waste defenced cities into ruinous heaps." Now I have that word defenced highlighted there just to show this is a different Hebrew word, and this means defense. It's like a synonym. And so this also gives more credence to that word that was ambiguous in the previous verse.
Notice he's saying it's ambiguous, but we know what it means.
You know, does it mean enclosed or defended, or does it mean besieged? It's more consistent that it would mean brooks of defense, because this language is being used here as well, defenced cities. So have you not heard long ago how I've done it, and of ancient times how I formed it, right? That you have heard that the hearing happened long ago. Or there's the alternate reading that the King James translators put in the margin notes that says, or hast thou not heard how I have made it long ago and formed it in ancient times? And so this interpretation has a little bit of a stronger parallelism, right? Because long ago corresponds to of ancient times. It sounds like both are referring to when God made it or formed it, not when it was heard, right? So it seems like a little more consistent, but it could be either way. And the King James translators are acknowledging it. And then the second part of the verse, should I now bring it to be laid waste and defenced cities to be ruinous heaps? So this is framing it more of a question, like, should I actually do this? What God's saying is that he built these places up. It was through his power and influence that they were built up. It's his prerogative whether he destroys them or not. Should he do that? The Assyrian king thinks that it's like he's entitled to be able to conquer these things. But God's saying, I don't know, should I? I mean, the way you've been behaving, you've been boasting and blaspheming me. Maybe I won't do this, even though I said I would. You know, he ends up doing it for the later generation, delaying it and not doing it through this king. So the base text says, now I have brought it to pass. But again, if this is talking about Egypt, it really hasn't been brought to pass yet, right? The conquering of Egypt part, at least. Whereas the alternate reading speaks about this more like in the present or in the near future tense, right? Should I now bring it to be laid waste and defend cities to be ruinous heaps? The King James translators were saying these are both valid translations. Now, in this passage, where the base text of the King James says besieged and the margin note says...
So all this just to talk about fenced and besieged. Like all of these type of gymnastics.
Fenced, that's consistent between Isaiah 37:25 and the parallel passage, 2 Kings 19:24. They both have besieged in the body and fenced in the margin note. The 1602 Bishop's Bible was not consistent. In Isaiah 37:25, it says waters of defense, but over in 2 Kings 19:24, the same Hebrew words are translated, the water pools that are besieged. And so they were inconsistent. The same Hebrew terms being translated in opposite ways in the Bishop's Bible in these two parallel passages. The same goes for Carmel or woods. Just in general here, you can see how loose the translation is in the Bishop's Bible compared to what we see in the King James Bible. There's a lot more paraphrasing. This is much more of a dynamic equivalence than a formal equivalence. And especially the Isaiah 37 passage is very dynamic. So the King James cleaned that up a lot. These two passages are virtually identical in the Hebrew, so they should be virtually identical in English as well. And the King James brought them much more closely into alignment. There's still a few places where there's some variance, but they're very minor. You know, sometimes it's a singular or a plural, or there might be a preposition that's rendered differently. But on the whole, they read very similarly, whereas they look less alike in the 1602 Bible. One thing to point out, though, about the 1602 Bible is that, as I was talking about earlier, how in Hebrew, there isn't really a distinction between past tense and future tense or even present tense, that's up to interpretation and has to rely on context. And sometimes there isn't really a lot to go on. We had looked at how the American Standard and the World English Bible rendered the passage regarding the waters of defense or the brooks of defense in the future tense. This is another example here in the Bishop's Bible. That passage, in fact, this whole passage is mostly rendered in the future tense, whereas the King James renders it in the past tense. And most translations have followed the lead of the King James since then, but you can see even the 1602 Bishop's Bible was rendering this boasting from the king of Assyria mostly as future tense of things he will do. And that's apparently independent of any recognition that this is possibly referencing Egypt. it's still rendering this whole passage, this whole series of boastings from the king of Assyria as future tense, maybe with a little present tense in there as well. So the King James translators, to their credit, at least reconciled that these passages should say the same thing, right? It's the same language. So they put Carmel in the base text and fruitful forest in the margin note. They put rivers of besieged places in the base text, and they put rivers of fenced places in the margin notes. I think in both cases here, the marginal reading makes more sense than what they put in the base text, but at least they got them consistent. And it's good that they retained the alternate readings that were in the parallel passage of the Bishop's Bible in the margin notes. So just as...
But wasn't he saying before that the marginal note was wrong? Now he's saying that it's a better reading.
The King James was a revision of the 1602 Bishop's Bible and aimed to improve the clarity in the translation. So too, the New King James is a revision of the King James Bible and further cleans up some of these discrepancies that are left.
No, it doesn't clean up anything. It actually muddies the water when it comes to a lot of these issues, specifically in the Old Testament. There are a lot of places where it just causes confusion, and he's just shown the type of contradictory nature of having the Bishop's Bible with the historical context, like in 2 Kings. When you look at a lot of the verses in the New King James in its historical context, sometimes they're saying the exact opposite thing. And just as he pointed out, the King James tidied up these issues with the bishops. It's a superior reading. What we see with the New King James, by changing and tweaking a few things here and there, it actually reverts back to that type of translation where there's confusion if you've got parallel texts. And so, A. Hannah says, I think he forgot what he was discussing. Yeah. So we've got Bible Highlighter is in the house. Good to see you. Emmett Rivers says this guy is causing more questions and confusion than any marginal notes in all the Bibles. Yeah. A. Hannah says he's using politician rhetorical confusion tactics. He's confused himself. I mean, so...
remaining in the King James Bible. So the discrepancies between singulars and plurals and prepositions, fenced or defense in the last line have been changed to fortified. And the New King James is taking it a step further, because it's not only reconciling the two parallel passages with each other, but also with the language used back in Isaiah 19, which was the prophecy about Egypt's coming struggles. Here, that same phrase that we find in those two passages rendered in the King James, the rivers of besieged places, is rendered the brooks of defense in the King James. And this is a passage about Egypt. So there's that connection there, talking about the canals of the Nile Delta providing defense for those cities. That same phrase, you get kind of a callback of that in the passage in Isaiah 37 or 2 Kings 19. And so even if you didn't have a note saying that this might be a reference to Egypt, you still could possibly pick up on it just because of the similar language if you were really paying attention. I see this as similar to, in our culture, if someone says the phrase sea to shining sea, we know that's a reference to America, whereas someone in another culture at another time might not make that connection. But that seems to be what's happening here, this idea of brooks of defense, whether it's a name for Egypt or something associated with Egypt, that connection would have been understood in those days. And the New King...
Well, what is a fence? A fence is just a border. So the people over the border are the Egyptians. They were next door to the Israelites, and having a fence, sometimes it can be a defense if you're at war, but it's just a neutral. It says a fence, so if we look up besieged, let's have a look at it. Etymology. To lay siege, from besiege, besieging. Okay. A chair A seat, a chair, stool, ceremonial, seat of a king. Sense is now obsolete. From Old French, siege, sage, seat, throne. From Vulgar Latin, sedicum, seat. From the Latin, sedere, to sit. The military sense, the stationing of an attacking force before or around a fortified place. The act or process of besieging a city, castle is attested from around 1300. The notion of an army sitting down before a place. The oldest sense preserved in archaic siege perilous, early 13th century, the vacant seat at Arthur's round table, according to prophecy, to be occupied safely only by the knights destined to find the Grail. Also in Middle English, a privy, a latrine, a chamber pot, hence 16th century excrement, fecal matter, and the anus. Okay, so we've got B in front of that. Okay, let's look at the usage. Besieged. Okay, so it's used a little bit more than the 1980s, but it almost completely dropped out. Wiktionary might help. So it just means the equivalent to around or about. Okay. And siege. Okay. So let's look at that. To beset or surround with armed forces for the purpose of compelling to surrender, lay siege to or beleaguer. Transitive or figurative, to beleaguer, to vex, to lay siege, to beset, to assail, to ply with requests or demands. Okay. So to besiege with like an army, to vex, to attack continuously. Okay, that's in German. Okay, so maybe what I can do is pull up my online Bible. We'll look up the word besiege. Okay. So they'll make war against thee, thou shalt besiege it. Okay, when thou shalt besiege a city a long time in making war. So we see the word war and besiege used in a lot of these. And shall besiege thee in all thy gates. And shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout the land. To besiege David and his men. If their enemy besiege them in the land of their cities, and his servants did besiege it. It's talking about Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came against the city. If their enemies besiege them, okay, so Isaiah 21, O Elam, besiege. Go up, O Elam, besiege, O Media. Okay, so talk about war. And against the Chaldeans which besiege you, Chaldeans that besiege you. Okay, so let's see. Isaiah 37. I'll just look that one up. Okay. Oops. 25, okay. So 39, 38, 37, 25. I've digged down and drunk water. Okay, besieged. That's where I'm missing that word. Okay, here we go. Quite a lot more words here. He besieged it, remaineth, and his besieged shall die. Shall besiege it, army besieged it, Chaldeans besieged it, Babylon's army besieged it, rivers of the besieged places, the daughter of Zion, as a besieged city, besieged it, and came and besieged Rabbah. So Isaiah. The same as 04692 in a sense of a limit. Besieged places, defense, fortress, fortified. Okay. So a Matzor is a name of Egypt. I mean, a fence, a border. Egypt borders Israel back in those days. Okay. So the Brook of Defense, the King James has all the rivers of the besieged places.
James is making that.
Emmett Rivers says, honestly, will someone please tell me what is the point? Why doesn't he demonstrate how modern versions contradict each other? This guy is all over the place. He actually does. In the video that I did last week, he came out against the NIV with saying that a rapist has to marry, the person who is a victim of rape has to marry their rapist. And he came out against it, and I was like, well, that's good. But he was sort of saying that we irrationally come against the NIV sort of thing. Well, we usually have some very good reasons to come out against all this. So I think in this, he's just showing where there's these footnotes, okay? And it says, okay, besieged places, fenced or enclosed, has or fenced. He's saying it should be defense, brooks of defense. And then it says, or perhaps Egypt, which is not really, it's not saying or Egypt, it's or perhaps Egypt. That's New King James. But it has brooks of defense. I mean,
clearer to
it's sort of like that. It's like, well, okay, well, what exactly is the point? Okay, so I guess looking through those besieged verses, besiege, I think before I was sort of saying, well, fence is a neutral sort of word, and besiege just means like to be surrounded. It's the context whether you're surrounded by an army, but it does seem like every situation is, that's why I read through them all, is besieged by an army. Okay, so I guess that would take away the neutrality of that. But fence just means you're surrounded by something. So the rivers of the surrounded places and besieged in the context of reading the King James and looking at the word besieged and how the usage of it in other verses, it's like, well, yeah, it's talking about a type of a military besiegement. But it's, I'm just sort of failing to see what the big deal is here, except for that the New King James says it's probably Egypt. And then I guess he's trying to justify that reading. So he's done this whole study into it. Okay, well, let's just keep going.
Readers today by using the same language where the Hebrew is the same, even when it occurs in different passages. So for the King James onlyist, is the New King James wrong for translating this phrase as the brooks of defense in Isaiah 37 and 2 Kings 19, where the King James translators had translated the same phrase as the brooks of defense back in Isaiah 19? How could the New King James...
Well, so this is who's saying that that's like completely wrong. You know what I mean? Sometimes New King James is just using synonymous words. I guess so. This is the thing. You think he's going to get to a place where he's going to have a good example, but he's just like, because he thinks that King James people believe in a secondary inspiration and it's just automatic writing. You can use words in different contexts differently. You can have well, he's saying that it's got brooks of defense in the New King James, but it doesn't say that in the Old King James. I think he actually said that wrong. Okay, let's go back.
Same 30s is the New King. When one another culture at another time might not make that connection, but that seems to be what's happening here. This idea of brooks of defense, whether it's a name for Egypt or something associated with Egypt, that connection would have been understood in those days. And the New King James is making that clearer to readers today by using the same language where the Hebrew is the same, even when it occurs in different passages. So for the King James onlyist, is the New King James wrong for translating this phrase as the brooks of defense?
Okay, so he's saying, okay, the brooks of defense, the New King James guys had this.
In Isaiah 37 and 2 Kings 19, where the King James translators had translated the same phrase as the brooks of defense back in Isaiah 19. How could...
Okay, so Isaiah 19 has... It's sort of all over the place here. Isaiah 19... to the land. Here, the brooks of defense. Okay. So they have to translate it the same every place. It's like all of that just to say that. It's like, oh man, come on.
The New King James translators be wrong to translate it that way when the King James translators did as well in a different passage?
So he's just found a difference and gone, you're saying they're wrong here? It's like, well, I don't know, brooks of defense. I mean, okay, well, it sort of is saying the same thing. It's like
1 Timothy 4:15. Meditate.
And now he's changing to another one. It's I just can't really see the point of what he was just saying there. Because of course there's going to be places, if you got the New King James, if you got a 400-year-old book, some of the words are archaic and you update that word. It's like, okay, well, there you go. Now, if you're using the exact same terminology that sometimes the King James uses for that type of word, it's probably going to be accurate, but it's just not what they chose to use there. It's like, okay, well, what's your point? Except that you have in your imagination this straw man person who believes in sort of automatic writing, but then you're talking about marginal notes, and it's like, I don't know. It's very confusing. Calvin says, if I'm not mistaken, the reason why Israelites did not go south during the Exodus was because the Philistines were in that land and might have besieged that entire area. Not that has to do with this. Not that has to do with this. Yeah, Yeah, interesting. No, good point.
Upon these things, give thyself wholly to them, that thy profiting may appear to all. And then the margin note says, or in all things. So profiting here means like progress. And the question is whether or not this is saying that Timothy's progress should appear to everyone or in all things. Is it to all the people or in all the things? And there is a preposition in the Greek here that in, which is generally translated in. So it would normally be may appear in all, as in all things, but the translators went with to all. Now, why did they do that? This is where the King James sort of defers to the Vulgate.
Okay, so let's get Christopher Yetz's article up. 1 Timothy 4. Okay, so downloads. Here we go. Scrivener 60. 1 Timothy 4:16. Now, perhaps you'll talk about this. Let's search for 4:16. No exact match. Maybe it doesn't. Timothy. Ah. 4:15. Sorry. Okay, so although I will read through this, this is part of one of the things that I've really got to be doing. I won't go through all the details, but pretty much he's saying Panera E and Passin. Vulgate omits the N. Manifestus sit omnibus. The King James Version omits the N. It may appear to all. Scrivener's perspective, so Scrivener said that this was a Latinization of the King James, which most people believe what Scrivener says without really checking it for themselves. The TR might literally read, the progress of view may be apparent in or among all. So that's this is Scrivener's perspective, okay? Scrivener suggests that the King James Version marginal reading in all things aligns more closely with the TR text, while the reading in the body of the King James Version resembles the Vulgate, the evil Latin, okay? What really happened? Analysis. Coverdale and the Geneva Bible apply all to people, while other translations apply it to all things. Diodati's Italian, the 1558 pastors and professors of Geneva French and Reina and Valera's Spanish translations also apply it to people. The Greek word passin, all, is plural and may refer to either all things, for example, Luke 18:22, or all people in Mark 6:41. The Vulgate uses omnibus, which can similarly refer to either all people or all things, as seen in its usage in Genesis 6. Beza commented, the Vulgate and Erasmus render it as in all in omnibus, which we can also understand in the neuter gender as in all things or in all ways. The preposition en normally translates as in, but can also be rendered as to depending on the context. For example, the King James Version translates en as to in the following cases. In Acts 24:11, I went up to Jerusalem instead of I went up in Jerusalem. And 1 Corinthians 7:15 called us to peace instead of called us in peace. 2 Corinthians 4:3, it is hid to them, not it is hid in them. 2 Corinthians 8:7, in your love to us instead of in your love in us. Colossians 1:23 was preached to every creature instead of was preached in every creature. In each of these examples, the Vulgate uses the Latin word in, but the more natural English is to. Many modern versions follow this approach as well. It is also important to note that the King James Version marginal note does not say Greek in all things. Therefore, the marginal note is not contrasting a textual variant reading in the body with a more literal one in the margin. Rather, the note presents an alternative translation of the same Greek phrase. Additionally, the NA28 omits N from the text, as some manuscripts lack it. Okay, so yeah, it's not actually showing a textual variation there, but it's actually just showing where there is sometimes in the Greek, if you only know a certain amount of Greek, you can get mistaken. Like this guy is like, it should say in, you know. It comes from the Latin. No, many times N is, the preposition is translated elsewhere perfectly as to, and it fits. So the King James Version's rendering is a valid English translation of the Greek. The marginal note offers other legitimate ways to understand the same phrase without implying any departure from the Greek text. So anyway, he's going to talk about this now. So
I've got it kind of color-coded here so you can sort of match up an English translation of the Vulgate to the Latin above it. And you can see that in the Vulgate, it says that thy profiting may be manifest to all. And it also said earlier, it says meditate upon these things or meditate in these things. That's the same word. Those are both word in, just like in English, right? That's where our word in comes from. You can see it's missing from the end. So it says that thy profiting may be manifest to all. If it were to be in all things, it would have that word in inserted there before omnibus, right? So it would say may be manifest in all rather than just manifest to all. So there is no to. If it's just lacking altogether, the to is implied. But if it should be in, the word in should be there. This could just be a translation scribal error where that word was omitted in the Latin, but it is in the Greek as in. So again, I think the margin.
You don't need it in Latin. And he's sort of got here, like I think this is like his own translation of it, because it says meditate upon these things, King James. Then it says be in these things. But the King James says give thyself wholly to them. And then it says that thy profiting may appear to all. And it has that thy profiting may be manifest to all. So he's definitely, that's his own sort of translation of it.
Note here is better than the main text in the King James because the Greek has the word in there.
Okay, so the marginal note here is better. As you can see, like what Christopher Yates has just said, you know, there are these places where if you only know a tiny bit of the language, it can cause you to think that there's something wrong here. But if you are fluent in this language, you're fluent in English, you're fluent in Greek, you can understand this. And so they've just put a little marginal note saying, or in all things. That's how it can read, but that's not how it should read. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, he's like, it's an alternative reading. It's an alternative translation. It's better in the margin. The King James guys knew it was better, but they were trapped by their promise to only really stick with the bishops and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, no, you're wrong on many different fronts.
Seems a little strange that the King James Bible deferred to the Latin translation that was missing.
It didn't. You're wrong again.
The word in as the proper reading when the word in is present in the Greek. So here's the literal standard version, which is a recent update to the Young's literal translation. This is a very literal translation. And you can see in that version, they have it as maybe evident in all things, because that's the word that's in the Greek. It really should be there. Does it make a huge difference? No. I'm glad that the King James translators showed that in the margin notes, but unfortunately, that's not present in King James Bibles today. Now, in the 1602 Bishop's Bible, it says in all things, but the King James goes with the Latin reading.
So as I was saying, the King James translators who knew Greek very well were very proficient. They understood that this is what an older Bible said. So to increase the faith of people and to segue them from a reading that was inferior to one that is completely superior, they put this in there to show that it's not just a print error. This is something that was in an older Bible, and they're bringing people from that older, lesser reading to a more fuller reading based upon the understanding of people who know Greek fluently, know it very well, and are highly skilled and highly educated. And so this is the final appeal to all those translations, and this is exactly what it should say. So if you take his view, it's just there's mistake here and mistake there, and they should do this, and the margin's better, and King James only people are just, it's like, nah. But you can see he's got a lot of this stuff. He's got this list. It's an alternative reading. It's a better reading. It's got this and it's got that, and he just doesn't understand what's going on here. So Emmett Rivers says, now I see what he's doing. He's justifying the use of synonyms and justifying alternative readings. Yes. Sophistry. Bible Highlighter says, yeah, alternate variant readings are not synonyms for sure, if that's what he's driving at. Sophistry, good word, perfectly describes his misguided zeal. Jose Hannah. Bible Highlighter says he doesn't have a Bible, he has a jigsaw puzzle. Calvin says, Highlighter, as Will Kenny would say, he's just another Bible agnostic. Emmett Rivers says, this is not a problem for us who believe in a preserved text, so long as the synonym or alternative reading doesn't change the meaning, cause a contradiction, or is an error. Consider context. Yes, that's exactly right. Boulder's Line says, I'm back, had to go for some food. Okay, and so let's continue on.
And unfortunately, in this case, the New King James doesn't even have a margin note on this verse. So
unfortunately, the New King James is just as wrong, or maybe he's just wrong.
That's a place where the New King James is sort of a step backward from the King James, if you're looking at a King James that includes the margin notes, which pretty much no one is anymore. But that's a place where the New King James deferred to the King James and probably shouldn't have. 2 John.
Dung dung. No gold star for you.
On verse 8, look to yourselves that we lose not those things which we have wrought, but that we receive a full reward. And the margin note says that wrought could be gained. So wrought means worked, and gained is like the result of work, right? You can see that the Greek word here is ergatsomai, which means work or to trade or to make gains by trading, right? So to do business. So that same word, it could be taken either way. So they're saying it could be wrought, it could be gained. And then there's a textual variant listed here too. It says some copies read, which ye have gained, but that ye receive, etc. So using second person pronouns there, using ye instead of we. So is John including himself in this sentence or not? So the translators are acknowledging that textual variant. Oftentimes King James onlyists will criticize the New King James, even though it's translating the same base text as the King James, the Textus Receptus. It will include in the footnotes the textual variants that you might find in the body of the text in most of the other modern translations. Even though the body of the text is complete or has the Byzantine or the majority text reading, they'll have these footnotes that show the minority text readings. It'll say NU text omits this phrase. And King James onlyists will criticize the New King James for even making acknowledgement to these textual variants. But the King James...
The issue is people knew about these things. I can probably almost guarantee if I go to, I'll go to my website again. If I go to 2 John 1:8, and we look at the English Bibles, there is most probably going to be some issue there, or perhaps with the Textus Receptus copies. Usually when it says copies, it's talking about the printed copies. Most of the time, that's where when some people say, 1 John 5:7 is in all the copies, or the majority of copies, people are like, what do they mean? What? Manuscript copies is like, oh no, printed editions, So So sometimes, yeah, I think it's TurretinFan, not TurretinFan. Francis Turretin gets pulled over the coals for that one sometimes. So let's look at 2 John 1 and verse 8. Okay, so let's go down here. All right, so I don't have all the Greek there, but I do have the English. Wrought, which we have done, and then wrought. Okay. Now it says here in the Wycliffe, ye, the things ye have wrought. Okay. Tyndale has we have wrought, we, okay. So the whole concept of ye, I usually go to the Textus Receptus Bibles website, but it just doesn't load. Textus Receptus Bibles just doesn't seem to load. Oh, here we go. Loaded straight away. Made me a liar. Okay. So we'll just check that out. We'll go to 2 John 1:8. Okay. So Young's has ye. That's weird. No, sorry, we. I'm getting them mixed up. There we go. We. So the TR is, it says we in all the editions. I think it's just like a Byzantine issue. It doesn't seem to be affecting the Greek here. Yeah, it's TR Byzantine issues. And basically the same words. Okay, so let's go to translate. We lose if we work. You receive, we receive. Okay, so it's a little bit hard to see there, but anyway, we'll just let him continue through. So the whole thing of wrought, he's mentioned this, or gained. It just means something that you've worked for. And then it's just saying some copies read which ye have gained, but that ye receive, etc. Okay. So some copies read that. So I'm not sure exactly which copies they are. It might be some sort of marginal note like in the 1550 Stephanus, or it might be mentioned by Erasmus or something like that. But anyway, we'll just continue on because he mightn't go all into all that depth. But what this footnote is there for is to show people who know this information to go to with the reading that's in the main text. That's why they have it here. It says or gained, and then it says some copies read this, but obviously they're not going with that. They're going with the main text.
James translators had a few dozen margin notes that noted the known textual variants of their day. They didn't have the ones that we have that come from Sinaiticus and Vaticanus primarily.
They had a lot of Vaticanus understanding of what Vaticanus said, but they didn't have 1 John 5:7 with a margin. Vaticanus doesn't have it or whatever. Because, as I've mentioned, these are faith-producing footnotes instead of just curiosities and weird things that are hidden. This would have been known to people, to scholars, to people of the day, and so they've tidied up these issues by putting this in their text. And so now perhaps I would suggest that perhaps that's a Vulgate, because Wycliffe, when we go to Wycliffe, which is down here. Okay, so we see Wycliffe, the things that ye have wrought, that ye resu full made. Okay, so that's got the ye there. But so perhaps it was something to do with the Vulgate. Perhaps it's to do with the Clementine Vulgate. They've got this reading, or perhaps it's a Douay Reams. Maybe the Douay Reams. Douay Reams, 2 John 1:8. Actually, I think Douay Reams is just in Bible Hub anyway, so let's have a look at that. Yeah, so the modern versions have you here, where the King James has we here. Okay, so that's an issue there. Now, Douay. Look to yourselves that you lose not the things which you have wrought, but that you may receive a full reward. So it does seem like it is a Roman Catholic type of reading. So it is in the Douay Reams. So that is the reason why they have it written there. Some copies read this. So some of the Greek, yes, it does follow what the Latin Vulgate has said and what the Douay Reams has said. But of course, they're going to go with the Textus Receptus. Okay. So, and interesting, I think I've just corrected myself. So I've got some copies read, but no, that would be copies. Yeah, because it's in English, it's not talking about.
Because those.
It's not talking about the Greek. It's not talking about the Latin. It's talking about, okay, that reads this. Let's have a look and see if the Douay reads that. Which ye have gained. It says, which you have gained. So, which you have wrought, but that you may receive a full reward. That seems updated because they used ye and, but it's pretty much, very similar thing. But that you may receive a full reward. You have gained, but that ye receive. Okay. Yeah, so basically we're looking at the ye here and the ye there, where we have we. Look to yourselves that we lose not those things which we have wrought, but that we receive a full reward. Okay. Very interesting. So I'm pretty sure this is just going to be a nothing burger. What it's done. Some people are reading the Douay Reams and they're reading through this and they're thinking, oh, maybe it should say ye there. But they've pointed out, no, we already know about this issue. We've studied it through. We're experts. Go with this reading.
Weren't known to the King James translators. They hadn't been discovered until the 19th century. But they did list textual variants that were known to them.
So it's saying they're listing these textual variants because they didn't know about Sinaiticus. Like, the thing is, it's like Sinaiticus is just like a standalone weird thing with all these variants, like thousands of variants. Oh, great. So now we have to have all that in the margins. You know what I mean? It's like, when does it get to the point where you stop putting these things in the margins because they're just dumb readings? Codex Beza, the 5th century document that Theodore, named after Theodore Beza because he was given it. When he gave that to, I think it's at Cambridge University, he gave it to them and basically said, don't use this. It's a curiosity, but don't translate from it. It's got all these weird readings in it. Should we put all that in the, what Bart Ehrman said, there's like 400,000 variants. Should we have all that? You know what I mean?
Right. So on top of thousands of places where the King James translators express doubts about how a verse or a word should be.
So notice they're expressing doubt, not, hey, we know that the Reem has this silly reading in it, but we go with this because it's the correct reading. Are they expressing doubt when you explain it that way? No. But the way he's explaining it is the King James guys were there like, I don't know what this is supposed to read, guys. Put your hand up if you want to make a definitive, decision on this. Are you a textual absolutist, or have you just got confidence and you're not really sure? It's like, put your hand half up. It's like, when none of us are sure. It's like, okay, well, because we're all in doubt here, let's just put it in the margin so everyone else can be in doubt too, because we've got to be honest. That's what he's basically saying. It's ridiculous.
Translated and had alternates in the margin notes. They also had a few dozen places where they said, we can't even be totally sure about what the original author wrote because we have these textual variants. And so to criticize the New King James for having footnotes that make transparent the existence of these textual variants.
There's so much difference between these type of footnotes, and the New King James had just invented their majority text, which is not the majority of all manuscripts. It's basically about 300 to 400 manuscripts by Caspar René Gregory. I always get him and von Soden mixed up. Let's have a look. Who compiled the majority text manuscripts? I always get those two guys mixed up. I should do a whole program on each one of those guys so I know the difference. But anyway, one of them compiled 300 manuscripts. So that's the majority. Well, is 300 5,500 or whatever the number is now? No, it's not. And so it's not the majority. It's a minority of the majority. Okay. It's not even 10%, is it? 300 of like 5,800, or is that right? No. Getting my math wrong here. But the New King James guys, they were doing the New King James and they brought out this text. So imagine you were doing a Bible now and you brought out the weird, strange Beza primary text Bible. And it's like, oh, we've got all these other alternative readings from this new Greek thing we just made. And it's like, oh, great, we got that in there. That confusion in there too. So where's this been up until now? It's like, well, no one's really been using it. Hasn't really been copied anywhere. It's sort of new. And it's like, oh, great. So now we've got the mass of Westcott and Hort there. Then we've got the mass of this majority text there. And it's like, that is not, we're just being honest with the text and all the rest of it. That is, they put the majority text readings in there so people would gravitate toward their brand new Greek text that they made called the majority text.
They should make the same criticism of the King James Bible because it's supposed to have those margin notes. Printers don't include them anymore, but the translators wanted them to be there. They defended their use, and they thought they were important. Here's an example of the miscellaneous info that's helpful. Genesis 20.
Calvin said this stream should have the old liar alarm. Zzz, zzz. Hannah says this guy is a verbal equivalent of that meme with the guy with pictures on the bulletin board with all the pins and strings zigzagging around connecting everything. Yeah, it's a bit like that. It's hard to follow, but I'm nearly done. We've got like 20 minutes to go, but that could blow out to another hour. So anyway, Modern Bible Footnotes has turned him into a textual critic. Well, that's why they've got them there, so you can choose your own adventure. New King James says that in their study material. It says you can choose your own reading, and that was part of the way they advertised it. So instead of, if you're a majority text guy, you can just read the New King James and go, oh, the majority text says that. That's what I believe. Or if you're into the other modern Bibles based on Westcott and Hort, you can follow those readings too. Or it's based on the TR, so you can just read that, And so it's like the best of all worlds, this smorgasbord sort of thing, which is utter confusion. That's specifically when it's saying the opposite thing, or when the New King James doesn't go with the New King James reading, but then has a footnote saying that the King James reading is the Vulgate reading. You're like, oh my God. But it's actually the Hebrew reading as well, but they don't tell you that. They make out that the King James followed the Latin there,
7:36, and he said, is not he rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. And the marginal note says that Jacob means a supplanter. So if they don't have that note there, that's easily lost. Many modern translations, New King James and others, have similar notes. Unfortunately, modern printings of the King James don't include these margin notes. So
Bible Highlighter said Isaiah 19:6, Egypt's defense dries up. Our true defense is not in Egypt, fortress, or worldly strength, but in Christ himself. Strength, but in Christ himself. The Lord is my defense, and God is my rock of refuge. Jesus is the one who protects us from the wrath of God and gives living water. John 7:37-38. Mark Golf says that we refer to the apostles often. Calvin says it is a Tom Berger. Here I come to save a day. There's no need to fear. Underdog is here, aka Tom Berger. Emmett Rivers says most marginal readings in the King James Bible are there to show awareness of them and their rejection. Yes, Emmett Rivers, you are getting it. And if I can just get all TR King James people to understand that, it's like a weight off, because people just go alternative reading. It's just, oh, that's a choice they've put in the margin. It's like, no, oftentimes it's an inferior choice. Sometimes it's just a synonym to show you, hey, it doesn't mean this type of thing. It means this other type of thing. But oftentimes it's like, well, there's a history of Bibles, and they have to deal with that. And so they put them in there to get people to gravitate toward their main text. Boulder's line, the 2 Frankensteins. How could anyone read those and actually take them seriously with all the contradictions in them? Yeah, it's like you got the New King James, then you got the majority text, and then you got the NA text, and it's like absolute confusion. And people are like, why don't you use the New King James? And none of the people who translated it were TR people. Mark Golf says, I may be wrong to say that here, just saying the King James Version much better at definition of audience. And so let's continue. So this one here, it's got Jacob, and it has, that is a supplanter. Okay. And he said, is this not rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me 2 times. Okay, so they've just put in a footnote. Okay, Jacob is the supplanter. What's the big deal?
Well, these things are lost in translation now when they were there in the 1611 version in margin notes. Acts.
Okay, so he's saying we should have the marginal notes there in the modern King James editions, but. And I guess with that Jacob one, or the supplanter, I mean, most people who have studied the Bible for any length of time know that Jacob means a supplanter. The King James just had that helpful note, and that's fine. I'm cool with notes like that. But the main issue that he's trying to bring forth is not just that, there's typesetting here and we need, because it doesn't have that type of note everywhere in the King James, and so some notes are helpful. Sometimes I've got study Bibles and things like that, and you're reading through, and one little thing can just illuminate a lot of things to you. Like when I listen to people who know Hebrew fluently, they'll read through a verse and say, well, this name means this, and that's paralleled with what they say next with this. It's like, wow, I wouldn't have got that, And so they're adding this type of sprinkling through the marginal notes, but we're talking about King James onlyism here, not just, he's saying we need all these things in the text, we're missing out and all this stuff. Well, yeah, sure, have study Bibles and all the rest of it, have footnotes, that's fine. But someone who's reading the King James and it just says Jacob there, that's fine. He's pointing out the usefulness of a marginal note there. Okay, that's cool. But at the end of the day, he's really saying that if you follow the King James, you're in a cult. And so, you miss out a little bit from having a marginal note there, an explanation in the margin, and we should have them back in there. I don't know. I think it was A. Hannah said he's sort of all over the place with a lot of this stuff.
12:20, and Herod was highly displeased with them of Tyre and Sidon, but they came with one accord to him, and having made Blastus the king's chamberlain their friend, desired peace, because their country was nourished by the king's country. Okay, so we have this phrase, was highly displeased, and the margin note says, or have a hostile mind intending war. Now that sounds a lot stronger than highly displeased. I think this is an example of the English tendency to understate things or speak in a very reserved way, that Herod was highly displeased. Now the Greek word there, thumomakeo, I think it's pronounced, the prefix thumo means hot, right? That's where we get words like thermal. It means hot. It can mean, angry, hot with anger. And makeo has to do with fighting. So he's basically saying he's fighting mad, right? The New King James says, now Herod had been very angry with the people. Okay, that seems like a little better than highly displeased. I don't think highly displeased quite conveys the meaning there, especially when the marginal note is saying hostile mind intending war. That's a lot stronger than highly displeased. So I think, very angry is appropriate there. Is this corrupting God's word?
Okay, so you got someone like Herod. Herod's a ruler. Okay, so if I said Putin was highly displeased with Ukraine, or in New King James, Putin had been angry with the people of the Ukraine, or the leaders of Ukraine. I mean, that's just what it says, So
change it to something a little stronger than highly displeased, especially in light of what the Greek says. I don't think so. It seems appropriate. But again, if you're reading out of a King James Bible today, it doesn't have that footnote. You're not going to get that sense of how intense that is. And then,
okay, so you wouldn't get the sense if you read this. And Herod was highly displeased with them and Tyre and Sidon, but they came to him to one accord with him, and having made Blastus the king chamberlain their friend, desired peace. You get it in the context. It's like, oh. Anyway, let's continue.
You have the king's chamberlain, and you have a note saying, with the more literal translation, that the Greek has a phrase that says.
So I think that footnote there was just, he was actually wanted to go to this Greek one, but it just so happened to have that in there. So he's just gone on with that, and it's just a nothing burger.
That was over the king's bedchamber. So that idea of someone being in charge of the king's bedchamber, right? That's what the word chamberlain means. Nowadays, people don't use the word chamberlain so much, right? We don't have a culture that has these sorts of servants and things like that. So the New King James says the king's personal aide. And there's still, in the New King James, a note with that literal translation. It says, who was in charge of the king's bedchamber. And then finally, you have a change that the New King James made where they changed nourished to supplied with food, which is a little easier to understand. But there is a note that the word translated there literally means nourished. But that's the sense of the meaning, is that they were supplying the other country with food. 2 John 12.
So, I mean, what's the big deal about that? Like, I just can't see like when you look at all that he's just said there, like you can tell Herod was displeased. They wanted peace. Okay, the country was nourished by the king's country. Is that just supplied with food, or is it nourished in the sense of they're trading together? Is there more to that? I guess you study those things. All he's saying is, there's old words in the King James. So now he's trying to say, okay, the New King James is better because it's understandable to today's audience. And it's like, okay, well, that's fine, but that doesn't make the King James wrong. You know what I mean? He's trying to say the King James is wrong, and he's trying to point out marginal notes and alternate readings, when clearly here it's like the King's Chamberlain, and they've got the King's personal aide. So, okay, well, that's probably just an update of what that is. But then they've got in here who was in charge of the King's bedchamber. In here it says in Greek who was that was in charge of the King's bedchamber. So that's actually the definition in Greek. And it's like, well, okay, so if you can read the King James and understand these words, which aren't that hard, King's Chamberlain and nourished, that's fine. It's accurate. If you can't understand them and you read the King James, it's had been very angry, but he seems to want to make that to more of a war thing, which the footnote in the King James has. It's like, okay, so you're just showing differences. Okay, what's the point here? He's trying to make so many different points that now he's just going, the New King James reads better than the Old King James. And it's like, okay, yeah, in some places it's more understandable. But what's the big deal? Does that mean the King James is wrong? Does that mean... See, the problem is the New King James, just, a few verses earlier, it changes Easter to Passover, and neglects the semantic domain, the semantic range of Pascha in its resurrection context. Easter means resurrection. Easter comes from a Auferstehung, which means to resurrect in German. It's not a pagan thing. And so I would say that's an error. The thing is, if I go through Acts 12, I'd probably find 4 or 5 errors in that chapter. And then you go through and go, okay, well, it's been updated like this. It's like, yeah, but it's got 4 or 5 errors, not just changes and, this is a synonym. He's just sort of pointing out synonyms and going, well, this is modernized. And it's like, okay, that's fine. It's just one verse. Want me to show you places where there's words missing and it departs from the Textus Receptus and it's got problems, and then he's pointing out these marginal notes and he's talking all about that. And it's like, man, it's very confusing. Mark Golf says, were the appointed Roman leaders able to declare war? I'm just thinking out loud. Okay. I'm not exactly sure of what their reach was. Regional leaders, I mean. Help says, doubt and uncertainty is read into the margin of the King James Version. A. Hannah says, I see a gnat, a strained out and strained at gnat, and a camel burger. If we're going to be anachronistic, I believe the King James Version translators would be King James only after watching this guy's video. This would thoroughly convince them. Okay, so let's continue.
Meaning is that they were supplying the other country with food. 2 John 12, speak face to face. There's a note that says the Greek.
So the Greek is stoma pros stoma. I remember because when I first started learning Greek, I went through 2 John because I thought it's the smallest book in the New Testament. Actually, 3 John is in the Greek, but in the English word count. So I went with 2 John and I studied, and memorized a lot of this chapter. So it was stoma pros stoma.
Literally means mouth to mouth, but we don't talk like that, right? That phrase, that figure of speech in Greek doesn't translate well in English, but it corresponds to face. So it says face to face, but just FYI, the Greek means mouth to mouth. In Luke 1.
So what's I understand if I was making a video like this, I might say, just out of general curiosity, here's another note that's interesting. But it's what's this doing against King James onlyism? You know what I mean?
1:28 through 31, we see Mary being addressed as highly favored, and the marginal note says, or graciously accepted, or much graced. See verse 30. Verse 30 says, thou hast found favor with God. And that's sort of the same word there, right? In the Greek words, you can see those are similar words. Found favor, that's a noun. Highly favored is an adjective based on the same noun. And that's why they translated those the way they did. But they're saying that word has a broad range of meaning. And so they give some of the alternate meanings in the marginal note. The word charis is most often translated as grace. This is where you get Hail Mary, full of grace, right? But just like in English.
And I'm pretty sure that's how the Dwayne Green translates it. So let's look at Luke 1. Luke 1:28. Dwayne Reems. The angel coming in said to her, Hail, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. So the King James says, Hail, thou that art highly favored. So here they've got or graciously accepted or much graced. So they're allowing the word grace to be involved there, but not hail, because that's where you get Hail Mary, full of grace. And so they're obviously coming against that type of concept. Hail thou that art highly favored. And so a very good translation. Or graciously accepted or much graced. And it just says, fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor. Now, what does verse 30 say here? The Dwayne Reems. Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found grace with God. Okay, so they're just pointing out these issues as they come along. Now, perhaps there's also issues with the, Bishop's Bible. I wonder if they've got the bishops here. No, they don't have it. So anyway, let's continue.
Though it has a range of meaning, it can mean favor. This is the root of our English words like charity, charisma. Grace has some different meanings. And here it seems like it is referring to favor, but the King James translators note sort of the range of meaning possible for this word. And they're indicating that they went with highly favored because of the context, what is read a couple verses later in verse 30, that you have found favor with God. There's a consistency there. And there's also a cross-reference here in verse 31, and behold. thou shalt conceive in thy womb and bring forth a son, and shalt call his name Jesus. And the cross-reference points you to Isaiah 7:14 and also Matthew 1:21. And we'll look at Matthew 1:21 next. And it says, and she shall bring forth a son. That similarly points you back to Luke 1:31, as well as Isaiah 7:14. And then at the end there it says, and they shall call his name Emmanuel. And there's a note that says, I could also read, his name shall be called, rather than they shall call his name, an alternate reading there. So we looked at a few of those cross-references, but...
So this cross-reading, when you go to the Hebrew, his name shall be called, in the Greek, when you put it in the context, they called his name Emmanuel, okay? When you go to Isaiah 7:14, it's you shall call his name Emmanuel, the woman, which is fulfilled in this because the plural, the singular just simply becomes the plural. So when it's or his name shall be called, all it's doing here is showing that basically that's what it literally says in the Greek. Now, when we bring that over to the English, it just says, and shall bring forth a child, his name shall be called Emmanuel. But in the English, we say they shall call his name Emmanuel, because that's exactly because it's talking about more than one. And so this Greek matches the Hebrew exactly. It's talking about one person, but it's not limited to one person. The virgin called his name Emmanuel, but here it's saying they shall call his name Emmanuel. This is also plural in a sense where it's not just Mary, it's not just Joseph, but it is the people who, or behold, a virgin shall be with child and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel. Okay, so it is Joseph and Mary and others, but here it is regulated to his name shall be called, because this is like what his name, where am I going with this? Verse 21 talks about his name should be called Jesus. Okay, so his name was named Jesus. Now this is Matthew. He's quoting the prophet, and he's saying a virgin shall be with a child and shall bring forth a son. And so this is a place where Scrivener actually changes his Textus Receptus edition to try and make it plural, where it is singular, but it's made plural by the context. It's made plural because the whole thing is written to Joseph, or the whole thing is written about Joseph and his experience from his side. And they called his name Emmanuel, which is God with us. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what I said on this, because I've done a whole article on this, and sometimes I default back to an old position that I've actually rejected. So I'm sort of befuddling myself. So let's go to tr.org.au. We'll go to Matthew 1. Matthew 1:23. Resource limit is reached. That's why I need a new server. Okay, 23. Okay. Okay, so sorry about my squeaky mouse here. Editions of the King James Version. 1611 reads, and they shall call his name Emmanuel. 1611 has many capitalized words that we no longer capitalize in modern English or post 1769 King James Version editions. Okay, so that doesn't really matter. Okay, here we are. They shall call. kaleo. And so one alteration textual critics concern themselves with is the phrase "they shall call." It is changed to "you shall call." This switches the meaning somewhat from Emmanuel being a title proclaimed by the people to a name given by Joseph. Okay. So Matthew's quotation of Isaiah 7:14 is very close to the LXX in Hebrew text. The Hebrew says, "and shall call his name Emmanuel." A virgin shall call, or thou shalt, O virgin, or thou, O virgin shall call. So that's the marginal note at Isaiah 7:14. So if you notice that it says a virgin shall call, then it's got or you or thou, O virgin, shall call. Okay. The LXX has a command, you shall call, kalesis, his name Emmanuel. Okay, so that's what they have. But Matthew has they shall call, kalosusin, his name Emmanuel. They shall call his name, or his name shall be called. Okay. Beza has kalesis, which, as we see from the LXX, can be translated as you or thou, singular, shall call. Okay. But my argument is that kalesis is in the context of the marginal note in the 1611 King James Version, which has the explanations in marginal notes which say, they shall call his name, or his name shall be called. And also Isaiah 7:14, a virgin shall call, or thou, O virgin, shall call. Most KJV TR people would simply assume the King James translators didn't use Beza's reading, and Scrivener simply went with the King James Version's or the KJV translator's choice, which is most other TR editions besides Beza. This is an easier position to defend, but I think that Beza's reading is correct, but that scholarship has not worked out that kalesis in context can be made plural. Okay, so that's where I think I've got a bigger article on that when we go to the main page. I'll just quickly double check that. 190 variations of Scrivener's 1881 New Testament. And we go down to Matthew 1:23. So Scrivener has kalasusi, Beza has kalesis, so Elzevir has the same reading as Scrivener. And Scrivener says Beza's kalesis must be derived from Codex D, but its Latin version vocabit, which in 1565 he had been in possession of for about 3 years. Okay, so he's making that accusation against Beza, and oftentimes he's wrong. Beza's kalesis means to call or name. Scrivener changed kalesis to the impersonal kalasusi in an attempt to follow the King James Version's they shall call. As also read the Geneva they shall call. Bishops, although they follow the different Greek of Stephanus and Scrivener with kalasusi, while the King James Version follows Beza with kalesis. Beza said in his New Testament, I know that in most copies, kai kalasusi is read, that is, and they will call, and he, Jesus, will be called, which reading was also followed by Justin Martyr. But as our Stephanus noted that some old copies agree with the Hebrew, and as great force would seem to lie in this apostrophe by the prophet, seized by God's Spirit, in which he addresses himself to the Virgin, who would be born so many centuries later as if she were present, I have followed my own judgment in the matter without, in my opinion, any damage to the reading. In his 1582, Beza said, it is preferable to follow the received reading so that it is an apostrophe by the prophet seized by God's Spirit, in which he addresses himself to the Virgin who would be born so many centuries later as if she were present, which has great force. Okay, so how can Beza's singular reading of Callisis reconcile with the plural King James translation of they shall call? So most people, the easiest way is to say, oh, well, he went with a different TR edition, but I don't think that happened here. Okay. For example, 2 verses earlier, Matthew 1:21 has Callisis in both Beza and Scrivener, and it is translated as the singular, thou shalt call. If the KJV translators followed the 1598 text of Beza, would this not surely be an example of where they deviated from the text, giving preference to earlier readings of Callisusi? I don't think so. In the 1611 margin in both Isaiah and Matthew gives the key element to this seemingly problematic reading. So we have a virgin shall call, or thou, O virgin, shall call, Isaiah 7:14. And in Matthew 1:23 it says, they shall call his name, or his name shall be called. Okay. So notice, or his name shall be called. There's no singular, there's no plural. It's just that's just what it says. The they is implied in their context there. It must be noted that in 1611 there are 6,565 marginal notes. These notes refer to different things. Some reveal an alternative reading that was considered by the translators but rejected. So, obviously alternative readings meaning like bishops, Geneva, etc., Douay Reims, etc. Now, I should really qualify alternate readings there. I think I wrote this like 12 years ago, maybe longer, so it's quite a long time ago. But for many notes, I do believe Matthew 1:23 is an example of this. The margin is simply a synonymous way of reading the verse to clear up concepts that are not easy to decipher when looking at the Greek base text and English translation. At times, singular words are mistakenly seen by Scrivener to have been erroneously translated as plural, or Scrivener assumed that the translators used an earlier Textus Receptus edition. Matthew 10:10 is a good example where Scrivener gets it wrong, assuming that the plural staves must have been translated from a plural Greek word. So the Trinitarian Bible Society's printed edition of Scrivener's work, he has plural rabdos and not the singular rabdon. The problem is easily solved in knowing that Jesus was speaking to a plural number of people about a singular item. Much like if I told a crowd to switch on their phone, the phone is singular, it's used in the plural here. The Greek rabdon, nor staff, was translated nor staves in the KJV. In the 2016 nor staffs, due to this principle. Grammatically, it is called a collective noun. A collective noun is a noun that can be singular in form whilst referring to a group of people or things. Some nouns are used only in the singular, even though they end in S. Some examples include the name of academic subjects such as classics, economics, mathematics, maths, physics, physical activities, gymnastics, aerobics, the diseases, measles, mumps, and the word news, etc. This reveals the key to this scripture. Matthew, under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, translated the Hebrew words in Isaiah 7:14, written to the virgin, behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. This practice reveals to Beza that Callisis in verse 21 can also be translated concerning the plural couple, which is clear in context, but abundantly clear in English in the inclusion of the plural shall upon a singular Greek word. Thus, the KJV translators also had no issue with translating the first Callisis in verse 21, thou shalt call, and the second as they shall call, because each one is translated according to the context and not just the dictionary definition. It seems strange to consider thou shalt call in Matthew 1:21 as not the subject of they shall call in verse 23. Many times it is seen that verse 21 is fulfilled in verse 25, but in the context it is just clear. So verse 21, and she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now all this was done that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. So it's talking about the fulfillment of verse 21. Examples of kalesis being translated as thou shalt call. Luke 1:13, but the angel said to him, fear not, Zacharias, for thy prayer is heard, and thy wife Elizabeth shall bear thee a son, and thou shalt call his name John. And kalesis, thou shalt call his name John. And Luke 1:31, thou shalt call his name Jesus. So one can understand why Scrivener thought kalesis should only be translated into the singular. So they're all examples that are singular. Geneva Study Bible, behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. K here, where it's virgin. There is an article added to the Hebrew and Greek text to point out the woman and set her forth plainly, as we would say the virgin or a certain virgin. Okay. The 1560 Geneva Bible says, thou shalt call with a marginal note, or thou. Isn't that interesting? Italian Bible, which will be called, Spanish Bible has, and they shall call. And so I think you get the drift. But I've sort of, that's why I was a bit confused when I'm trying to word it. I'm like, I just need to read it. Okay, so done. Let's catch up on the comments. Oops, I have the wrong little thing going there. Calvin Tribe with Fire says it depended on on which emperor was in charge at any given time at Mark Goff. Julius Caesar could, while others needed the majority of the Senate. A. Hannah says if we're going to speak in person, we would say face to face, not mouth to mouth. Yes. Speaking of the video thumbnail, I remember having the Masters of the Universe toys as a child. And you had the Greta Thunberg edition. Maybe he favors Mary veneration. Bible Highlight says, I like what you said, Emmett, on the KJV marginal notes. It really put into perspective for me. Bible Highlighter, I just wrote about this in my translatable differences right up between Beezer and the King James Version. Mark Goff says, Emmett, yes, and many marginal readings in modern versions are too confused maybe. There's a big difference to me. KJV seems much more restrained. Bible Highlighter says, Isaiah 7 makes it unmistakable that the prophecy of Emmanuel was not spoken merely to Ahaz as an individual, but to Judah and the whole house of David as a covenant people. Yes, very interesting. Isaiah 7:14, therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and thou shalt call his name Emmanuel. Bible Highlighter, in verse 14, the you is plural in Hebrew, signaling that the sign of the virgin child belongs to the whole Davidic line, not just to one man. Okay, that's interesting. Bible Highlighter says Matthew faithfully reflects this corporate scope when he records they shall call his name Emmanuel. By contrast, in verse 21, Joseph alone is commanded, thou shalt call his name Jesus. giving him personal responsibility for the child's name. Oops, I didn't put that up there. There we go. Bible Highlighter says, this twofold emphasis is crucial. Joseph fulfills the angel's command in naming the child Jesus, while the wider covenant people recognize him as Emmanuel, God with us. Matthew 1:23, singular versus plural, thou, they, Bezer 1598, Callisis, thou shalt call, second person singular verb form. KJV 1611, PCE, they shall call, third person plural verb form. This is what I wrote a few days ago. Now that's really good. Emmett Rivers, the us, God with us, refers to the plural of they just prior. Calvin says, yes, at Bible Highlighter, this prophecy has been fulfilled in whosoever will believe shall have everlasting life, as we all know that Jesus is God with us. Boulder's Alliance says, you guys nailed it. Although I believe the Jews will fully bring this prophecy to fruition when they look upon him as it is written in Zechariah 12:10. So I agree, Calvin, got to step out. And so, yeah, very interesting. And I think the thing is with Emmanuel, God with us, and then we see at the end of the book of Matthew, which if we take as just a separate book from everything else, it says, lo, I am with you to the end of the age, or to the end of the world. And so that concept of him being with us, God with us, Jesus is with us. So it actually proves the deity of Christ, which is very interesting.
Rather than they shall call his name, an alternate reading there. So we looked at a few of those cross-references, but there are some problems with some of the cross-references, particularly when you get to the Psalms. A lot of the cross-references that point to the Psalms are wrong. They are based on the way the Psalms were numbered in the Vulgate, which isn't the same as what was in the King James Bible. And so a lot of the cross-references that point to the Psalms, you go there and it's not there. And that never really got corrected. There were updates and corrections to the King James Bible, even after 1611, but these never really got corrected. And eventually, since the marginal notes got dropped, these were never really ever published correctly. And so I wanted to see an example of this. So I was looking through the marginal notes for anything that pointed to the Psalms to see how long it would take before I got one that was incorrect. And I found the first one in Genesis 15, the first verse. It says at the end here, and thy exceedingly great reward. And great reward has a note pointing to Psalm 16:16, which doesn't exist. Psalm 16 only has 11 verses. And I tried to look this up actually in the Vulgate to see what their Psalm 16, that didn't match up either. I think this is probably meant to point to Psalm 19:11. Mentions great reward. I'm really not sure though. So this is just one example of a cross-reference to a psalm that points you to the wrong place. In this case, a verse that's not even in the Bible, Psalm 16:16. Okay, so about these marginal notes.
So it looks like it's just a typo for a book written 400 years ago. It's got a typo in it. Whoa.
This was actually controversial even at the time. There were people that didn't like the idea. They thought that they were instilling doubt by having things like alternate readings. And so in their preface, they address this and make a defense for why they have these marginal notes. They say, some perhaps would have no variety of senses to be set in the margin, lest the authority of scriptures for deciding of controversies by that show of uncertainty should somewhat be shaken. They're saying, well, if you communicate that there's some doubt as to the meaning of whether a scripture should be read this way or that way, then people will doubt the authority of scripture. But they say, we hold their judgment to be not sound in this point, that fearfulness would better suit us than confidence. In other words, they're not trying to come off as more confident than they really are. Where there's places where there's some doubt, they're honest about it. They're saying, well, it could be this or that. And maybe other people know better than us, but they're being honest about their uncertainty in some of these things. There may be words in Scripture which be...
Okay, so we did skip over quite a bit there. But we do not hold their judgment to be sound in this point, ... that we might be forward to seek aid of our brethren by conference, and never scorn those that be not in all respects so complete as they should be, being to seek in many things ourselves, it hath pleased God in his divine providence here and there to scatter words and sentences of that difficulty and doubtfulness, not in doctrinal points that concern salvation, for in such it hath been vouched that the scriptures are plain, but in matters of less moment, that fearfulness would better beseem or suit us than confidence. And if we will resolve upon modesty with St. Jerome, it is better to make doubt of those things which are secret than to strive about those things which are uncertain. And so that just means at times what they did was sometimes they knew that a certain verse could be used by preachers in a certain way, but it's unsure. So they didn't word it that way. They just worded it the way that it was. They translated it faithfully. That's just what they did. And so they didn't, like, even though some people would be dogmatic in saying that verse teaches this type of thing, they weren't dogmatic in that type of thing. So when it comes to the margins, those issues that we've looked at that he's shown, obviously the margins are there to help us gravitate toward the text. And these places where it's talking about, uncertainty, readings of Reem's, Bishops, Geneva, earlier editions, earlier TR editions, those things have been tidied up to the best of their ability. And at times it's just got all this, like when we have monoceros in the Greek, we have Reem in the Hebrew, we have unicornus in the Latin. But then when we read in the King James, it just has unicorn, and in Isaiah it has a footnote saying or rhinoceros. So they didn't put rhinoceros or rhinoceros in the text because they were unsure that completely covered the whole picture, in a sense of they had unicorn because I know it's an animal with one horn. That's what it's talking about. Now, they were most probably pretty certain that it was a type of rhinoceros. Now, which type? It's like there's several different types, perhaps the Indian rhinoceros, but then there's been other animals that have been found that, like what's it called? The elasmotherium, which is 6 meters long with this huge horn. It's not like a rhinoceros, but it's a huge beast that did exist in time. And so was it that? And so that's why they don't have rhinoceros in the main text. They have unicorn, because everything that a unicorn is, it's a wild beast. You can't tame a rhinoceros. You can't. I doubt you could have tamed this elasmotherium. Perhaps it is just a rhinoceros, but just in places where it's like, okay, well, what exactly is it? Because I've studied this issue of the unicorn quite a lot. I've debated on it and all the rest of it, and oftentimes I'm left there if people go, okay, so what exactly was it? Was it an Indian rhinoceros? I'm like, well, I can't definitively say that. I think it is a type of rhinoceros, but it could be this elasmotherium thing. Now, if I just get my article up and show you a picture of this beast, you'll get the drift. Unicorn Textus Receptus. So that's the rhinoceros or rhinoceros. And this thing here, the elasmotherium, and it grew up to 6 meters long, 20 feet long, and with a massive horn. But maybe that's not it. Maybe it's a carcadon, which is this thing, like an elephant with a one horn. Yeah, it's interesting, So I've got a whole article here, and when you go through the Douay Reams, so it uses unicorns. It'll say rhinoceros in the footnotes. But yeah, so at the end of the day, for me, a rhinoceros fits that. But the King James translators have all rhinoceros here. Now it makes sense. And so, like, they were trying to tidy things up, clean things up, make things more uniform. It's definitely not a wild ox or a wild bull or an Auroch, which all have two horns. It's like, anyway. So that's an example here. It's like, well, they could show certainty and have rhinoceros there, but the unicorn covers all those bases, doesn't it? It's more of an umbrella term for the rhinoceros, for the elasmotherium, for the other massive elephant-looking thing. It sort of covers all that. So it's a unicorn. So they've got a marginal note saying, okay, there's some places where it's like fearfulness would be better beseem or suit than confidence. And so, like, they're saying, like, it's better to make doubt of those things which are secret than to strive or fight about those things which are uncertain. And so I'm still uncertain about all that, and I've studied it heaps. I'm like, well, I gravitate toward the rhino. I can use the rhino in all those biblical examples because it's a one-horned animal, but I could also use these other ones as well. So it's like, but unicorn covers all those bases. So it's an interesting thing. Do you be dogmatic and say, no, it's rhino? It wasn't these other things. Or, that's what they're saying in these things, these marginal notes.
There are uncertainty in some of these things. There may be words in Scripture which be never found there but once, having neither brother or neighbor as the Hebrews speak. So like some of these things, like you don't have a lot of things to compare. Like the word only appears once. So you don't have a lot of places to get context and things. So that we cannot be hoping that is helped by conference of places. They can't look at different places to get the sense of a word. It only appears once. Again, there be many rare names of certain birds, beasts, and precious stones, etc., concerning the Hebrews themselves are so divided among themselves for judgment that they may seem difficult to have defined this or that, rather because they would say something than because they were sure of that which they said, as St. Jerome somewhere said of the Septuagint. So they're saying, in the Septuagint, they had this problem too, right? There were places where by the time the Septuagint was being translated, the Hebrew language was kind of dying out, and some of these words, they weren't really sure how to translate some of these animals. There was some guesswork involved. Now, in such a case, does not a margin do well to admonish the reader to seek further and not to conclude or dogmatize upon this or that peremptorily? So they're saying they're not dogmatic about some of their translations, and they're being.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't mean that they're in error. A unicorn is exactly what a reem is. A unicorn is exactly what a monoceros, which the Septuagint uses as one-horned. That's what that is. And so let me just read through this. There be many words in Scripture which they never be found there but once. So this is the hapax legomenon. Having neither brother nor neighbor, as the Hebrew speaks. So most words, okay, so saying many words in Scripture, they're found only once, okay? So sometimes they don't have, you can't just go to the other Hebrew context and go, oh, that's exactly what it means. It's just appears once. And so oftentimes you can go to the Arabic, you can go to the Syriac, you can go to the other Semitic languages and work things out. You can do that. But it says, so that we cannot be helped by a conference of places. So, seeing it 20 times, you're like, oh, that's what it means. Again, there'd be many, so this is a completely different area. Again, there'd be many rare names of certain birds, beasts, and precious stones concerning the Hebrews themselves are so divided among themselves for judgment that they seem to have defined this or that, rather because they would say something than because they were sure of what they said. As St. Jerome said somewhere, he saith of the Septuagint, now in this case, doth not a margin do well to admonish the reader to seek further and not to conclude or dogmatize upon this or that peremptorily. And so he's talking about like birds, beasts, and precious stones. So this would be, this unicorn would be a beast. And they put a marginal note saying, or a rhinoceros. So the unicorn, the unicorn most certainly was not the horse with the horn, but it's they've said it's most probably a rhinoceros, synonym with a rhinoceros, but they didn't put that in the main text that you had unicorns because that covers all the bases. And so that's how careful they were to do that when it comes to birds, beasts, and precious stones. Okay. So to me, it's not a big deal. Calvin says, in the context of trying to tame it and sit by the baby's crib really puts it into perspective. Has anyone ever seen a tamed rhino? And even the whole concept of a rhino skipping. And I've showed heaps of videos of rhinos like jumping and like playing like a dog, and they run really fast as well. Mark Goff, he's criticizing KJV translators for having a professional, reverent attitude. Well, I think what he's actually doing here too is he is actually saying, well, see, this just proves King James onlyism, which he's defined as someone who believes in secondary inspiration. So they're like the translators to the reader, that comes against that. Yeah, sure it does, but who's believing that? Like 0.0001% of people who hold King James, Emmett says, unicorn leaves interpretation open to another possible unknown animal that's become extinct. Exactly. Great point. And so that's where, is it the rhino or is it this full-on looking thing here? Can you imagine one of these turned up at your doorstep, 6 meters long, so 20 feet long? You would be lucky to fit this thing in your lounge room. It's as big as an elephant. Look at the horn. I mean, and apparently these things ran like a horse. So perhaps it was that, and that's the thing. Do we be dogmatic about it, or like the King James translators, just have unicorn and let people work that out as we go along? Now, perhaps there are some things we've worked out, and it's like, cool, that's great. In a sense of it's got an umbrella term type of thing there, but perhaps unicorn is not just an umbrella term. Perhaps it is the scientific name for Indian rhinoceros is Rhinoceros unicornis, which is very interesting. Let's continue. We've got a few minutes to go. Let's try and get through this.
Being upfront about where things are unclear. If only King James only crowd had the same mindset to recognize that the translators themselves didn't have the level of confidence that the King James only
for a few birds, beasts, and precious stones
crowd has in their work. For as it is a fault of incredulity to doubt those things that are evident, so to determine of such things as the Spirit of God has left even in the judgment of the judicious questionable can be no less than presumption, right? Just as it's bad to doubt those things that are certain, it's bad to be certain about those things that are in doubt.
Yep, and that's why they just faithfully translated the text. They didn't read into the text like the Dwayne Reams and things like that, what certain things are.
Therefore, St. Augustine says that variety of translations is profitable for the finding out of the sense of the scriptures. So here's the King James translators saying a variety of translations is profitable. Now, today in English, we have a variety of translations.
Oh, they were prophesying, were they? They knew that there would be a mess and a hodgepodge of ESV, New Living Translation, Passion, NIV, blah, 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 A, B, C, D, all these other Bibles. They knew that it was going to be like that. It gets to the point where it's just confusion. Like having a variety of translations, I do that. Most King James people do this. They're like, wonder what that word means. And they go back and they look at Tyndale, they look at Geneva, they look at bishops, and they go, oh, that's a very interesting way of putting it. But sometimes the King James tidies all of those things up as well, because, there were limitations. And when the King James was done, a lot of those limitations, or I believe all of those limitations, were lifted because of the superiority of the King James translators and their ability to work as a team to get these things sorted out.
And just like I was saying I did with Deuteronomy 22, I looked at a variety of English translations to get the sense of what was really going on there. The King James translators are saying that that's a good thing to do. But the people who elevate the King James Bible as the only valid Bible, they disagree with this sentiment.
Not really. I mean, even he talked about Will Kinney. Will Kinney does that. He'll say, well, the Geneva has this and the bishops has this. And he'll talk about even words that don't match the King James, but are synonymous. He'll say, well, this modern Bible has this word, which is pretty much means the same as the King James. He'll say things like that. So
they should take the translator's advice here, right? And recognize that there is usefulness in having a variety of translations to get the sense of the scriptures.
In their context. So what they're saying is it's been profitable for them in their Bible translation work to be able to go to the Latin Vulgate, to be able to go to the Septuagint, to be able to go to, Tyndale and bishops and Geneva, because there's all these different opinions. And so someone's probably got it right there. You know what I mean? And so that's what they're saying. Not, hey, this is a great thing imposed on society that you've got all these wrong opinions, like having bizarre and strange, weird readings. Like he was even talking in the previous video about, or in the same video earlier on, about rape. Is that a good thing? That's an alternative reading. Well, that's fine. That's great. No, it's silly. When you got dumb there's a difference between having a variety of translations, of good, faithful translations, and having dumb readings. And the whole rape thing is a dumb reading, which I think Tom Berger would agree with.
So diversity of signification and sense in the margin, where the text is not so clear, must needs do good. Yea, is necessary, as we are persuaded, right? So if having a variety of translations is good, you can have that in one book, right? You can have an alternate reading right there in the text where the text is not so clear. You might read it a couple different ways and make a judgment yourself. There were those in their time that were opposed to having these marginal readings, and they disagree with that. They that are wise had rather have their judgments at liberty in differences of readings than to be captivated to one when it may be the other. So the King James translators think that it is wise to not be dogmatically stuck to just one reading
when they're talking about certain things that are, in doubt, like I was saying about the unicorn. Is it just an Indian rhinoceros, or is it the Elasmotherium? Which is it? It's like, well, I gravitate toward a rhino, but I'm not sure. So unicorn covers all bases. So this is the type of thing that they did, and they put footnotes saying, well, rhinoceros.
It could be another reading. If you're King James only, if that's your favorite Bible, so be it. But if you're of the mindset that everyone ought to be reading the King James Bible exclusively, I would encourage you to consider that the translators of the King James Bible themselves did not agree with that sentiment. And they recognized that their work was fallible. And there were places where they even recognized they couldn't come to a conclusion on a reading, whether it should be this way or that way. And they were upfront about that. And it's
Well, it comes down to them doing the best job that they could do, which we have recognized was accurate. And so that's the thing. Their text that they worked on is accurate, and I can't find any holes in it. If people like, this guy, James White, many others, they're like, oh, there's a mistake here and there's a mistake there. Okay, we'll fix those things then. But then you look at like the New King James. Oh, we've fixed it. Instead of a unicorn, it's a wild bull. They've been dogmatic with that. No, it's a wild bull, which you can tame. So it destroys that scripture. It destroys prophecy because it talks about Psalm 22, the horns of the unicorn, and it's very clear that it's symbolic of the cross that Jesus died on. And so there's prophecy destroyed by the New King James having those silly readings in it and being dogmatic. You know what I mean? So he's thinking with all these modern versions, they're all great. They're all great with their rape readings and marry your rapist readings in it. Like he's obviously against that reading. Okay. And that's why I'm bringing it up. But he would go, yeah, that's a bad reading. So they've been dogmatic in going, that's rape. And so he's against that. I'm just against that in many, many other places as well, that type of dogmatism where it doesn't actually say those type of things. And that's all the King James translators are saying here. That you're trying to read something into the text that it's not saying. And that's what the Catholics do with Hail Mary, full of grace. They put that into the text to try and make out that, Mary is the giver of the grace of God, and she begs angry old Jesus over there for you and all this sort of stuff. So you can go to her and you can chant to some dead witch, and it's like it has nothing to do with the biblical Mary. So when I call her a witch, I'm not saying Mary's a witch. I'm saying the one that they chat to and scream to and pray beads, the rosary to, she's a witch, So that has nothing to do with how Luke translated in Luke 1. It shouldn't have anything to do with translation, but they've been dogmatic and squeezing it into the text. That's what these cults do. That's what people who are trying to push their opinions forward, that's what they're doing. Where the King James guys are like, no, let's have highly favored one. It nullifies all that. It just makes it so it's very easy to read. It hasn't got these cultic type of concepts that are being squeezed into the text. And when you look at what they're saying here, it's like it talks about certain synonymous things. And so, but anyway, I want to sort of finish this up. So I've gone for 6 hours. Oh my gosh. Emmett Rivers says, being honest with text and manuscript evidence is more important than giving a false interpretation, as 1 Corinthians 7:9 with the word burn. Yes. Yeah. Better to marry than to burn. Yeah. Mark Goff. Like this guy that is wanting to get paid by the anti-King James version crowd, just saying. The 4 C's of using modern versions are chaos, compromise, confusion, and cowardice, while the 4 S's of using the King James Bible are stability, strength, security, and surety. Very good. Mark Goff says, I introduced a theory of lack of objectivity. Augustine born into time of forced conversions and leveraged scholarship as is now. Helg says, again, he's somewhat reading the Bible translation situation and thinking of today into the preface of the KJV translators. And Gucci booted me off the stream. Okay. Yeah, so that's what he's doing. He's reading, like, oh, we've got the ESV, we've got the NIV, and he's trying to read that into what they're saying here. Now, one thing I want to bring across is up until the 1611, were the Bibles, did the Bibles have errors in them? They did. Bishop's Bible, Geneva Bible, I can point them out quite easily, When I go to the King James, I can't point out the errors. I'm looking at it, studying it. I'm going, well, that's a good decision they've made there, and that adds up. And half the time, it's just getting someone educated enough in Hebrew and in Greek to explain that issue to you, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Where I see lots of those type of errors in the earlier Bibles. So when Miles Smith was writing this, he wrote it to be in the preface of the Bible that they were putting out. Did he even know how accurate it was? That's an interesting thing to think about, because his mindset, his paradigm is that all these Bibles all have errors in them. Then it comes to a place where you've got 60 really good scholars working on the text, cross-referencing everything, going through, and to the best of their scholarly ability, producing something with sweat, with labor, but they've also got all this other resource of other language Bibles and other TR editions and other, the Bishops, Geneva, all the English Bibles. They've got all that they can look to as well, but just doing their own scholarship as well. And there's 60 of them. I don't think that Miles Smith knew that what they were producing was so accurate. And so that's the other side of the coin, where sometimes he's sort of like, everything sort of has holes in it and all the rest of it. And I guess, to play the devil's advocate against what this guy's saying, someone who believes in a secondary inspiration, Paul didn't even know that he was inspired. He's like, well, I say this, not the Lord, but it's in the Bible. And so just to play the devil's advocate, even though I don't believe in secondary inspiration, but I do believe that the words of God are preserved. And so I believe that the King James is an accurate rendition of the Hebrew and of the Greek. And many times when you look these issues up where I've thought there's errors, I used to say Easter was an error. Now, I've studied that for years and years and years and years. I no longer say that. I think it's silly. I just believed what people were saying. I believe James White. I believe, the rubbish that they teach of a pagan Easter festival that James White teaches. I believe, the whole thing of unicorn, I was like, oh, that's weird. But then I'm looking at ox, and I'm like, hang on, let's study this. A unicorn makes sense as a rhinoceros, but these other things in the New King James don't make sense. How can you have a two-horned animal? That's different, And then you try and find out where that comes from, and it's like, man, it's just like a Westcott and Hort sort of thing. I know there's more to it, but they're the ones who are gravitating toward these weird readings. Anyway, let's continue. So Calvin says, Nick, do you know if the Defined King James Bible is still available? I think it's by D.A. Waite. I would contact Kurt de Vitro. He's the main guy from the Dean Burgon Society.
Shame that the King James Bible no longer prints these marginal notes, because they are quite valuable. So Lewis wraps up his book like this. He says, while versions differ in translating specific statements, all of the available English translations present the basic duties toward God and man. By comparing one to another, the person who has no language training can be warned against going astray because of the peculiarities of one translation. Yeah, and that includes the NIV, right? That's what I did with the Deuteronomy 22 passage. I found something peculiar in that passage, and I compared it to other translations and got the sense that the NIV had done something strange there. He may be challenged to new ideas by reading a new translation, right? So you can see a different perspective than maybe the one you're used to from your main Bible. The religious problems of the world are not caused by people reading different translations. The most serious problem is that many read no translation. Right? So,
so it's sort of like saying, well, famine is the main problem, and so just giving people dog food is good enough, that. And so basically, they're saying you can have a really bad translation, and that's fine. Yeah, sure. People are going to die. Like just going and preaching and just saying, hey, Jesus loves you and quoting a few verses. I mean, that's going to be better than nothing, isn't it? But it's like we're talking about a Bible translation here. He's talking about certain issues and saying, okay, King James Onlyism, they should read the translators. It proves that they're wrong and all this sort of stuff. Well, at the end of the day, it disproves the whole concept of people believing in secondary inspiration. But just giving them anything, why not give them the Jehovah's Witness Bible then? Well, it's better than nothing. You know what I mean? And so anyway, let's continue.
Lewis, does he sound like somebody who is attacking the Bible? Does he sound like he doesn't want people reading the Bible? And he's trying.
What person doesn't want people? Even Bart Ehrman says, yeah, read the Bible, it's great. Even Richard Dawkins is like, you've got to read the King James at least once in your life.
Trying to advocate these corrupt translations so that you're not reading the real Bible. He's saying all Bibles, all translations have value. And you can glean things from looking at these different perspectives, different translations, different readings of the text. And the King James.
You can, but you also, with these modern versions, you'll get a whole bunch of errors that'll give you a headache as big as the Pacific Ocean.
Bible translators said the same thing. So they actually have a lot in common. Both Lewis and the King James Bible translators had the perspective that there was value in having multiple translations to compare, to get the sense of the meaning of the text. They were in agreement, and their perspective is at odds with the King James only advocates.
The New Living Translation.
Oh no. Why did my cord have to pop up in my head? I'm trying to detox from my cord. Him standing here. NLT is the best translation. I wonder how old this is because he's grown this mustache. Okay, it's just 2 months ago. And he's talking about the NLT. It's like, what on earth? He's up a ladder. Anyway, I can't help but laugh because he's like, why does Nick hate me so much? And it's like, oh my God. Anyway, 6 hours and 10 minutes. Mark Goff says, now he's smarter than NIV translators. Maybe not. Is he smarter than the King James Version translators? How many languages does he speak? Well, and that's the thing, even just looking at some of those examples where he's going to the Latin, he's looking at the Greek, he obviously doesn't really understand the languages and how they work. So, but he would accuse the King James guys of not really knowing the language as well, so. All right, guys, I'm going to play my outro, and I'm going to bail because it's been a long, long road. So let's play this, and thanks for joining us. Thanks for sticking through with this all the way to the end. God bless you. If you haven't already, just like the video. Helps with the algorithms and all that sort of jazz. And we will see you again soon.